Chapter 86. Everyone was trying their best to climb up the stairs. Even if they couldn't get into the top 30, they couldn't lose too much face, especially when all the disciples from the four big sects were here. No one wanted to drag their own sect down. In a competition like this, it wasn't shameful to lose to one's fellow disciples, but if they lost to someone from another sect, that would be really shameful. Ah, you guys from Tianjin Gate are all cowards. Look at your stupid face, you'll definitely get the last place. A disciple from the Black Sect turned around and laughed at a disciple from Tianjin Gate who was behind him, mocking him. Fuck you guys from the Black Sect are the cowards. This time, senior disciple Li Wushuang will definitely get first place. The little devil king is no match for him. Just wait and see. The disciple from Tianjin Gate didn't want to be outdone, he immediately retaliated. Get lost, you bastard from the Burning Sky Pavilion, don't touch me. Fuck you Black Sect, get lost. I'll beat you to death if you keep pushing. Jie, junior disciple from the Valley of Happiness, let's talk in private when we have time. The entire stairway to heaven was in a mess. Many people were on the same stone step, bumping into each other and fighting each other. All of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. If it wasn't for the rules of the competition forbidding fighting on the stairway to heaven, it would have become a battlefield by now. The competition didn't allow any real fights on the stairway to heaven, but there were no restrictions on verbal attacks. Therefore, scolding and mocking could be heard everywhere. Some of the more boorish disciples even cursed 18 generations of their ancestors. They really didn't care about the image of the big sects at all. As for those who were stronger, none of them said anything. They just kept climbing up the stairs with all their might. However, the higher they climbed, the more obvious the gap between the disciples became. Those strong late mortal core warriors quickly left the others behind. The most frightening ones were the little devil king Li Wushuang and the other two. The four of them were rushing forward like a rocket. They had already reached the 50th stone step, and they were still moving forward side by side. When the four of them climbed to the 60th stone step, they already felt a little unnatural and their speed had also slowed down. The pressure on the remaining stone steps had multiplied. Even someone as tyrannical as the little demon king and the others couldn't advance steadily under the pressure of the four people from the northern and southern dynasties. At this moment, a youth clad in white stepped onto the stairway to heaven. He calmly took a step forward and with a single step he was 3 meters high. He directly ascended to the 3rd step and with another 3 steps he reached the 10th step. His entire body was as light as a swallow, and in the blink of an eye he had already ascended to the 20th step. His face still had a smile that resembled the spring breeze, as though the pressure on the stairway to heaven was merely a breeze. Look, who is that young man? It's actually so fast. There are actually people who are not part of the four great sects who are ignorant enough to participate in the grand competition. However, it looks like this kid has some ability. I wonder how many stone steps he can climb. Many people's gazes were focused on Zhang Chen. There was basically no one else on the stone steps below. Therefore, the sudden appearance of Jiang Chen was very eye-catching. Those who had made a bet with De Huang Dog to watch Jiang Chen make a fool of himself were momentarily stunned. Especially those who had previously declared that Jiang Chen would definitely not be able to reach the 10th or 20th step. Seeing Jiang Chen's performance, their hearts started beating like drums. I didn't expect this kid to have some ability. Looks like he wasn't just bragging after all. The first 20 steps are not much pressure, so it's normal for him to climb up. I'm guessing he will stop at the 40th step at most. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Chen leaped up and easily passed the first 10 steps. He directly reached the 30th step. At this place, many disciples of the four great sects had already started using their hands and feet to climb up. Jiang Chen still had one of his hands behind his back, and there was not the slightest bit of pressure on his face. Fuck him. The person who had just said that Jiang Chen would stop at the 40th step at most almost vomited blood. Many people who had placed their bets on De Huang Dog had their hearts pounding. Pan Jiang Chen took another step forward and reached the 35th step. His speed was truly extremely fast, like a leopard cat. Damn it, who is this guy? How can he be so fast? Where did this guy come from? Isn't this a blow to our confidence? He isn't from the four great sections. I've never seen him before. Could he be someone who isn't from the four great sects? Brothers, hurry up. If we lose to an outsider, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Jiang Chen's sudden appearance instantly caused a commotion on the stairway to heaven. Many people gritted their teeth and prepared to chase after Jiang Chen. However, the pressure was too great and they could no longer bear it. They could only watch as Jiang Chen calmly walked up step by step. Jiang Chen turned around and grinned at one person. Then the expressions of the two people froze at the same time. Fuck you, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Jiang Chen really wanted to kick that person's face and send him flying off the stairway to heaven. It's you, it's actually you? That person immediately cried out in surprise. He pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and his body was trembling. He was none other than the Tianjin Gate disciple that Jiang Chen had purposely let go back in Origin Mountain. Jiang Chen did not expect to meet this person here. At that time, after this person ran away, he, Yen Chenyu, and a Huang dog had left the mountain. Although they had stayed in Silver Moon City for a while, their speed was still not comparable to this person. Jiang Chen had only arrived yesterday, but this person had actually arrived before him and was even participating in the competition. This was indeed out of Jiang Chen's expectation. However, it was not hard to explain. The Tianjin Gate's influence was spread all over the Qi province. As a disciple of the Tianjin Gate, no matter where he went, he would receive great help. The simplest help was flying demonic beast. Changlin, do you know this guy? A disciple of the Tianjin Gate asked. Not only do I know him, senior brother Liang Dong and Chen Shuang were all killed by him. He is in cahoots with the Huang dog. That person's name was Changlin. When he saw Jiang Chen here, he immediately said while clenching his teeth. He did not remember the time when he had knelt in front of Jiang Chen in Origin Mountain and peed his pants. What? That's him? How audacious. How dare he participate in the competition? Today I will tear him into pieces. Jiang Chen's identity was exposed in an instant, causing the disciples of the Tianjin Gate to look at him with hatred. Sigh. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. He thought that his luck was not on his side, but he was not afraid. Today's situation was different. It was a competition between the four major sects, and it was not up to the Tianjin Gate alone to decide. Jiang Chen pointed his middle finger at the disciples of the Tianjin Gate. Then he turned around and continued climbing. Damn it, how dare this guy look down on us, the Tianjin Gate. Kill him, we must kill him. He is too audacious. A rogue cultivator dares to be rude to the Tianjin Gate, and he even killed a disciple of the Tianjin Gate. There is no way he can survive this. Ah, the Tianjin Gate is finished. Even a rogue cultivator can look down on you. That's right, this young man is not bad, I like him. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect were furious, but on the other side the people from the Black sect were laughing out loud. They were having a great time. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. The disciples of the Black sect now found Jiang Chen pleasing to the eye. At this moment the little devil king and the others had climbed up to the 70th step. At this point the four of them were sweating profusely, and every step they took was extremely difficult. The pressure from the four late heavenly core geniuses was making them tremble. Maybe their talent was not any weaker than the four men above them, and one day they would be able to catch up to them or even surpass them. But too bad their cultivation levels were too low right now. Pot the little devil king and Li Wu Shuang climbed up another step. This time I Ching Zi and Ling Ao were slower, and the difference between them was obvious. Swoosh swoosh. Right at this moment the four of them felt a strong wind coming from behind them. They couldn't help but turn around and look. What they saw was a young man dressed in white chasing after them like the wind. His speed was extremely fast, as if he didn't feel any pressure at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen arrived next to the little devil king. He grinned, then he cupped his fist and said, "Brother Han, long time no see." "Good move, brother. How should I address you?" Han Yen asked while gasping for breath. Looking at Jiang Chen's calm and relaxed expression, this was the first time he felt a sense of defeat in his heart. That day, although he could tell that Jiang Chen was not an ordinary man, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen's performance would be beyond his imagination. That day when he helped Jiang Chen, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he didn't ask for Jiang Chen's name. But today, when he saw Jiang Chen catching up to him on the stairway to heaven, he paid more attention to Jiang Chen, and that's why he asked for Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder and said, "Brother Han, take your time climbing, I'll go up first." After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and continued jumping forward. The pressure had no effect on him at all. How is this possible? Li Wuxuang's eyes were wide open, his face was filled with disbelief. Who is this young man? His yuan energy is only at the early mortal core realm, why is he not afraid of the pressure? He's not from the four big sects and he actually surpassed us. I Chingzi and Ling Ao were shocked as well. Li Wuxuang, you have to know that there's always someone better than you out there. If you have nothing better to do, you better put away that arrogant face of yours or you'll just make people hate you. Han Yen let out a cold snort and said to Li Wuxuang without any politeness. He's just a little early mortal core warrior. I wonder what kind of cheating method he used to climb so high. If I meet him in the second round of the fighting stage, I'll be able to kill him with just one finger. Li Wuxuang said with an arrogant expression. If you have the ability, just keep climbing. Han Yen sneered, then he turned around and continued climbing while gritting his teeth. But when he saw Jiang Chen had already reached the 80th step, he was so depressed that he almost knocked his head on the stone step. He couldn't help but say, what a freak. Look, the new first-place disciple has surpassed the little devil king and Li Wuxuang, and he's still climbing. Heavens, it's true. Who is that young man? Why is he so strong? Another dark horse. Last time there was a dark horse in the inner circle competition, who would have thought that there would be another one today? Not only that, he's not from the four big sects. This is so exciting. Chapter 87. Kaka, did you see that? I told you he would be number one. The Huang dog had a proud expression on his face. Those who had placed their bets had black lines on their faces. They were all grinding their teeth, wishing they could tear the Huang dog apart. Where did this monster come from? How can he be so strong? He must have cheated or else he wouldn't be able to do it so easily. Why are you panicking? It's not the end yet. The little devil king and Li Wuxuang will definitely catch up. Those who had placed their bets were starting to feel dejected. Some of them comforted themselves, hoping that the little devil king and Li Wuxuang, who were gasping for breath, would be able to catch up with Jiang Chen and kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen jumped up to the 80th step, his face still carrying a warm smile. On top of the stairway to heaven, the expressions of the four men from the northern and southern dynasties had changed. Especially Liang Shao from the Tianjin Gate, who had looked down on Jiang Chen in the beginning. His face was filled with shock. Who is this guy? He actually managed to reach the 80th step under the pressure of the four of us. He has surpassed the little devil king and Li Wuxuang. Liang Shao said with surprise. Interesting, looking at his yuan energy, he is only at the early mortal core realm. Looks like he has a lot of secrets on him. Bai Hua Dai's posture was seductive, her body was full of flirtatious charm, and even her voice carried a hint of flirtatious charm. Her beautiful eyes landed on Jiang Chen and she kept looking at him. She was very interested in this young man who had appeared out of nowhere. Release your soul pressure together. Lung Lung from the northern and southern dynasties said. A powerful soul pressure shot out from his body. Soul pressure was different from soul energy. Soul pressure came from the 5 elements and it came from the powerful soul of a cultivator. It was a very special form of expression, invisible and untouchable, and it could directly affect one's soul. That's right, we can't let him reach the 90th step and we definitely can't let him reach the top. If we do, where would our faces go? Liang Shao said. Liang Zhao's words were agreed and nodded by the other 3 men. Indeed, the 4 of them were the top geniuses of the Qi province's younger generation. If the 4 of them couldn't even suppress an early mortal core warrior, they would lose all their face. This time the 4 men from the northern and southern dynasties directly used their soul pressure, and they focused most of the pressure on Jiang Chen. Even so, because the pressure had increased, the little devil king, Li Wuxuang and the others couldn't move anymore. They stopped at the 70th step, they couldn't take another step, and those who were behind. Feeling the tremendous increase in pressure, Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. However, he snorted coldly in his heart. Trying to suppress me with your aura and soul pressure? What a joke. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the pressure on his body immediately disappeared. As for the soul pressure, he didn't care about it at all. After cultivating the great soul derivation skill, his soul had reached the heavenly core realm. With the help of the skill, all soul pressure was useless to him. Most importantly, Jiang Chen's body was emitting the aura of a saint. It was an aura that resonated with the heavens and earth. Unless there was a direct suppression of strength or yuan energy, The invisible aura and pressure was nothing to him. Even though Zhou Xian didn't have the cultivation of a saint, he wouldn't be suppressed by a few heavenly core warriors. Since you want to suppress me, I'll definitely make you lose face. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. He had always been like this. According to his original plan, all he wanted to do was get first place and he didn't want to reach the top. But now that the men from the northern and southern dynasties were targeting him, it had completely ignited Zhou Qian's fighting spirit. In the path of cultivation, aura and fighting spirit were the most important things. A person's thoughts at a certain time were even more important. For example, right now when facing the pressure from the four great warriors, if Zhou Xian compromised, it would leave a mark in his heart and it would form a knot in his heart. It would be a huge obstacle for his future cultivation. In order to undo this knot in his heart, he would have to let his thoughts flow smoothly. Therefore, Zhou Xian had to reach the top and stand side by side with the four great warriors. In Zhou Qian's heart, in this world no one could stand above him. He would not allow that. Zhou Xian would never look up to others. He would never raise his head to look at others. In the mind of the greatest saint beneath the heavens, there was only the thought of standing high above everyone else, looking down on all living beings. In front of Zhou Xian, even a dragon would have to coil up and even a tiger would have to lie down. Even if you were the chosen one from the northern and southern dynasties, don't even think about forcing your arrogance onto yourself. This was Zhou Xian. After being reincarnated, he still wanted to walk the path of domination, to look down upon all heroes and to be higher than the heavens. Look, that young man has reached the 80th step and he has attracted the attention of the four geniuses. They are going to unleash an even stronger pressure on him, and I'm guessing he won't be able to handle it and he will have to step back under the pressure. Where did this young man come from? How can he be so brave? He hasn't come down yet, and it looks like he is in a stalemate with the four great warriors. This is terrifying. Is he really just a mortal core warrior? How dare he fight with the four geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties? Isn't he just looking for death? No one could remain calm anymore. Everyone was staring at the young man in white who was standing on top of the stairway to heaven. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and under the pressure from the four geniuses, he was still standing there. What is big bro Zhou Xian doing? He is already ranked first. Why does he still want to climb up? Xianxia, you didn't understand. What do you know? This young man is born with the aura of a superior being, and he will never allow anyone to stand at the top and suppress him. If he does, it will become a knot in his heart. Zhou Xian has to climb to the top and stand side by side with the four geniuses. If he does that, he might bring shame to the four geniuses and offend them, but at the same time he will be able to think clearly and improve his cultivation level. Cultivation itself is a magical thing, and every magical thought is an opportunity and enlightenment. With this thought, Zhou Xian might be able to break through to the mid-mortal core realm. De Huang Dog's eyes were glowing and he started to pay more attention to Zhou Xian. Along the way, Zhou Xian had been able to think far ahead. He was resourceful and he had hidden his strength well. Although he was still young, De Huang Dog had already treated him as a cunning old fox. Swoosh. On top of the stairway to heaven, the combined pressure from the four geniuses had already turned into a hurricane, producing a whistling sound. Zhou Xian raised his head and looked at the four geniuses. The corner of his mouth curved up and his face was filled with pride. For him, the pressure was like a spring breeze. Behind him, the little devil king and Li Wushuang raised their heads and looked at Zhou Xian, who was standing in the middle of the pressure whirlpool. Their hearts were in turmoil. Right at this moment, no matter if it was the people on the stairway to heaven or the people on the whirling sun square, they all held their breaths, not letting out a single sound. They all wanted to see how this dark horse who had suddenly appeared was going to offend the dignity of the four geniuses. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Zhou Xian finally moved. With a leap, he rushed up 10 steps and landed on the 90th step. What? Everyone cried out in shock. They looked at Zhou Xian as if they were looking at a ghost. Was he still human? That was the combined pressure from the four geniuses, and he was actually able to jump 10 steps under such pressure. This was insane. Motherfucker, we've been tricked by De Huang Dog. This brat actually has such an abnormal method. De Huang Dog, you black-bellied dog. Hurry up and return the human elixir to us. Those who had placed their bets were gnashing their teeth in hatred, and once again targeted De Huang Dog. Facing those murderous gazes, De Huang Dog didn't seem to care at all. He raised his proud dog head and said, "Look at your cowardly faces. Isn't it just 1 or 200 human elixir? Can't you all have some dignity? Did I force you to place your bets? Just now, who was the one who wanted to place his coffin bet? Which idiot was the one who wanted to beat me up if I didn't allow him to place his bets? Where's that idiot? Come out here right now." The Huang dog raised his hoof and scolded them. The group of people were speechless and had nothing to say in response. They were filled with hatred and anger. They had been tricked by a dog. This was too fucking stupid. But who could they blame? On the stairway to heaven, the expressions of the northern and southern dynasties in Guaniyun had changed. They could clearly feel Jiang Chen's yuan energy and energy ripples, and they were sure that he was an early mortal core warrior. At such a close distance, a young mortal core warrior was actually able to withstand the combined soul pressure from the 4 of them. This was unbelievable. And this wasn't the end of it. Jiang Chen moved again. With a raise of his foot, he walked up another 5 steps. He was now at the 95th step. "Fuse the soul pressure, I don't believe he can withstand it," Liang Xiao and Leng Ling said. The 4 of them increased their soul pressure once again, trying to push Jiang Chen down the stairs. Looking at Jiang Chen's momentum, he was going to reach the top of the stairway to heaven. Let alone the top, just being able to reach the 95th step was already a huge loss of face for them. This was something that would never happen in the past. Jiang Chen didn't care about the ugly expressions on the 4 of them. Right now his heart was filled with joy. The circulation of the dragon transformation skill was getting faster and faster. Once this thought was fulfilled, his cultivation would reach a new level. But Jiang Chen took another step forward and reached the 96th step, then the 97th, the 98th, and finally stopped at the 99th step. One more step and he would be able to stand side by side with the 4 geniuses. Heavens, he actually reached the 99th step. Is he still human? What is he doing? Is he really going to reach the top of the stairway to heaven? This position has already swept the faces of the 4 geniuses. Does he not want to live anymore? This is too exciting, this is too exciting. Today's trip was really worth it. I thought the first place would be between the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang, but who would have thought there would be such an explosive dark horse? A lot of people were crying out in surprise. Jiang Chen's performance was too shocking. The Qi province competition had been held for so many years, but there had never been anyone who dared to stand at the top of the stairway to heaven. Could it be that this dark horse today was going to break the record and create a miracle? The Little Devil King shook his head and smiled. He secretly thought that he had misjudged Jiang Chen. That day at the Silver Moon restaurant, although he could see that Jiang Chen was not ordinary, he didn't expect him to be this abnormal. Chapter 88. The northern and southern dynasties said coldly. His eyes were emitting a bright red light. At this moment the 4 geniuses had retracted their soul pressure. They understood that this young man in front of them had cultivated some kind of secret skill that made him unafraid of soul pressure. There was no point in continuing. But they couldn't let him step onto the last stone step. If someone walked onto the last stone step with them, they would lose all their face. "Kid, if you dare step onto the last stone step, you know the consequences," Liang Xiao said fiercely. "Hee little brother, you're really strong. Join our valley of happiness later, I'll definitely take good care of you." Bai Hua Dai said with a smile. People from the Valley of Happiness didn't really care about their face. "What if I don't go down? Are you going to push me down with your own hands?" Jiang Chen smiled. He looked into the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties and Liang Xiao. There was no fear on his face. Push him down with their own hands? That was impossible. If they did, then they would be really shameless. The Qi province competition had always been open, fair, and just. There were tens of thousands of people standing in the whirling sun square. If these 4 dared to push Jiang Chen down, it would immediately cause a huge commotion, and from then on the Qi province competition would no longer be held. Jiang Chen's calmness had shocked the 4 geniuses. Ordinary mortal core disciples would show respect when they saw them, but this young man in front of them had an indifferent expression on his face, and there was no emotion in his eyes. What surprised the 4 geniuses even more was the aura that this young man was emitting. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was really shocking. He was just a young man at the mortal core realm, but he made them feel like they were facing a superior being. This feeling was ridiculous. "What's your name?" The northern and southern dynasties said with a cold smile. "Jiang Chen." Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes and a sharp glint shot out from his eyes. He stared at the northern and southern dynasties. A mere genius of the younger generation wanted to suppress Zhou Xian with his aura and make Zhou Xian feel fear. The northern and southern dynasties were far from being able to do that. Zhou Xian had never known what fear was. If you back off now, I can let you enter the Burning Sky Pavilion. The northern and southern dynasties said calmly. Sorry, I don't care. As Zhou Xian spoke, he took a step forward and directly stepped onto the 100th stone step. He stood opposite the 4 people from the northern and southern dynasties, standing at the same height. Boom. At that moment, the expressions of the people from the northern and southern dynasties changed drastically. A wave of undisguised anger burst forth from their bodies. 2 rays of cold light shot out from their eyes as if they were solid. It was extremely frightening. Liang Xiao, who was standing on the side, immediately revealed his killing intent. This reckless young man in front of him had undoubtedly humiliated the 4 of them in front of so many people. Bai Hua Dai had a flirtatious expression on her face. She kept looking at Zhou Xian with her seductive eyes. He seemed to be very interested in him. Something like reputation was worthless to her. Guan Yiyun's expression was calm as well. He was a righteous man and he thought that the reason why Zhou Xian could reach this stage was because of his own abilities. Right now the entire Whirling Sun Square was in an uproar. No one would have thought that Zhou Xian would really take the last step and stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 geniuses. Heavens, he really reached the top of the stairway to heaven. The Qi province competition has been held for so many years, but this is the first time someone has reached the top of the stairway to heaven. Where did this young man come from? What's his name? I admire him. Not only does he have the strength, he also has the courage. A miracle. This young man has created a new miracle. This is the first time someone outside of the 4 big sects has taken first place in the Qi province competition, and it is also the first time someone has reached the top of the stairway to heaven. Coming here today was not a waste of time. His name will definitely be recorded in the history of the Qi province competition. The atmosphere doesn't seem right. This young man has reached the last step and dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 geniuses. This is basically humiliating the 4 geniuses. Look, the northern and southern dynasties have ugly expressions on their faces. It seems like they are planning to kill him. Yeah, this young man is young and frivolous. He is too willful. Although he has created a miracle, he has also offended the northern and southern dynasties. This is not a joke. I'm afraid he will have a hard time in the future. Everyone was discussing this. This was the birth of a miracle, the birth of a dark horse, and his name in the Qi province competition would be hard to erase. While everyone admired Zhou Qian's abilities, they admired his courage even more. There weren't many people who dared to humiliate the 4 geniuses, and they were from the northern and southern dynasties, who were currently in the limelight. A lot of people couldn't help but worry about Zhou Qian's situation. On the stairway to heaven, when Zhou Qian stepped onto the last step, his thoughts became clear, and the circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill suddenly doubled. Dragon marks started forming in his body. This was an epiphany, an opportunity, and the benefits it brought were endless. With this opportunity, Zhou Qian had the hope of breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm. In the blink of an eye, another 6 dragon marks had formed in his Qi Si. Adding the 19 dragon marks from before, Zhou Qian now had a total of 25 dragon marks. He needed 30 dragon marks to break through to the mid-mortal core realm. However, Zhou Qian didn't choose to break through to the mid-mortal core realm right away. This wasn't the right place to do it. Besides, the benefits brought by this epiphany and opportunity weren't something that could be achieved overnight. He needed some time to break through to the next realm. 6 more dragon marks was pretty good. At least, Zhou Qian's combat strength had increased to another level. As for breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm, that was something he could think about in the future. Zhou Qian, no one dares disobey me, never. You are courting death. The northern and southern dynasties were filled with killing intent. His eyes were like those of a poisonous snake, sending shivers down people's spines. The number 1 genius of the Qi province was really angry now. He was blessed with great luck and he was born with a noble aura. All living beings in this world had to lower their heads in front of him. This kind of nobility had already penetrated into the bones of the northern and southern dynasties. Although he could feel the same noble aura from Zhou Qian, he still felt that he was nobler than Zhou Qian. In the world of the northern and southern dynasties, he was the absolute king. No one dared to offend him and no one could disobey him. That's why he was so angry right now. Haha, Northern and Southern dynasties, you really know how to put gold on your face. You don't have the qualifications to make me disobey you. Zhou Xian laughed out loud. The natural superiority of the Northern and Southern dynasties was just a joke in front of him. Courting death. The eyes of the Northern and Southern dynasties turned cold, and deep killing intent could be seen in their eyes. Northern and Southern dynasties, pay attention to your status. This is the Qi province competition, and you are the most important host of this competition. Your every word and action represents the Burning Sky Pavilion. In this competition, there is no rule that says the participants can't reach the top of the stairway to heaven. Zhou Xian is the number one in the first round of the competition, and you dare to attack him in front of so many people? Guan Yiyun opened his mouth. He wasn't really defending Zhou Xian, he just wanted to be fair to the competition. It didn't matter if the four of them were humiliated by Zhou Xian, but the face of the four big sects was important. Guan Yiyun, are you trying to teach me how to do things? We, the Northern and Southern dynasties, can do whatever we want. It's not up to you, a loser, to say anything. Don't forget you couldn't even withstand 3 attacks from me. If you didn't admit defeat, you would already be a dead man now. The Northern and Southern dynasties Lung glanced at Guan Yiyun. His entire body was filled with arrogance. Humph. Guan Yiyun let out a cold snort, anger could be seen on his face. However, what the Northern and Southern dynasties said was the truth. That day in the competition he had indeed admitted defeat. The Qi province competition was originally a competition between the 4 big sections. Because of the relationship between the 4 big sects, once they stepped onto the stage, it would be a battle of life and death. Unless someone chose to admit defeat, otherwise the battle would only end after a life and death battle. Therefore, when this was mentioned, Guan Yiyun's expression became very unnatural. However, after listening to Guan Yiyun's reminder, the Northern and Southern dynasties also retracted their killing intent towards Zhou Xian. If it was during normal times, if Zhou Xian offended their dignity, they would definitely kill him. However, the situation now was different. Although the Northern and Southern dynasties were arrogant, they couldn't joke around with the Burning Sky Pavilion's face. Zhou Xian, you're very good. The Northern and Southern dynasties said coldly. Zhou Xian casually glanced at the Northern and Southern dynasties, then he turned around and jumped down from the stairway to heaven. At this moment, the first round of the competition had come to an end. All the disciples from the 4 big sects had also jumped down from the stairway to heaven. The little devil king arrived next to Zhou Xian, then he patted on Zhou Qian's shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Zhang, good move, I admire you. Brother Han, you're being too polite. Last time when you helped Silver Moon City, Zhou Xian wouldn't dare forget that. Zhou Xian said. His impression of the little devil king was pretty good, and his impression of Guan Yiyun at the top of the stairway to heaven was pretty good as well. This gave him a pretty good impression of the entire black sect. Many disciples of Tianjin Gate stared at Zhou Xian with eyes that were about to shoot out flames. They all knew that Zhou Xian had killed disciples of Tianjin Gate, and they had treated Zhou Xian as their mortal enemy. Today, Zhou Xian had won first place in the competition, so of course they weren't happy about it. Senior disciple Li, this guy killed a few outer circle disciples of Tianjin Gate. Someone walked up to Li Wushuang and whispered to him. What? Li Wushuang's expression changed. He's just a rogue cultivator, how dare he kill disciples of Tianjin Gate? He's simply courting death. If I meet him on the fighting stage in the second round, I'll tear him into 1,000,000 pieces. He'll know the consequences of offending Tianjin Gate. Fine, kill him. Not only did this guy kill our disciples, he was also disrespectful to senior disciple Liang Shao just now. He deserves to die 1,000 times over. Chong Lin said in a vicious manner. When he recalled how he had knelt down in front of Zhou Xian in the mountain range, he felt really bad. Only by witnessing Zhou Qian's death with his own eyes would he be able to vent his anger. Brother Zhang, I didn't expect you to have killed disciples of Tianjin Gate. Look at their faces, I'm afraid you won't have a good time today. Han Yen said with a smile. Chapter 89. The appearance of a dark horse was the most satisfying thing. Everyone in the Whirling Sun Square was in high spirits. The young man named Zhou Xian had created a miracle, but at the same time, a lot of people were starting to worry about Zhou Xian. It was obvious that Zhou Xian had offended the northern and southern dynasties in Liangshao. Both of them were not easy to deal with, especially the northern and southern dynasties. They were the rising stars of the Qi province, proud and arrogant. All the disciples from the four big sects looked at Zhou Xian. They didn't know what to feel. Zhou Qian's performance had made them lose face. The Qi province competition had been held for so many years, but this was the first time that the first place had been taken by an outsider. The first round of the competition had ended. Next was the second round. The intense fights on the fighting stages were what everyone was looking forward to, because the real geniuses had to be the kings on the fighting stages. Although Zhou Xian had gotten first place in the first round, when it came to the fighting stages, he still wasn't favored by many people. Being able to resist the pressure didn't mean that he had great abilities. The Stairway to Heaven competition has ended. The top 30, please proceed to the fighting stages. The northern and southern dynasties said. The four big geniuses moved their bodies and flew up into the sky. They arrived at a tall stage in the middle of the square. In front of the stage there were 15 fighting stages that were 6 meters tall. There were 15 of them, just enough for 30 people. The fighting stages here were designed for the Qi province competition. Every year the Qi province competition would be conducted the same way. 30 people would go up to the fighting stages at the same time and they would fight in pairs. 15 fighting stages was just right. The 30 people in front of the Stairway to Heaven walked towards the fighting stages with big steps. Each of them had high spirits and they were filled with fighting spirit. Those who were able to stand out from the hundreds of disciples were all late mortal core warriors. Zhou Xian was the only one who was still at the early mortal core realm. However, the current Zhou Xian was much stronger than before he started the Stairway to Heaven. With the formation of 6 dragon marks, his combat strength had reached another level, and he was now at the peak of the early mortal core realm. He was just one step away from the mid-mortal core realm. On the high platform, Liang Xiao took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "The first round of the Stairway to Heaven is just a warm-up, so don't worry too much about the names. There's no difference between the first and the 30th place. The first round itself is only a threshold for the second round. Only those who have an outstanding performance in the second round can obtain the final reward." Liang Zhao's words were obviously targeted at Zhou Xian. His meaning was clear. The first place in the first round was useless and the second round was the most important. "Senior brother Liang, I wonder what the reward is this time?" Tianjian Gate asked. "That's right, tell us in advance, give us some motivation," someone said. Not only the disciples who were participating in the competition, even the spectators were looking forward to it. The rewards for the Qi province competition were prepared by the 4 big sects together, so the rewards would definitely not be bad. Alright, I'll tell you the rewards first. The champion of the Outer Circle Disciple competition will get 3 treasures. A mid-ranked combat weapon, a storage ring, and 1,000-years-old earth fruit. Liang Zhao's voice was loud and everyone in the square could hear him clearly. When the 3 rewards were announced, the entire square immediately burst into an uproar. Amazing! No wonder it's from the 4 big sects. A mid-ranked combat weapon. Even in the 4 big sects, only the Inner Circle disciples who have reached the Heavenly Core realm have the chance to get a mid-ranked combat weapon. But now, the Outer Circle Disciple competition is giving out a mid-ranked combat weapon as the reward. The storage ring is even more precious. It's many times better than the storage bags we use. It's small and easy to carry and it can contain the user's divine sense, so only the user can open it. 1,000-years-old earth fruit is also an extremely rare natural treasure. I heard that it's very difficult to grow, and it requires a certain geographical condition. It needs to continuously absorb the earth energy and it also contains the essence of the earth. What a generous reward. Sounds of surprise could be heard everywhere. For ordinary people, these 3 treasures were extremely rare, and they wouldn't even have the chance to obtain them in their dreams. It wasn't hard to imagine that once these treasures were announced, it would definitely stimulate the fighting spirit of all the disciples, and the fights on the fighting stage would be extremely intense. Zhou Qian's expression didn't change. With his status as the once greatest saint in the world, he had seen all kinds of treasures. A mid-ranked combat weapon was nothing to him, but a storage ring was definitely something good. Right now he was only using an ordinary storage bag. If he could get a storage ring, It would be much more convenient for him to store items in the future. What really attracted Zhou Xian was the earth fruit. This kind of natural treasure was extremely rare. The 1,000-years-old earth fruit didn't contain enough essence of the earth, but for him right now it was more than enough. Together with the benefits from the earth fruit, Zhou Xian was 100% confident that he could break through to the mid-mortal core realm or even higher. Amongst the crowd, De Huang Dog was happily counting his harvest. He completely ignored the glares from the crowd that looked like they wanted to eat him alive. De Huang Dog, what rank do you think that guy will get in the second round? Someone asked. Do we even need to guess? He will definitely get first place. De Huang Dog said casually. First place? What a joke. De Huang Dog, do you dare to bet again? The man immediately said. He was afraid that De Huang Dog would say no. If he did, then his elixir would be wasted. Of course I dare. I'm just afraid that you guys won't dare. But this time it's not 1 to 10, it's 1 to 2. De Huang Dog said in a serious manner. No one could see the cunning look hidden deep within this dog's eyes. Ah, this dog is scared. Looks like he doesn't have much confidence in that guy. That guy is only an early mortal core warrior. He is definitely not a match for the little devil king in Li Wushuang. It's impossible for him to get first place. I'll bet my remaining 100 elixir pills as well. I bet that this guy won't get first place. That's right. Look, De Huang Dog no longer has the confidence he had before. He lowered his bet from 1 to 10 to 1 to 2 because he's afraid that guy will lose all his money. What's there to be afraid of? Let's bet with him. I'll bet as well. Damn it, your father, want to win back all the money I lost. At this moment, more people came to place their bets than the first round. Those who lost in the first round were eager to win it back in the second round, and those who didn't participate in the first round didn't want to miss this opportunity. Almost no one believed that Zhou Xian could get first place. After all, withstanding the pressure and defeating the little devil king were two completely different concepts. Seeing this, De Huang Dog's grin was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. The cunning dog's scheme had once again succeeded. He had purposely lowered the bet so that everyone could see his guilty conscience, and they could safely bet the elixir pills on him. Kaka, your father, am so smart. This kind of business that comes to me is so cool. De Huang Dog was extremely proud of himself. He felt that he was extremely smart and that there was no one in this world who was smarter than him. If there was a mirror in front of him, perhaps De Huang Dog would have kowtowed in front of it. In front of the fighting stage, all 30 men were fully prepared. They were just waiting for the order from the northern and southern dynasties. Nanbei Chao took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, 30 tokens made of green wood were thrown out and lined up in a row. Each of the tokens had its back facing the disciples who were going to participate in the competition. There are 30 plates here and each of them has a number from 1 to 15. You can pick one randomly and the two with the same number will fight on the fighting stage. The northern and southern dynasties said. However, many people knew the rules of the previous competitions. Brother Jiang, if you and I pick the same number, don't hold back. Han Yen said with a smile. Of course. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. The rewards for the Qi province competition are only for the champion, but your performance and ranking in this competition will be sent to your respective sections. When the time comes, the sects will give out rewards to those who have performed well. So, everyone, you have to give it your all. Guan Yiyun said with a loud voice. He was mainly talking to the black sect. Alright, let's begin. The northern and southern dynasties said. All 30 men walked up to the fighting stage, picked a plate and held it in their hands. Among the 30 men, the number of disciples from the 4 big sects was almost equal. Tianjin Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion each had 8 disciples. The Black Sect had 7, the Valley of Happiness had 6, and the last one was Zhou Xian, who was an outsider. Zhou Xian flipped over his plate and saw the number 8 on it. In other words, the other disciple who picked the number 8 would be his opponent, and they would have to fight on the 8th fighting stage. The drawing of lots seemed fair, but in fact, it was secretly manipulated. Under normal circumstances, disciples from the same sect wouldn't be matched against each other, and they would be matched against other sections. If not, it would be meaningless. Let me tell you the rules of the fighting stage. Anyone who steps onto the fighting stage will have to fight a life or death battle. I don't need to explain the relationship between the 4 big sections. If you have the ability, then kill your opponent, don't even give them a chance to surrender. the northern and southern dynasties said with cruel expressions. This was the rule of the Qi province competition. On the fighting stage there was only life or death, and the only way for the loser to survive was to surrender. I'm number 9, who's my opponent? Daddy is number 1. Damn it, who's Daddy's opponent? Come up here and face your death. A strong man jumped onto the first fighting stage and said arrogantly. He was from the Burning Sky Pavilion and he was a late mortal core warrior. He had an arrogant expression on his face, but in the next second when he saw his opponent, the arrogance on his face disappeared. The arrogant expression on his face disappeared, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. He had the urge to smash his head against the ground. What a shame. Because the opponent standing in front of him was none other than the little devil king Han Yan. Motherfucker, your father's luck is really bad. I admit defeat. That burly man cursed. He turned around and jumped down from the battle platform. His speed was even faster than when he came up. Although he was arrogant, he still knew his own capabilities. Fighting against the little devil king was no different from courting death. Chapter 90. Who dares to fight me, I will let him die on his knees. The disciple from Tianjin Gate was extremely arrogant. He had a sturdy body, and although he was not as strong as Li Wushuang, he was still a head taller than Xianxia. His face was covered with a full beard, and his whole body was surrounded by a powerful aura. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. With a leap, he directly jumped onto the Tuzhong tall fighting stage and landed in front of the disciple from Tianjin Gate. When the disciple saw that his opponent was Xianxia, he was startled at first, but then a joyful expression appeared on his face. Haha, so it's you, little brat. I wonder what trick you used to get first place in the stairway to heaven. I didn't expect your luck to be so bad in the second round, to meet me as soon as you got here. You are really unlucky, little brat. Brother Huangfeng, this guy is not easy to deal with. You have to be careful. Brother Liangdong was killed by him, and he also killed a few of our disciples from Tianjin Gate. Not far from the fighting stage, Chong Lin reminded loudly. Chong Lin did not lower his voice, so many people in the square heard him clearly. This time the square was once again in an uproar. What? He actually killed a few disciples from Tianjin Gate? Isn't he a little too daring? It's over. Li Wushuang and Liang Shao are here today. They will definitely not let him go. A rogue cultivator actually dared to kill disciples from Tianjin Gate. He is simply courting death. His name is Jiangchen, right? I just heard someone mention his name. His methods are too cruel and he is also too daring. He killed people from Tianjin Gate, and he still dares to participate in the competition. He just offended the northern and southern dynasties. He definitely won't be able to live today. Many people sighed. The name Jiangchen was also spreading like wildfire. From the beginning of the competition until now, Jiangchen, this young man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, had become the focus of this competition. These words were also heard by Liang Shao, who was standing on the high platform. His face suddenly turned cold and he snorted inwardly. Liang Dong, that trash, he couldn't even defeat an early mortal core warrior. He really brought shame to the Tianjin Gate. Jiangchen, how dare you kill a disciple of the Tianjin Gate? That's courting death. Today I'll let you die on this fighting stage. Huang Feng's arrogance soared to the sky, his face filled with disdain toward Jiangchen. Senior brother Huang Feng, kill him. Yes, tear him to pieces. All the disciples of Tianjin Gate were shouting out loudly. They had full confidence in Huang Feng. Although Liang Dong was one of the strongest outer circle disciples, his combat strength was no match for Huang Feng. They didn't believe that Huang Feng, who was only a late mortal core warrior, couldn't defeat an early mortal core warrior. Only Chong Lin's heart was pounding. He had personally witnessed how terrifying Jiangchen was. Bang! Right at this moment, a series of explosive sounds could be heard. The people on the other fighting stages had already started fighting. The four big sects didn't have a good relationship with each other, and now that the disciples below the stage were fighting, it was like a tit for a tat. All of them were attacking each other with deadly attacks, trying to kill each other. Jiangchen, face your death. On the 8th platform, Huang Feng let out an explosive shout. Unfortunately, this explosive shout was the only thing that Huang Feng could do in this year's Qi province competition. It was also the last thing that he would leave behind in this world. Swoosh! Huang Feng had just shouted out when Jiangchen moved. His body moved slightly and he dashed towards Huang Feng like a sharp sword. On his fingertip, a long and narrow golden beam that looked like a sharp sword slashed across Huang Feng's neck with lightning speed. Flash. A shocking scene appeared. The arrogant Huang Feng didn't even have the time to let out a scream before his head flew high into the air. It was directly chopped off by the golden beam in Jiang Chen's hand. Silver-red blood sprayed out from the decapitated head like a fountain. It was more than 3 meters high, and under the sunlight, it looked extremely demonic. This was the cruelest color in the world. It was so beautiful that it made people's hearts turn cold. Dong dong dong. Huang Feng's head flew high into the air and landed on the fighting stage, then it rolled down onto the square. His eyes were wide open and his face was still filled with the fear of death. Perhaps until he died he had never thought that he would end his life in such a way. In his opinion, the Qi province competition wouldn't take his life. Even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still admit defeat. However, he had forgotten that in front of some people sometimes he wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Huang Feng didn't even have the time to attack, he didn't even have the time to use his combat skills and combat weapon. That loud shout was the only thing he could do on the fighting stage. A cruel smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He didn't even look at the dead body on the ground and he ignored the thousands of shocked gazes. He turned around and jumped off the fighting stage. For him, killing someone was just that simple, let alone someone from the Tianjin Gate. His relationship with the Tianjin Gate was irreversible, so killing one more wasn't a big deal. Heavens, what did I just see? How could he be so fast? That was a genius from the Tianjin Gate, a late mortal core warrior, but he didn't even have the chance to attack before he was killed. This is too shocking. Just how strong is he? This is too cruel, his methods are brutal, he didn't even give his opponent a chance. Huang Feng didn't even have the chance to admit defeat before he was killed. Did you guys see that? Jiang Chen didn't even blink his eyes when he killed his opponent, he didn't even put the Tianjin Gate in his eyes. Just this courage and attitude alone is enough to make me admire him. Everyone was shocked. The whirling sun square was in an uproar. Who would have thought that a mortal core warrior like Huang Feng would be killed, and in such a thorough manner? The way the crowd looked at Jiang Chen had once again changed. Those who bet with the Huang dog had ugly expressions on their faces again. Their hearts were beating like crazy. Where did this abnormal young man come from? How could he be so abnormal? All the disciples of the Tianjin Gate were furious. They wished they could tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Those disciples who were cheering for Huang Feng now had ugly expressions on their faces. In the first round of fighting, only the Tianjin Gate had lost one man, and he was killed by a rogue cultivator. Jiang Chen had slapped the Tianjin Gate's face in front of the entire Qi province. Damn it, we have to kill him today. Kill him. We can't let him walk out of the whirling sun square alive. All the disciples of the Tianjin Gate were furious. Li Wushuang waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. When they saw Li Wushuang, the disciples of the Tianjin Gate once again saw hope. There's still senior disciple Li. I'm sure he's no match for senior disciple Li. That's for sure. Senior disciple Li has obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. How can that young man be compared to him? Senior disciple Li will definitely avenge Huang Feng. Li Wushuang was the representative of the outer circle disciples, and he had obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. He had extraordinary abilities and he was definitely not someone that Jiang Chen could deal with. The little devil king walked up to Jiang Chen and said, "You're really ruthless, but I like it. I wonder how you're going to deal with this situation today. I'll just take it one step at a time." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression on his face. He had been through much more dangerous situations than this, let alone this Qi province competition. The Qi province competition was held once a year, and he was one of the participants. Killing someone wasn't against the rules. If the Tianjin Gate wanted to deal with him, they would have to wait until the competition was over. The first round had ended and 15 disciples had been eliminated. The remaining 15 disciples would have to fight each other. All 15 of them would draw lots and one of them would have to draw a blank. The remaining 14 would have to fight each other. The little devil king's luck was pretty good, he had drawn a blank. In fact, it was a good thing for the other disciples that he could draw a blank because no one wanted to fight the little devil king. This time, Jiang Chen's opponent was a late mortal core disciple from the Black Sect. When the disciple saw that his opponent was Zhou Xian, he immediately shook his head, cupped his fist and said, "Brother Zhang is really amazing, even Huang Feng was killed with a single strike. I'm not your match. I'm Wang Yu, I admit defeat." After saying that, Wang Yu turned around and jumped down from the fighting stage. He really admired Zhou Xian. The situation was clear now. Zhou Xian had offended both the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. Right now, only the Black Sect would still like Zhou Xian. Besides, the Little Devil King and Zhou Xian knew each other before, and it seemed like they were quite close. Because of this, all the disciples from the Black Sect had a good impression of Zhou Xian. After the second round, there were only 8 disciples left. Han Yan from the Black Sect, Li Wu Shuang from the Tianjin Gate, Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion, and Yi Qingzi from the Valley of Happiness. The 4 representatives of the Outer Circle disciples were all here. Including Zhou Xian, there were 3 other late mortal core disciples. At this moment, the expressions of the 3 disciples had darkened. These 5 disciples in front of them, none of them could defeat them. Although Zhou Xian's cultivation level wasn't high, the way he killed Huang Feng had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. In their minds, he was on par with the Little Devil King and the other 3 disciples. "Let's continue," the Northern and Southern dynasties said coldly. They waved their hands and threw out another 8 cards. This time, Zhou Xian's opponent was Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion. Zhou Xian and Ling Ao jumped onto the fighting stage at the same time and stood facing each other. Zhou Xian is going against Ling Ao. This is going to be interesting. Ling Ao's cultivation level has reached the peak of the mortal core realm, and he is just 1 step away from the heavenly core realm. His skills are extraordinary and he is not someone Huang Feng can compare with. I wonder if Zhou Xian can handle him. It's hard to say. Although Zhou Xian is only an early mortal core warrior, he is a mysterious and cruel man. He hasn't shown his true skills yet. The battle between him and Ling Ao will be a real battle, and it's hard to say who will win. Let's wait and see. This is going to be a good show. Zhou Xian has already offended the Northern and Southern dynasties, which is equal to offending the Burning Sky Pavilion. With the way he killed Huang Feng, he won't show any mercy to Ling Ao either. Only at the end of the competition would there be something interesting to watch. Only the battles between geniuses could make people's blood boil. On the other 3 fighting stages, Li Wu Shuang, the Little Devil King, and Yi Qingzi were fighting against the 3 geniuses at the late mortal core realm. This was definitely not a coincidence, it must have been arranged on purpose. The 3 geniuses knew their limits and they immediately surrendered and got off the stage. Chapter 91. On the fighting stage, Ling Ao wasn't a tall man. His face was sharp and he looked very handsome. He was emitting a strong killing intent from all over his body. The invisible killing intent had covered the entire fighting stage. "Kid, you do have some skills, but it's still not enough for me. I'll give you a chance to save your life. Admit defeat, then kneel down and apologize to senior disciple Nan Bei," Ling Ao said with a loud voice. He couldn't hide the arrogance in his voice. His attitude showed that he didn't take Zhou Xian seriously at all. Admit defeat, kneel down and apologize. This was bullying. If it was someone else, they might be scared by Ling Ao's imposing manner, but not Zhou Xian. "You talk too much," Zhou Xian sneered. "Zhou Xian, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. You can die in my hands with a smile on your face." Ling Ao let out a cold snort. The killing intent emitted from his body became even stronger. He took a step forward and stomped on the fighting stage, causing the entire fighting stage to shake. After that, Ling Ao's black robe started fluttering. Like an arrow leaving a bow, he dashed towards Zhou Xian. As soon as he moved, his fist had already struck out. A bright golden light that looked like sharp swords flew towards Zhou Xian. Feeling this powerful force, Zhou Xian's expression became serious. This Ling Ao was indeed the representative of the outer circle disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion. He wasn't someone an ordinary late mortal core warrior could compare with. Compared to Ling Ao just now, Huang Feng was on a completely different level. Zhou Xian suddenly stretched out his palm. He clenched his fist and unleashed 5 golden beams that collided with Ling Ao's attack. If it was the previous Zhou Xian, he might have to spend a lot of effort to defeat Ling Ao. But now that he had 6 more dragon marks, his combat strength had increased to another level. He was confident that he could defeat Ling Ao. Rumble. The fighting platform shook and the energy released by the two collided, causing the air to heat up. The shock waves of the battle turned into golden ripples, sweeping over a radius of more than 100 feet. Many of the spectators who were close to the battle felt their hearts tremble. This was a battle between real geniuses, not a game of children. Furthermore, this was only an elementary collision of elemental energy. It could be said to be a probing attack, and it completely did not represent the true level of both parties. After the collision of energy, Ling Ao's fist, which was filled with elemental energy waves, had also neared. Xianxia was neither hurried nor slow as he raised his palm to meet the attack. But the fist and the palm collided, emitting a dull sound. At the place where they collided, a large amount of sparks appeared. The ferocious force caused the void to tremble violently. This was a collision of origin energy, but it was also a collision of flesh and blood. Thud thud thud. A shocking scene appeared once again. Ling Ao, who had attacked in a domineering manner, rushed forward quickly and retreated quickly as well. Under the powerful impact, Ling Ao retreated 3 steps in a row before stabilizing his body. With every step he took, the fighting platform trembled. How is this possible? Ling Ao's expression changed slightly. He could feel the numbness in his arm and the shock in his heart had multiplied. He knew how strong he was, and it was hard for him to find a worthy opponent in the mortal core realm. But now he had been pushed back by an early mortal core warrior with just a single attack. This was unbelievable. Heavens, where did this Xianxia come from? Even Ling Ao was pushed back by him. I can't believe this. This is too terrifying, too powerful. Ling Ao is one of the most outstanding warriors of the younger generation, but Xianxia is able to push him back with a cultivation level that is 2 stages lower than him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Monster, this is too monstrous. This Xianxia will become the biggest dark horse in the history of the Qi province competition. His fame will be comparable to that of the northern and southern dynasties. Don't get too excited yet, it was just one collision. Ling Ao is the representative of the outer circle disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion, so he must have more powerful skills. It's still too early to tell who will win and who will lose. However, Xianxia being able to gain the upper hand in the first exchange has already proven his monstrous talent. After all, he is only at the early mortal core realm. If he was at the peak of the mortal core realm like Ling Ao, I'm afraid Ling Ao wouldn't even be able to withstand a single attack from him. Everyone's opinion of Xianxia had changed once again. Their impression of Xianxia had once again improved. The battle that everyone thought was going to be one-sided had now become a mystery. The disciples of the 4 big sects were even more shocked than the outsiders, because they knew how powerful Ling Ao was. Among the outer circle disciples, only the little devil king Han Yan and Li Wushuang could force Ling Ao to retreat. But this Xianxia had done it. Looks like I've underestimated him. A smile appeared on Han Yan's face. Xianxia, you have completely angered me. I will let you know what true terror is. Ling Ao was angry. His entire body started unleashing a powerful energy, and his entire body was covered by an energy whirlpool. Use whatever skills you have just in case you don't have any more chances later. Xianxia was calm and composed. His attitude was even higher than Ling Ao's. Xianxia, next I will use my strongest combat skill and kill you with one strike. Ling Ao's black hair was dancing in the wind. He looked like he was in the center of an energy whirlpool. The vast amount of energy made him look even taller. He slowly raised both of his palms. His palms were covered in a golden light, and it looked even more dazzling under the sunlight. Countless energy whirlpools were gathering in his palms. Ling Ao's combat strength had actually increased. Senior disciple Ling Ao is going to use the primordial chaos grappling technique. This is a low-ranked earth combat skill, and it is senior disciple Ling Ao's ultimate skill. That's right, an earth combat skill. Even ordinary heavenly core warriors don't have the chance to obtain it. I heard that once this primordial chaos grappling technique is used, his palms will turn into a cage and trap his opponent. After that, he will kill his opponent in the most brutal way possible. It's brutal and overbearing. Senior disciple Ling Ao is angry. Xianxia is finished this time. All the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion were in high spirits. On the stage not far away, the masters from the northern and southern dynasties were smiling as well. Obviously, they had some understanding of this primordial chaos grappling technique, and they were very confident in Ling Ao. Brother Jiang, be careful. This is an earth combat skill, don't underestimate it. Han Yan's divine sense entered Jiang Chen's ears. Don't worry. Jiang Chen replied. He didn't mind it at all. How could an earth combat skill, the primordial chaos grappling technique, compare to his 6 solar fingers? Jiang Chen, it's your good fortune to be able to die under my primordial chaos grappling technique. Ling Ao's energy shot up into the sky. He had channeled all his yuan energy into his palms, and an endless amount of energy waves spread out in all directions with Ling Ao as the center. It covered the entire fighting stage, and under the sunlight, it was glowing in 7 colors. Ha! Ling Ao shouted out loudly. The energy from his combat skill had locked onto Jiang Chen. He pushed both of his palms forward, and a golden wave roared out and formed into a gigantic golden palm in front of him. It produced a deafening buzzing sound as it flew towards Jiang Chen. Many people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Ling Ao's energy was too strong. At this moment, no one shifted their gaze. They all wanted to see how Jiang Chen was going to defend against Ling Ao's attack. Facing Ling Ao's primordial chaos grappling technique, Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell how powerful the primordial chaos grappling technique was. Once this kind of grappling technique was used, it would seal off all of the opponent's movements and turn it into a cage to trap the opponent. But too bad Ling Ao's cultivation level was limited. With his peak Mortal Dan cultivation level, he was still unable to use this combat skill skillfully. This allowed Jiang Chen to see through its flaws with just one look. When the golden palm was halfway through its attack, Jiang Chen moved as well. He put 2 of his fingers together and forcefully pointed them forward. 2 loud rumbling sounds were heard as 2 golden fingers were pointed out by Jiang Chen. Next to the 2 golden fingers, there was the shadow of a 3rd finger. After the golden fingers appeared, they quickly merged into one in mid-air. The golden fingers were like a heavenly pillar, indestructible and strong enough to destroy a mountain. It then smashed towards the primordial chaos grappling technique. Rumble. The sky and earth were spinning. The fighting stage, which was protected by powerful fighters, started to crack. At the center of the collision, a flame appeared out of nowhere. It was completely caused by the collision. Under the impact of the 6 solar fingers, the primordial chaos grappling technique was smashed into pieces. What? Ling Ao felt a strong impact and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was pushed back to the edge of the fighting stage before he could stabilize himself. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. Ling Ao lost, he really lost. What kind of combat skill did Jiang Chen use just now? So terrifying. Looking at its level, I'm afraid it's not any weaker than the primordial chaos grappling technique. For a rogue cultivator to have such a powerful combat skill, he must have had a great encounter. This is too shocking. This Jiang Chen's strength is boundless, it's beyond common sense. Now that Ling Ao is injured, I'm afraid he'll have to admit defeat. If not with Jiang Chen's skills, I'm afraid he'll kill him. Ling Ao had used the primordial chaos grappling technique, but still lost to Jiang Chen. This was something that no one had expected. While everyone was still in shock, Jiang Chen moved again. His body flashed and like a ghost he appeared in front of Ling Ao. In his hand there was a cold sharp sword. His lips curled into a hideous smile, and the sword in his hand pierced towards Ling Ao's heart. Ling Ao's expression changed drastically. With his current condition, there was no way he could defend against Jiang Chen's attack. He was being suppressed by Jiang Chen's qi and he didn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Stop! Nan Beichao shouted coldly. An imposing aura was unleashed from his body. At this moment, many people could see through Jiang Chen's intention. Puchi. Unfortunately, the shouts of the northern and southern dynasties were useless. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through Ling Ao's chest, and the sword came out from his back. This sword had pierced through Ling Ao's heart. He was dead for sure. The life and death arena was like this. You die or I die, there was no reason. As for the Burning Sky Pavilion, since he had already offended them, he didn't mind killing one of their geniuses. Chapter 92. The moment Jiang Chen's long sword pierced through Ling Ao's chest, the entire arena became silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open and they held their breath. They could not believe what they had just seen. Then an uproar broke out. Oh my god, what did I just see? He killed Ling Ao, he really killed Ling Ao. How audacious. The northern and southern dynasties have already warned him to stop, but he still killed Ling Ao. He did not even give Ling Ao a chance to admit defeat. This is insane. So cruel, so cruel. I have lived for so long and finally I have seen a real cruel person. I admire him. This is too exciting. The representative of the Burning Sky Pavilion's outer circle disciples, Ling Ao, was killed on the fighting stage. This is a huge loss for the Burning Sky Pavilion. But what Jiang Chen did was not wrong. Before, Ling Ao was filled with killing intent, and he did not plan to let Jiang Chen go easily. Since he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, why can't Jiang Chen kill him? This is a fighting stage of life and death, and once you go up there you will die. Plus, Jiang Chen has already offended the northern and southern dynasties. With the northern and southern dynasties as character, they will not let him go easily. Therefore, whether Jiang Chen kills Ling Ao or not, he cannot change his fate. He has the courage to kill Ling Ao, which is admirable. The entire square was in an uproar. This kind of scene was too exciting. The Burning Sky Pavilion's outer circle disciple was killed. This was too shocking. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Jiang Chen had changed. Other than admiration, there was also a trace of fear. This was definitely a very cruel person. Below the fighting stage, Han Yan, Li Wushuang and Yi Qingzi's expression changed. Although they had already put Jiang Chen in a very high position, especially Han Yan, he even thought that Jiang Chen could fight Ling Ao to a draw. But he had never thought that Jiang Chen would kill Ling Ao in such a decisive and cruel way. Where did this guy come from? Han Yan smiled bitterly. Having truly witnessed Jiang Chen's methods, he could not help but recall that day in the Silver Moon restaurant. Now it seemed that even if he did not lend a hand that day, Jiang Chen also had the ability to escape unscathed. Of course, if the little devil king knew what Jiang Chen had done to Silver Moon City after he left, he would probably vomit a mouthful of blood. On the other side, De Huang Dog was walking around arrogantly, whistling at the ashen-faced people who had placed their bets, making people want to hang him up and skin him alive. What are you so proud of? The competition isn't over yet. You only killed Ling Ao. That's right, Ling Ao is not even on the same level as the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang. Damn dog, what are you so proud of? When that kid loses, you'll have to spit out all of your human elixir. Everyone said viciously. Is that so? Since you guys are so confident, then let's bet again. This time the odds are 1 to 100. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at the crowd. Who else wants to bet? Hurry up and bet, the odds are 1 to 100. If you miss this opportunity you won't get another one. Yan Qinyu, who was standing on the side, giggled. This black-bellied dog was too shameless. Unfortunately, no matter how much De Huang Dog encouraged them, no one took the bait. None of them were idiots. After witnessing Jiang Chen's true methods, they did not dare to bet anymore. Even Ling Ao was killed. Whether or not the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang could defeat Jiang Chen, it was hard to say. They could not be fooled by this dog again. Not to mention 1 to 100, even if it was 1 to 1,000 they still would not do it. This dog was too treacherous. On the fighting stage, Ling Ao was already dead. Jiang Chen slowly pulled out his long sword, and Ling Ao's dead body fell on the fighting stage. A genius of a generation had fallen just like that. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties were pale, their faces were extremely ugly. An undisguised killing intent was directed towards Jiang Chen. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? How dare you disobey me? The voice of the northern and southern dynasties was so cold that it could make people sink into the abyss. Everyone could see that this genius was really angry this time. Just now, before Jiang Chen killed Ling Ao, the northern and southern dynasties did tell him to stop. Jiang Chen slowly shook off the blood on his long sword. He fearlessly met the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties. Why should I listen to you? Can you control the fighting stage in the competition? Ling Ao didn't admit defeat, so I can kill him. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Chen's question made the northern and southern dynasties speechless. That's right, although he was an important person in charge of this competition, he still couldn't interfere with the process of the competition. Ling Ao didn't admit defeat, therefore, Jiang Chen had a reason to kill him. Zhang Qian is right. The northern and southern dynasties, the Qi province competition is fair and open. You have no right to stop Zhang Qian from killing Ling Ao. Guan Yiyun said. Although he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties as the representative of the black sect, he still had the guts to say this. All right, let the competition continue. The northern and southern dynasties said indifferently. They didn't look at Zhang Qian again, but everyone could tell that the northern and southern dynasties were really angry. After the competition, they would definitely not let this matter go. Zhang Qian turned around and jumped down from the fighting stage. A disciple of the Burning Sky Pavilion ran up and carried Ling Ao's dead body down from the fighting stage. When the disciple came down from the fighting stage, he glared at Zhang Qian with hatred. The Burning Sky Pavilion had suffered a huge loss today. Ling Ao had extraordinary talent, and he would soon break through to the Heavenly Core realm and be promoted to the Inner Circle. In the future, although he wouldn't be able to compare to the northern and southern dynasties, he would still be the strongest in the Inner Circle. He was not someone ordinary geniuses could compare with. To put it bluntly, 10 late mortal core geniuses were not as precious as one Ling Ao to the Burning Sky Pavilion. At this point, the competition had entered the real climax. Ordinary people had been eliminated, and those who were left behind were the elites of the elites, the geniuses of the geniuses. Below the fighting stage there were only 4 people left: Jiang Qin, Han Yan, Li Wushuang and Yi Qingzi. This group made people excited, but at the same time, it also made people sigh. According to people's expectations, the one standing here right now should be Ling Ao and the other 3. But now Ling Ao was dead and his spot had been taken by a dark horse. For the 4 big sects, this was an irony. Let's continue drawing lots. The northern and southern dynasties waved their hands and threw out another 4 wooden plates. On top of the plates were written 1 and 2. The 4 of them casually grabbed 1 plate each. Zhang Qian flipped over the plate and on top of it there was a 1. 2 figures jumped onto the fighting stage at the same time. It was Zhang Qian who was wearing white clothes, and Yi Qingzi whose clothes didn't cover her body. Yi Qingzi was extremely charming, and her every frown and smile was hard to suppress. Zhang Qian and Yi Qingzi drew lots together, so naturally the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang, who had always been rivals, drew lots together and went on to the second fighting stage. This time there will be something interesting to watch. None of these 4 people are easy to deal with, especially the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang. These 2 people both have powerful trump cards. This is really exciting. Some people were very excited. Many of the people here had come for the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang. Now that the 2 of them were finally facing each other, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Who do you guys think will win? The Little Devil King and Li Wushuang each have their own merits. It's hard to say who will win. But that slut Yi Qingzi is probably not Zhang Qian's opponent. Yi Qingzi is at most at the same level as Ling Ao. If Zhang Qian could kill Ling Ao effortlessly, I'm afraid he can also easily kill Yi Qingzi. That's hard to say. The Valley of Happiness's charm technique is unparalleled in the world. Since ancient times, even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman. Yi Qingzi's charm technique and charm is not something an ordinary man can handle. The sound of discussions rose and fell. Now the real highlight of the Qi province competition was about to begin. The battle between 4 powerful geniuses made everyone hold their breath. On the first stage, Yi Qingzi and Zhang Qian were standing opposite each other. Yi Qingzi was graceful, her body was soft as if she didn't have any bones. Her pair of charming eyes were constantly sizing up Zhang Qian. After a while, Yi Qingzi helplessly sighed and said to Zhang Qian, "Brother Zhang is really good. Yi Qingzi admires you. I admit defeat." Yi Qingzi directly admitted defeat. She directly admitted defeat before the fight even started. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. What's going on? Why did Yi Qingzi directly admit defeat? She didn't even move her hand. What kind of magic does this Zhang Qian have? Even the genius from the Valley of Happiness directly admitted defeat. The square suddenly became restless. Many people couldn't understand. No matter how weak Yi Qingzi was, she shouldn't have admitted defeat without even fighting. Zhang Qian cupped his fist at Yi Qingzi and smiled. The others didn't know why Yi Qingzi admitted defeat, but he did. Yi Qingzi definitely didn't admit defeat without even fighting. The moment she stepped onto the stage, she had secretly used her charm technique on Zhang Qian, trying to confuse Zhang Qian. However, she didn't expect that her charm technique had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. Jiang Chen's temperament was much stronger than what she had imagined. This was the real reason why Yi Qingzi admitted defeat. Her real combat strength was almost the same as Ling Ao's. Her only chance to win was to rely on her charm technique. If her charm technique was useless, then there was no need to fight anymore. Besides, Yi Qingzi had personally witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. He didn't look like someone who would show mercy to the fairer sex. If he killed her during the fight, then wouldn't that be a great injustice? Brother Jiang is really a god. If you have time in the future, you can come to the Valley of Happiness to look for me. If you have any requests, I will satisfy them. Yi Qingzi giggled and jumped down from the fighting platform. The words she left behind were simply a blatant seduction. Moreover, she admitted defeat in such a calm and relaxed manner. Perhaps only people from the Valley of Happiness could do that. Jiang Chen didn't even look at Yi Qingzi. He would never look at a vulgar woman like her. Compared to Yan Chenyu, those women from the Valley of Happiness were like chickens. Damn, this Jiang Chen can't really get the first place, can he? I bet another 200 elixir. I've really been tricked by that dog. I think there's an 80% chance that Jiang Chen will get the first place. The battle between the Little Devil King and Jiang Chen will definitely end in a lose-lose situation. At that time, no matter who wins, their combat strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, they will definitely not be Jiang Chen's opponent. Damn, I've been tricked by that dog. I hope there's a turning point or else I'll lose big time. Chapter 93. The Huang dog had become the biggest winner. Looking at the situation, if nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Chen would definitely get first place. No matter who won the battle between the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang, it would be very difficult for them to deal with Jiang Chen. The Huang dog was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He raised his head and kept walking in front of the crowd. Looking at the bitter expressions of others, he was in an extremely good mood. This feeling of building one's happiness on someone else's pain was really good. Next, everyone's eyes were on the second stage. The Little Devil King and Li Wushuang were still looking at each other. Both of them were preparing their auras. These two could be said to be old rivals. They had fought against each other many times, but they were always evenly matched. The Little Devil King versus Li Wushuang, that was the battle that everyone was looking forward to. Jiang Chen stood in front of the disciples of the four big sections. He ignored the gazes of Tianjin Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion, and put his attention on the stage. Both of them were rare geniuses. Their talents were even higher than Guan Yiyun and Liang Shao. Their future achievements were limitless. However, before the two of them showed their true abilities, Jiang Chen couldn't really judge who had the bigger potential. Han Yan, you and I have fought 4 times and we have never had a clear winner. Today we will take advantage of the Qi province tournament and decide who is the real number 1. Li Wushuang was as strong as an iron tower. His voice was also extremely loud. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. It seemed like he was determined to get the rewards of this tournament. You talk too much. Li Wushuang, you are not my opponent. Just admit defeat. Han Yan sneered. Han Yan, everyone says that you are the descendant of Gu Tianma, and that Gu Tianma's power is sealed in your body. Unfortunately, you can only reveal a trace of your demonic nature, and your power has never been awakened. In my opinion, the rumors are wrong. However, I will kill you today. Whether you are the descendant of Gu Tianma or not is not important anymore. Li Wushuang coldly snorted. 2 cold lights shot out from his eyes. Gu Tianma? I never thought that there would be such a legacy in this world. I just don't know if it's real or not. Jiang Chen murmured. He had a certain understanding of Gu Tianma. He was the king of the ancient devils, the emperor of the devils. His bloodline was precious, and his physique was much more tyrannical than the average godly physique. Such a body of Gu Tianma was extremely rare. In other words, the powerful physiques of the ancient times had already disappeared in the long river of history. Jiang Chen had met a descendant of Gu Tianma in his previous life. Moreover, it was not a very pure one, but its means were extremely terrifying. Ordinary saints were no match for it. Trying to kill me? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Han Yan's blue robes fluttered in the wind. There was a faint smile on his face. His entire person was very calm. It was as if he was not facing a battle of life and death, but a very ordinary battle. Cut the crap. Let's see who's the real deal. Li Wushuang moved. His entire aura was like that of a tiger. His huge body brought along a powerful wave as he fiercely pounced towards Han Yan. Around Li Wushuang's body there was an energy whirlpool. When the whirlpools collided, they let out firecracker-like sounds. This was a kind of brute force attack. Li Wushuang cultivated a battle technique that was close to the barbarian technique. His body was extremely tyrannical. His entire body charged forward like a yak. The boundless yuan power in his body turned into a wave-like golden energy. It directly formed a golden shield in front of him. On the shield there were runes lingering around it, making it look very mystical. Li Wushuang charged forward like this. It seemed like there was nothing fancy about it, but in reality, it contained the profoundness of battle techniques. That powerful attack power made it very difficult for people to face it head-on. On the opposite side, Han Yan's face also became serious. His aura slowly increased, and the yuan power that overflowed from his body carried strands of black strands. That was a strand of demonic essence. Such a strong demonic essence. Han Yan is indeed related to Gu Tianma. However, the demonic essence in his yuan power is violently throbbing. It seems very restless. This is the sign that Gu Tianma in his body is awakening. The awakening of the heavenly devil physique is not a joke. If it happens in battle, it will be fatal. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. His eyes were very sharp, and he saw through Han Yan's foundation with a single glance. What made Jiang Chen worried was that Han Yan's current condition was not good. The power of Gu Tianma in his body might be awakening soon. Once it was awakened in battle, it would not be a joke. Bo bo. On the battle stage, Han Yan's yuan power and demonic power fused together, forming a sharp qi-all. It crashed towards Li Wushuang's golden shield. Two powerful forces collided, causing shockwaves to spread in all directions. The destructive energy even destroyed the air around them. Li Wushuang and Han Yan both took 3 steps back at the same time. Both of them had fought 4 times and no one was able to determine the winner. Even in the Qi province competition, it looked like it would not be easy to determine the winner. Han Yan, we know each other very well. Normal attacks are useless and it will be hard to determine the winner. In my opinion, we should use our strongest attack to determine the winner. I forgot to tell you, my tyrannical script has reached the 3rd level, and its power is not something the 2nd level can compare with. Let's see how you deal with it. Li Wushuang's body was covered with a domineering aura. This was because he was cultivating the tyrannical script. The tyrannical script was a high-rank earth skill. It was a skill that was fused together with a combat skill. Li Wushuang obtained it from the remains of a combat soul warrior. All of his achievements today were due to this tyrannical script. A high-rank earth skill and combat skill, even in the entire Qi province, it was extremely rare. The tyrannical script had a total of 9 levels. Li Wushuang was only at the peak of the mortal core realm, but he was able to cultivate the tyrannical script to the 3rd level. Come. Han Yan's messy black hair fluttered without any wind. There was no fear on his handsome face. When Li Wushuang was controlling his aura, the energy waves coming from his body were getting stronger and stronger. The final battle is going to begin so soon. Both of their auras are so strong no ordinary man can compare with them. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say, both of them have their own strengths. But I think Li Wushuang has a higher chance of winning. After all, he has obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior. I don't think Han Yan is his match. Everyone focused their attention. The 2 old rivals on the fighting stage were about to begin their final battle. They both knew that a normal battle would just be a waste of time, and it would be very difficult to determine the winner. Li Wushuang's aura had reached its peak. His entire body was covered with a domineering aura, as if he was a tyrant king. Sky Tyrant Fist. Li Wushuang suddenly shouted out loudly. He immediately unleashed the 3rd form of the tyrannical script. When he punched out, a deafening boom could be heard from dozens of miles away. Many people could feel their hearts palpitating from this punch. The tyrannical script was too powerful. Li Wushuang's golden fist had sealed off the entire fighting stage. On the opposite side, Han Yan had a serious expression on his face. He pushed both of his palms upwards, and 2 bright lights carrying a demonic aura shot out from his palms. In the blink of an eye, a huge energy ball was formed. On the surface of the energy ball, there were mysterious patterns flashing. Han Yen pushed the energy ball with all his strength, and it collided with Li Wushuang's fist. Bang! This time the terrifying energy waves covered the entire fighting stage. The people standing on the outside couldn't see what was happening on the inside. There were terrifying energies everywhere and they were all colorful. Some of the people who were closer to the fighting stage lost their hearing due to the vibrations. Some of the weaker ones almost fainted. Tap tap tap. On the fighting stage, Han Yen took 3 big steps back and was pushed all the way to the edge of the fighting stage. Half of his feet were outside of the fighting stage and his body was swaying. His face was pale and blood could be seen dripping down from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury from the previous collision. Han Yen, you finally lost to me. I told you the 3rd level of the tyrannical script is not something you can handle. I, Li Wushuang, am the real number 1. On the opposite side, Li Wushuang was laughing out loud. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Defeating Han Yen with his own hands was his biggest dream, and he had finally accomplished it today. He was extremely happy. Good. Senior Disciple Li's tyrannical script is really frightening. I told you that Han Yen is no match for you. Of course. Senior Disciple Li has obtained a combat soul inheritance. He is not someone a little Han Yen can handle. After killing Han Yen, Senior Disciple Li will kill that Xianxia. Han Yen is finished, he is wounded. If he doesn't admit defeat now, he will only be killed by Senior Disciple Li. All the disciples of the Tianjin Gate were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Some of them were even jumping up and down. Looking at how happy they were, it was as if the one who had defeated Han Yen wasn't Li Wushuang but them. On the other hand, Xianxia, who was standing at the front, furrowed his brows. He stared at Han Yen without blinking his eyes. He had seen clearly that Han Yen hadn't used his full strength in the collision just now. In other words, it was because of his current condition that he couldn't use his full strength. Just as everyone was surprised that Han Yen was going to be defeated, a sudden change occurred on the fighting stage. Han Yen, who was originally in low spirits, suddenly let out a roar towards the sky. That roar was ancient, hoarse, evil, tyrannical, and mixed with all sorts of emotions. Many people noticed that black fog was rising from Han Yen's body. What's going on? Han Yen is going crazy. What a powerful demonic aura. I can feel that he is going to unleash an extremely powerful evil energy. This is Gu Tianma's energy. Han Yen is indeed Gu Tianma's descendant. The energy in his body is going to awaken. Countless people cried out in shock. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? As for Xianxia, he was looking at the center of Han Yen's eyebrows. In the center of Han Yen's eyebrows, there was a black symbol that kept flashing. When he saw this symbol, Xianxia's expression changed dramatically. That is the symbol of the heavenly demon, the symbol that only belongs to Gu Tianma. Han Yen is the complete inheritor of Gu Tianma. He is the true descendant of Gu Tianma. His cultivation base is at the peak of the mortal core realm, and Gu Tianma's energy was about to awaken. But because of Li Wushuang's provocation, he is going to awaken Gu Tianma's energy at this moment. This idiot with his mortal core cultivation base, there is no way he can control Gu Tianma's source energy. Even if he can kill Li Wushuang, he will be devoured by Gu Tianma's energy and die together with Li Wushuang. I have to stop him. Chapter 94. This was an extremely dangerous moment. If Han Yen had only inherited a little bit of Gu Tianma's power, Xianxia wouldn't be so excited. If that was the case, Han Yen could directly break through to the heavenly core realm by awakening the power and then kill Li Wushuang. But Han Yen had Gu Tianma's source mark in his body, which meant that Han Yen had inherited the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma. With his current condition, there was no way he could control the power brought by the awakened Gu Tianma. If that was the case, even if Han Yen could use this sudden power to kill Li Wushuang, he would still suffer from the demonic energy's backlash, and even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Roar! Han Yen raised his head and let out a long roar. Waves after waves of powerful demonic energy burst out from his body. His energy was rising like waves and his body was growing taller bit by bit. Popping sounds could be heard from his body and even his bones were changing. At the same time, Gu Tianma's aura filled the air, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Every roar he let out could make people fall into an abyss. Heavens, how can Gu Tianma's power be so strong? This power has already reached the heavenly core realm. Li Wushuang is in danger. The title of Little Devil King is not just for show. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone was stunned by Han Yan. This was too terrifying. It was as if an ancient devil had suddenly descended upon them. On the fighting stage, the arrogant Li Wushuang suddenly had an ugly expression on his face. He had never thought that Han Yan would have such a change at this critical moment. Han Yan had completely gone crazy and he had shocked everyone. Not good, junior disciple Han's condition isn't right. On the high platform, Guan Yiyun's expression had also changed. The sudden appearance of Han Yan's powerful energy didn't make him happy, instead he was worried. Although he couldn't see it as clearly as Jiang Chen, he could still feel the crisis Han Yan was in right now. Winning or losing wasn't important, but if he lost his future or even his life because of this, then it wouldn't be worth it. Roar Han Yan's demonic energy was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't suppress it any longer. Stop! Guan Yiyun and Liang Xiao shouted out at the same time. This was the first time since the start of the Qi province competition that someone had interfered with a fight. Guan Yiyun was worried about Han Yan, and Liang Xiao was worried about Li Wushuang. Everyone was well aware of the situation in front of them. Han Yan's strength had skyrocketed to the heavenly core realm, and he could easily kill Li Wushuang. But after killing Li Wushuang, he wouldn't have a good time either. It's too late. We have to stop it now. Jiang Chen's body flickered as he leapt onto the fighting ring at lightning speed. He stretched out a finger that flickered with a golden light and tapped on Han Yan's forehead. However, his mind had not been completely corrupted by the demonic nature. He knew that the person in front of him was Jiang Chen. Go away. Han Yan's voice was hoarse and he spat out black demonic smoke from his mouth. Brother Han, listen to me. Gu Tianma's demonic nature is too strong, you have to control it bit by bit. With your current condition, if you forcefully awaken Gu Tianma's bloodline and strength, the consequences will be severe. I'll teach you the Buddha's Heart Sutra now. Use it to temporarily suppress the demonic nature in your body. Winning or losing doesn't matter, you have Gu Tianma's inheritance, so you don't need that little bit of reward. This Li Wushuang, I'll help you deal with him. Jiang Chen circulated his divine sense with the Great Soul Derivation skill and transmitted it into Han Yan's divine sense. It directly penetrated into his soul, causing Han Yan's body to shake violently, and he regained consciousness for a short period of time. At the same time, a mysterious Heart Sutra flowed into Han Yan's divine sense like a clear stream. Good Heart Sutra. This is a Buddhist Heart Sutra. It's the nemesis of all demonic nature. If I have this Heart Sutra, I'll be able to control the demonic nature in my body better. Han Yan was shocked in his heart, and the demonic smoke on his body began to retract bit by bit. The Buddha's Heart Sutra was a Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was obtained by Jiang Chen from a Buddha in the Western continent. In his previous life he spent all his life killing, so he didn't cultivate this Buddha's Heart Sutra. In this life he cultivated the dragon transformation skill and walked on a unique path, so he didn't need this Buddha's Heart Sutra. But Han Yan, who was in front of him, really needed it. After Han Yan obtained the Buddha's Heart Sutra, he hurriedly circulated it according to the sutra. The demonic nature in his body was actually suppressed for a short period of time, and the sky demon mark between his eyebrows also temporarily disappeared. Huff huff, Han Yan was panting heavily and his forehead was covered with sweat. He looked at Jiang Chen gratefully and said, Brother Jiang, you've saved my life today and you've even given me such a profound Buddhist Heart Sutra. Han Yan has no way to repay you. Han Yan was naturally very grateful. He understood his own situation very well and he was very clear that the situation just now was dangerous. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have been completely finished. I like you. Jiang Chen patted Han Yan's shoulder. Han Yan smiled, looked at Li Wushuang, who was still in a state of shock, and said in a clear voice, I admit defeat. After that, Han Yan looked at Jiang Chen. It's up to you now. Be careful, this guy is not easy to deal with. Han Yan admitted defeat. There were too many surprises in this competition and it was too exciting. None of the battles developed according to the people's expectations, but it was also because of this that made this competition even more interesting. Jiang Chen, you dare to disturb the order of the battle stage, you're courting death. Liang Xiao shouted coldly, waved his hand and shot a bright light towards Jiang Chen. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen with his first attack. He was ruthless. Bang. Of course, Guan Yiyun wouldn't just sit back and watch. He blocked Liang Zhao's attack with his palm and angrily said, "Liang Zhao, what are you doing? Jiang Chen is a participant of the competition, and the winner hasn't been decided yet. As the host, you're too shameless." Guan Yiyun began to defend Jiang Chen. He was very clear that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely intervention, Han Yan would have been in real danger today. The battle between Li Wushuang and Han Yan is not over yet. Jiang Chen went up on stage without permission. That's against the rules. Liang Zhao was not going to let it go. Ah, what a joke. If it wasn't for me, Li Wushuang would have died in Han Yan's hands. Shouldn't you guys be thanking me? Jiang Chen laughed out loud. He glanced at Li Wushuang from the corner of his eyes, and found that Li Wushuang's face was not looking good. Because in a way Jiang Chen had saved his life. Alright, Han Yan has admitted defeat. Now Jiang Chen and Li Wushuang will fight for first place. The northern and southern dynasties spoke. For the first time they didn't make things difficult for Jiang Chen. For him this was very unusual and also puzzling. Others might not understand, but Jiang Chen could. These northern and southern dynasties probably just wanted to see how many tricks he had, and whether he could really contend against Li Wushuang's tyrannical script. Humph. Liang Zhao coldly snorted and no longer said anything. Even the northern and southern dynasties allowed the competition to continue. What else could he say? On the square, everyone's heart was in turmoil. Today's competition could be said to be full of twists and turns. The appearance of this dark horse Jiang Chen had changed the entire competition, and it was not going according to common sense at all. Damn, Jiang Chen actually made it to the last step. So unlucky to be cheated by that dog of 300 people's elixir. This is a good thing. The little demon king has admitted defeat, and Li Wushuang still has his full strength. In this case, Jiang Chen may not be Li Wushuang's opponent. As long as Jiang Chen loses, our bet on elixir can be doubled. That's right, Li Wushuang is still in his peak condition. Jiang Chen may not be able to defeat him. Keep an eye on that De Huang dog, don't let him run away. The fact that both of them didn't suffer any serious injuries gave the people who placed their bets a glimmer of hope. Now all of them hated De Huang dog to the point of gnashing their teeth. They wished they could start a fire and roast this dog. Puppy dog, do you think big bro Jiang Chen can win? Yan Chen Yu worriedly asked. Don't worry, this kid won't fight a battle he has no confidence in winning. If it was before, he might not be able to defeat Li Wushuang, but just now he opened up his mind on the stairway to heaven, and his strength has improved greatly. Defeating Li Wushuang is not a problem. De Huang dog said. He was very confident in Jiang Chen. On the other side, the disciples of the Black Sect had surrounded Han Yan. Senior disciple Han, are you all right? Someone asked worriedly. I'm fine, it's all thanks to Jiang Chen. Han Yan said. I wonder if Jiang Chen can defeat Li Wushuang? I don't think there will be a problem. Jiang Chen is definitely the biggest dark horse in this Qi province competition. He is even darker than the northern and southern dynasties. All the disciples of the Black Sect had a good impression of Jiang Chen, and together with the fact that he and the Tianjin Gate were enemies, they naturally hoped that Jiang Chen could defeat Li Wushuang and take first place. Besides, many disciples of the Black Sect had the idea of recruiting Jiang Chen into the Black Sect. With Jiang Chen's outstanding performance in the Qi province competition, he was definitely worth recruiting. On the fighting stage, Jiang Chen calmly stared at Li Wushuang, who was standing in front of him. His white robe was fluttering in the wind, and an invincible aura was being emitted from his body. This aura made him look extremely tall, and he was emitting an aura that no one dared to look directly at. Jiang Chen, you can kill Ling Ao, but you are definitely not my match. Li Wushuang said. Is that so? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He didn't take Li Wushuang seriously. Jiang Chen, what are you being so arrogant for? You are just a rogue cultivator. You came here to participate in the Qi province competition, and you even offended the 4 big sections. You really don't know what's good for you. Fighting me is no different than courting death. Li Wushuang let out a cold snort. Jiang Chen was looking at him with an indifferent expression that had a hint of disdain in his eyes, and it had deeply stimulated his strong self-esteem. All this time he had grown up in the eyes of admiration and reverence. In the Tianjin Gate he was a shining star and no one had ever dared to look down on him. But now he was being looked down upon by a rogue cultivator, and it was the kind of attitude that came from the bottom of his heart. Besides, Jiang Chen was only at the early mortal core realm, How could Li Wushuang accept this? I just saved your life and you're talking to your benefactor like this? Looks like the people from the Tianjin gate really bite the hand that feeds them. They are worse than animals. Jiang Qin pretended to sigh and shook his head. Courting death. I will let you know the consequences of offending the Tianjin gate. Chapter 95. The fighting stage let out a thunderous sound. Li Wushuang's aura was extremely powerful. The golden shield that was completely formed from energy was extremely powerful, and it pressed down on Jiang Qin like a huge mountain. The tyrannical script that Li Wushuang was cultivating was a powerful body-strengthening skill. Comparing the strength and toughness of his body, it was very difficult to find an opponent at the same level as him. The tyrannical script was left behind by a combat soul warrior, and it had reached the high rank of Earth Realm. This was Li Wushuang's biggest advantage. Too bad the advantage of the tyrannical script was nothing in front of the dragon transformation skill. Compared to a supreme skill like the dragon transformation skill, the tyrannical script was just too weak. Therefore, when Li Wushuang attacked Jiang Qin with his body strength, he had already lost. Jiang Qin was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had absorbed the bloodline of the blood-winged hawk and the dragon horse bloodline of the Dahuang dog. His body was extremely strong and even some ancient beasts couldn't compare with it, let alone Li Wushuang. Facing Li Wushuang's attack, Jiang Qin didn't show any signs of panic on his face. When the golden shield was about to reach him, Jiang Qin punched out with lightning speed. Facing a powerful warrior like Li Wushuang, Jiang Qin didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, this punch could be considered as using all of his strength. When he punched out, his entire arm was strengthened by the energy, and there were golden dragon marks floating around his arm. It looked like a simple punch, but it made people feel as if it was as heavy as a mountain. Idiot, using fists to compete with my body strength. Seeing Jiang Qin's action, Li Wushuang's face revealed a mocking expression. Bang! Finally, Jiang Qin's fist collided with Li Wushuang's golden shield. The scene where many people thought Jiang Qin would be sent flying didn't happen. Instead, Jiang Qin let them see the most shocking scene. Crack! The shield that was completely formed by condensed energy shattered into pieces, as if it was just a piece of rotten wood. Jiang Qin had the strength of 25 dragon marks, that was 250,000 jin. When he punched out, it was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. But Li Wushuang still chose to use his body to collide. He was simply looking for trouble. Thud thud thud. Li Wushuang was hit by a huge impact, and he had to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His whole body had already retreated to the edge of the fighting stage. The sneer on his face had already disappeared, replaced by a deep shock. Whoosh! This scene instantly caused an uproar. This kind of scene was really too exciting. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, many people wouldn't be willing to believe it. My God, he actually forced Li Wushuang back with just one punch, just like how he forced Ling Ao back. What kind of monster is this Jiang Qin? This really blinded my dog eyes. Li Wushuang is cultivating the tyrannical script. That is a high-ranked earth skill and combat skill. He obtained the inheritance of a combat soul warrior, and his body is incredibly strong. But now he actually lost to Jiang Qin in a physical fight. This is really unbelievable. Damn it, don't tell me Li Wushuang is really going to lose? Your daddy, am using the 300-man elixir. I've been tricked by that dog. Monster, this guy is not a human. I guess his talent is even higher than the northern and southern dynasties. He is only an early mortal core warrior and he can actually defeat Li Wushuang? Isn't this just bullshit? No one wasn't shocked. Everyone couldn't control their emotions. Although the winner between the two hadn't been decided yet, and Li Wushuang had only lost by a small margin, but that was Li Wushuang we were talking about. Those who had bet on Dahuang Dog had all placed their bets on Li Wushuang. Li Wushuang being forced back had directly pierced through their fragile hearts, and they wanted to cry but had no tears. Everyone from the Black Sect was in high spirits. Jiang Qin's strength was also beyond their imagination. Han Yen was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed, carefully studying the Mahabodhisattva Heart Sutra. He didn't see what was happening on the fighting stage, or else he would be even more shocked, because he knew better than anyone else how terrifying Li Wushuang's body was. This little man is quite charming. On the high platform, the flirtatious Bai Huadai had a very interested expression on her face towards Jiang Chen. Bai Huadai, you can have your eyes on any kind of trash. Liang Xiao glanced at Bai Huadai Lung Lung. The trash that I have my eyes on is at least stronger than you. Bai Huadai retorted, I'm sure that Li Wushuang will lose. You slut, what do you know? Junior disciple Li hasn't used all of his skills yet. Liang Xiao let out a cold snort. The battle between Li Wushuang and Jiang Chen was related to the honor of Tianjin Gate. Did you see what skill Jiang Chen used? Bai Huadai smiled charmingly. Liang Xiao, you better remind Li Wushuang to admit defeat now, or else he will follow in Ling Ao's footsteps. Jiang Chen is not a merciful person. Guan Yiyun laughed. Jiang Chen's performance had already exceeded their expectations. Today's Qi province competition did not go according to their expectations, and it was all because of the appearance of a dark horse, Jiang Chen. Rumble. At this moment, another earth-shattering roar came from the fighting platform. Li Wushuang, who was in a rage, had started to attack again. A huge golden fist was fiercely rushing towards Jiang Chen. After being defeated in the competition of physical strength, Li Wushuang used his firmament fist, wanting to use his powerful combat skill to defeat Jiang Chen and regain his face. Facing this huge fist, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry either. He pointed his finger like a sword and suddenly pointed it out. The strength of the 6 solar fingers was definitely able to suppress the firmament fist. With a loud bang, 2 huge golden fingers were pointed out by Jiang Chen, and the shadow of the 3rd huge finger was becoming more and more obvious. The dazzling light of the battle was constantly magnified on the fighting platform. The 6 solar fingers against the firmament fist. This was a battle between 2 of the fiercest combat skills. Many people were holding their breath as they watched. Rumble. Finally, under the anticipation of many people, the 2 fiercest combat skills collided with each other. The powerful shockwave covered a radius of 1 mile. If it wasn't for the restrictions set up by the experts under this attack, the fighting platform would have already been destroyed. In this collision, Jiang Chen took 1 step back while Li Wushuang took 2 steps back. On the surface, it seemed like they were evenly matched, but in reality, Jiang Chen's skill was still superior. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. After all, this Li Wushuang was not someone Ling Ao could compare with. If it wasn't for him forming the 6 dragon marks and fighting Li Wushuang head-on, it wouldn't be easy for him to gain the upper hand. Fuck, is this guy a monster? His body is even stronger than mine and he's only at the peak of the early mortal core realm, but his combat strength is already able to suppress me. Li Wushuang cursed in his mind. He was determined to win this competition. In his mind, the final match would be between him and the Little Devil King. But he never thought that he would have to fight for the first place with a rogue cultivator. No, if I lose to Jiang Chen and the first place of the Qi province competition will fall into the hands of a rogue cultivator, then I, Li Wushuang, won't be able to stay in the Qi province anymore. But if the fight continues, it will be hard for me to defeat him with my skills. Looks like I have no choice but to use my treasure. Li Wushuang's face was gloomy. He couldn't afford to lose the fight with Jiang Chen. Not only was this related to the face of the Tianjin Gate, it was also related to his own face. As the representative of the Qi province, if he lost to a rogue cultivator and one who was weaker than him, that would be too shameful. Jiang Chen, you're courting death, don't blame me for this. Li Wushuang said in a cold tone. If you have any skills, just show me. Jiang Chen didn't respond to Li Wushuang's harsh words. Humph. Li Wushuang let out a cold snort. Suddenly, a golden talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman was covered with complicated patterns. Li Wushuang forcefully squeezed it, and the talisman immediately exploded, turning into countless golden sparks that merged into his body. At the same time, Li Wushuang's energy started increasing exponentially. Look, I don't know what kind of talisman Li Wushuang has taken out, but his combat strength has actually increased. Jiang Chen is finished. What a powerful energy. Li Wushuang's energy has reached the heavenly core realm. He really got the inheritance of a combat soul warrior and he has some hidden skills. Let's see how Jiang Chen is going to deal with this. The battle was full of twists and turns, and the changes that were happening constantly impacted the hearts of the spectators. It made them even more nervous than the 2 men on the fighting stage. Source of combat strength talisman. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted. Others might not know what that talisman was, but he could recognize it with just one look. The so-called Source of Combat Strength talisman was a talisman that a man would use his life force to seal his combat strength within it before he died. If someone could get their hands on this talisman, they would be able to use the power contained within it, and it was extremely terrifying. The Source of Combat Strength talisman in Li Wuxuang's hand was obviously left behind by a combat soul warrior. But too bad, Li Wuxuang's cultivation level was limited, and he couldn't fully unleash the combat strength contained within the talisman. He could only unleash 10% of its power, and the remaining 90% was wasted. Even so, it was still extremely terrifying. Li Wuxuang was able to use the Source of Combat Strength talisman to increase his attack by at least 2 levels, and there was no way Zhang Qian could deal with him. In the Saint Origin realm, a Source of Combat Strength talisman like this was extremely rare, and it could be said to be extremely precious. No one would joke around with their life force. At the same time, although the Source of Combat Strength talisman was extremely powerful, it still had its shortcomings. The talisman could only be used once, which meant that Li Wuxuang could only use the talisman to unleash a single attack. After that, all the energy in his body would be drained, and he would become an arrow at the end of its flight. But in the eyes of many people, an attack like this only needed one attack. Such powerful strength. Heavens, Li Wuxuang's energy has reached the mid-heavenly core realm. Zhang Qian is finished, there's no way he can deal with this. Someone shouted out in shock. Will big bro Zhang Qian be alright? Yan Qinyu's face was filled with worry. Even De Huang Dog had a serious expression in his eyes. Zhang Qian was indeed an abnormal monster, but his cultivation level was too low. No one had expected Zhang Qian to use such a terrifying attack in the end. Guanyin, I wonder who will die in the end. How do you think Zhang Qian is going to defend against junior disciple Li's next attack? On the grandstand, Liang Xiao was laughing out loudly. He looked at Guan Yiyun, who had a worried expression. Humph. Guan Yiyun let out a cold snort, then he used his divine sense to send a message to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, just admit defeat, there's no need to lose your life. Right at this moment, Li Wuxuang's energy had reached the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm. Under this condition, even if he only had one chance to attack, would Zhang Qian be able to defend against it? Chapter 96. Everyone became nervous. Some were happy, some were worried. But there was one thing that everyone firmly believed, and that was that Zhang Qian, who was only at the early mortal core realm, had no way of fighting against Li Wuxuang, whose combat strength had suddenly increased to the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm. Everyone felt that it was best for Zhang Qian to admit defeat at this moment. Even Guan Yiyun reminded him. Was he really going to admit defeat? That was impossible. If it was anyone else who was facing this kind of situation, the only thing they could do was admit defeat, or else they would die. But unfortunately, Li Wuxuang's opponent was Zhang Qian, an old monster who had the experience and wisdom of a saint. Zhang Qian had gone through countless battles. Even if they were extremely dangerous, he still couldn't count them all. No matter if it was his temperament or experience, Zhang Qian was miles ahead of Li Wuxuang. Li Wuxuang's energy had finally reached its peak, and the attack that he had been preparing was finally going to be unleashed. He was extremely arrogant, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Zhang Qian, I can't believe you didn't admit defeat. Good, this is great. You are courting death, don't blame me for this. Li Wuxuang started laughing out loud. But right at the moment when he was about to unleash his attack, Zhang Qian did something that almost made countless people vomit blood. Behind the indifferent face of Zhang Qian, a pair of blood-red wings suddenly appeared. With a flap of the wings, Zhang Qian flew up high into the sky. Zhang Qian, who was hovering in mid-air, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He looked down at Li Wuxuang with great interest. What? He can actually fly? How is this possible? Damn it, what's going on? How can a mortal core warrior fly? This is the end. No matter how strong Li Wuxuang's combat strength is, there's no way he can defeat his opponent. Some people were about to vomit blood. They had never thought that there would be such a turning point at the last moment. Kaka, this little brat is really smart. He waited until Zhang Qian's aura was completely condensed and he was ready to attack, then he directly flew away. At this time, Li Wuxuang was like an arrow that left the bow. He had no choice but to attack. If he didn't, he would suffer the backlash from the talisman's energy and he would definitely die. If he did, he wouldn't be able to attack Zhou Xian at all. At that time he would be like an arrow at the end of its flight and would be at the mercy of Zhou Xian. The Huang dog cackled. This move of Zhou Qian's could be said to have eliminated his opponent without a drop of blood. It was truly brilliant and vicious. Zhou Xian had understood this from the very beginning. Although Li Wushuang could temporarily unleash an attack at the peak of the mid-heavenly core realm, it didn't mean that he was a heavenly core warrior himself. He also didn't have the ability to control natural energies and fly in the air. If he waited until Li Wushuang attacked with Zhou Qian's current strength, it would take him some time to break the lock of a mid-heavenly core warrior's attack. Besides, the attack of a mid-heavenly core warrior was too fast and it wasn't easy to deal with. Therefore Zhou Qian waited until the moment Li Wushuang provoked him to attack. Then he immediately flew up into the sky. No matter how strong Li Wushuang was, there was still a limit to his attack range. Zhou Qian's height had far exceeded Li Wushuang's attack range. Ha! Guan Yun started laughing out loudly. Zhou Qian had once again given everyone a pleasant surprise. This situation had put Li Wushuang in a very awkward position. He didn't know whether he should attack, but he also couldn't not attack. This was worse than swallowing a fly. This guy can actually merge with the wings of a demon beast? Liang Zhao's originally happy face had now turned into a shocked expression. No one had ever thought that an early mortal core warrior could actually fly in the sky. The one who was the most depressed right now was of course Li Wushuang. He was extremely domineering and he wanted to kill Zhou Qian. But now the arrow was already on the bowstring and the bowstring was fully drawn, but now he realized that the enemy was gone. This kind of feeling really made him want to vomit blood. Li Wushuang raised his head and looked at Zhou Qian, who was looking at him with a mocking expression. He couldn't help but curse out loud. Zhou Qian, if you are a fucking man, then come down here and fight me face to face. Li Wushuang's face had turned red, and his majestic body was trembling. His body was surrounded by a terrifying energy whirlpool and he couldn't hold on any longer. If he didn't release that energy he would be destroyed. Yo Li Wushuang, you even used the source of combat strength talisman of the combat soul realm. You really are a real man. Since you are a real man, why don't you release it and let everyone see how strong your attack is? I'm really looking forward to it. Zhou Qian said sarcastically, not afraid that his tongue would be cut if he said too much. Puffed hearing what Zhou Qian said, Li Wushuang immediately threw up a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood, half of it was because of the backlash from the energy and the other half was because he felt wronged. This Zhou Qian was really shameless, he had no sense of shame at all. Both of them were fighting face to face on the fighting stage and he just flew away. Damn it, Zhou Qian's methods are too insidious and shameless. He didn't even attack, but he put Li Wushuang in a dangerous situation. Li Wushuang is finished. Li Wushuang's energy came from that talisman. It can be said that he borrowed external force. Now that the energy is wreaking havoc, if he doesn't release it as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable. What else can we do? After all, he has wings and can fly. Li Wushuang should just admit defeat now and release his energy. Otherwise, with Zhou Qian's methods, I'm afraid he will die. No way, I guess Zhou Qian doesn't dare to kill Li Wushuang. He has already offended the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. Li Wushuang is the representative of the Tianjin Gate. If he is killed, Zhou Qian will have completely offended the Tianjin Gate. Everyone was sighing. From the beginning to the end, today's competition was full of drama. From the beginning to the end, every battle that was related to Zhou Qian would have an ending that exceeded everyone's expectations. And now, when everyone thought he was dead for sure, he flew up and turned the tide of the battle. This was really exciting. Zhou Qian, I'll fuck you. Li Wushuang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Completely disregarding his image, he started cursing. At the same time, he suddenly threw a punch towards the sky. The golden fist was like a mountain rushing towards Zhou Qian. The energy within Li Wushuang's body could no longer be suppressed. If he didn't release it soon, he would be the first one to suffer a backlash. However, the attack that he released could not cause any harm to Zhou Qian. At this moment, Li Wushuang's heart was like 10,000 horses were running wildly. If being suffocated could kill someone, then Li Wushuang would be the first one to die of suffocation. Boom! The huge golden fist burst out with an earth-shattering sound, shaking the entire square to the point where everyone's ears were ringing. Li Wushuang's attack was aimed towards the sky. If it was a flat attack, perhaps someone would be caught in the crossfire. The power of this punch was many times stronger than the previous one. It was at least 100 times stronger. There was a long golden trail behind the fist. It looked like a bright waterfall. Under the bright sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. The huge golden fist was extremely fast, but too bad Jiang Chen was too high up. When the fist reached Jiang Chen, half of its energy had already been consumed. Besides, because the distance was too far, Li Wushuang's attack couldn't lock onto Jiang Chen. The blood wings on Jiang Chen's back casually flapped, and he easily dodged the huge fist. The huge fist just brushed past Jiang Chen's shoulder and disappeared into the vast sky. A source of combat strength talisman from a combat soul warrior was lost just like that, and it didn't even cause any damage to the enemy. A source of combat strength talisman from a combat soul warrior was not suitable for a mortal core warrior. If it was a battle between two heavenly core warriors, Li Wushuang would definitely kill his opponent with this talisman. But too bad, when it was used against Jiang Chen, it was just a joke. Right now, the energy in Li Wushuang's body was almost depleted. His body was shaking and it looked like he could fall down at any time. His spirit was dispirited and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Junior disciple Li, surrender now. Liang Xiao shouted at Li Wushuang because he could see Jiang Chen flying down from the sky. If he didn't surrender now, then he might not have the chance to do so anymore. Too bad, right now, Li Wushuang was completely immersed in grief and indignation, and he was unable to extricate himself. Today's battle had become the greatest shame of his life, and what made him feel even more heartache was that the source of combat strength talisman had been wasted just like that. Li Wushuang's face revealed a ferocious expression, and he just stood there in a daze. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already landed on the fighting stage. In his hand, there was a golden-colored sword that was completely condensed from Yuan energy. It looked like a surging dragon mark, and he immediately slashed towards Li Wushuang. While everyone cried out in shock. Was the famous Li Wushuang going to die just like that? That was such a pity. Besides, Jiang Chen actually had the guts to kill Li Wushuang. Right now he was simply a lunatic. By doing this, he really didn't leave any way out for himself. Stop! Liang Xiao shouted out once again. His entire body was emitting a powerful aura, and he spoke with an unquestionable tone. Unfortunately, towards his words, Jiang Chen was completely indifferent. He had already made up his mind to kill Li Wushuang. Today, even if it was the god of heaven, he wouldn't be able to save Li Wushuang from his hands. Towards his enemies, Jiang Chen never left any witnesses alive. Moreover, to him, whether he killed Li Wushuang or not, it wouldn't change his situation and it wouldn't change his relationship with the Tianjian Gate. Since that was the case, why would he leave a potential disaster alive? This was not Jiang Chen's style. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sword in Jiang Chen's hand had arrived above Li Wushuang's head. At this moment, everyone in the square widened their eyes. Bastard, I told you to stop. Liang Xiao was enraged. Disregarding the rules, he flew up from the high platform and attacked Jiang Chen. Liang Xiao, not to mention you, even if your father or your grandfather were here today, they wouldn't be able to save Li Wushuang. Jiang Chen coldly snorted, ruthless. I admit, Li Wushuang finally reacted. The threat of death made his soul tremble. Too bad, at this moment it was already too late to admit defeat. He didn't even have the chance to say the word, admit defeat, before he was cut in half by Jiang Chen. Admitting defeat now, too late. Chapter 97. Li Wushuang's body was sliced in half and he fell onto the fighting stage. His blood and internal organs dyed the entire fighting stage red, and a pungent smell of blood filled the air. This was a very cruel and bloody scene, and it sent chills down everyone's spine. Everyone's expressions changed. What kind of crazy man was this? If he wanted to kill someone, even Liang Xiao couldn't stop him. This man was simply a madman, and it seemed like there was no one in this world that he didn't dare kill. It looked like even if Li Wushuang was the son of the Tianjian Gate sect chief, he would still kill him. You're courting death. Liang Xiao was furious. He was a mighty late heavenly core warrior, but he couldn't even save someone from the hands of a mortal core warrior. For him, this was an insult. In order to get rid of this insult, The best way was to kill Jiang Qin with his own hands. Swoosh. Jiang Qin flapped his blood wings and flew up into the sky again. He didn't want to fight with Liang Xiao. A late heavenly core genius was not someone he could handle right now. Die. Liang Xiao didn't give up. He flew up into the sky with extreme speed and dashed towards Jiang Qin. He unleashed his late heavenly core energy, and if he attacked with all his strength, even if Jiang Qin had his blood wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. Liang Xiao, how dare you break the rules of the competition? Who gave you the right to do so? Guan Yun moved as well. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Liang Xiao, completely blocking his path. Guan Yun, get the hell away from me. I'm going to kill him. Liang Xiao shouted out angrily. Liang Xiao, don't you have any shame? Don't forget who you are. Jiang Qin is the champion of the competition. He's not someone you can kill just because you want to. Jiang Qin died because he didn't admit defeat and you came onto the fighting stage to fight with the participants of the competition? If that's the case, I don't think there's a need to hold the Qi province competition anymore. Guan Yun did not give up. At this time, if he did not come out to protect Jiang Qin, then today Jiang Qin would not be able to walk out of the Whirling Sun Square. Do I need a reason to kill a rogue cultivator? What right does a rogue cultivator have to be the champion? Liang Zhao's anger could not be quelled. According to the rules, Jiang Qin can choose a sect to join, and he will no longer be a rogue cultivator. After saying that, Guan Yun turned around and looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, I'm now inviting you to join the Black Sect. Are you willing? Yes. Jiang Qin smiled. Of course he was willing. Today's situation had become like this. If he didn't join the Black Sect, even if he managed to escape today, he wouldn't have a place to stay in the Qi province. Also, he would most likely lose the first place reward as well. Did you hear that? From now on, Jiang Qin is an outer circle disciple of the Black Sect. Whoever dares to fight with him will be my Guan Yun's enemy. Guan Yun's voice was loud and clear. It was heard by everyone on the scene. Liang Xiao has crossed the line. He doesn't care about his image at all. Li Wushuang didn't admit defeat. It's because he was courting death. Don't blame Jiang Qin. This is a fighting stage of life and death. That's right. Now that Jiang Qin has joined the Black Sect, he now has a strong backing. I'm afraid there will be a good show to watch today. That's right. This year's Qi province competition has a dark horse like Jiang Qin, and he has created a lot of waves. The northern and southern dynasties haven't said anything yet, but they will never let Jiang Qin go. If the northern and southern dynasties insist on attacking, even Guan Yun won't be able to stop them. Many people were discussing. Jiang Qin taking first place meant the end of the Qi province competition. But obviously, something even more exciting was about to happen. Perhaps there would be another good show. Jiang Qin had become famous after today's battle, and his name had spread across the entire Qi province. In this battle he had killed Ling Ao and Li Wushuang, and he had even made Yi Qingzi admit defeat. It would be hard for him not to become famous. At this moment the little devil king had also woken up. He had temporarily suppressed the demonic energy in his body. He had just witnessed the scene where Jiang Qin killed Li Wushuang and he was extremely shocked. Right now Jiang Qin was in a dangerous situation, so of course he had to help. Listen up, from now on Jiang Qin is the little devil king's best friend. Whoever dares to attack him will be my Han Yan's enemy. The little devil king had also made his stance clear. He was determined to protect Jiang Qin. No one dared to look down on the little devil king. Although the little devil king was only at the peak of the mortal core realm, everyone knew that once Gu Tianma's power was awakened, his cultivation level would increase by leaps and bounds. His potential wouldn't be any weaker than Guan Yun or even the northern and southern dynasties. Besides, the little devil king had the Black Sect behind him, so no one dared to look down on him. Jiang Qin flapped his blood wings and landed in the middle of the Black Sect's group. Immediately, the disciples of the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion glared at him with murderous gazes. However, the reaction of the disciples of the Black Sect was completely different. Many of them immediately surrounded Jiang Qin. Congratulations, senior disciple Jiang, for becoming a disciple of the Black Sect. Senior disciple Jiang is extremely powerful. He even killed Li Wushuang. In the future, I hope senior disciple Jiang can take care of us in the Black Sect. That's right. Senior disciple Jiang Chen's potential is unparalleled, and he is even stronger than the northern and southern dynasties. He will definitely become the hope of the Black Sect. All the disciples of the Black Sect started flattering Zhou Xian. They weren't idiots. With Zhou Xian's performance today, even if he were to enter the Black Sect, he would definitely be valued by the sect. Besides, Zhou Xian's potential was limitless, and his future achievements would be limitless. Now was the perfect time to ride on his coattails. Liang Xiao was gnashing his teeth in anger, but with Guan Yiyun standing in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Besides, the competition had just ended, and if he were to attack the person who got first place in the competition, it would affect his status. Besides, Zhou Xian was now a disciple of the Black Sect. According to the rules of the Qi province competition, after the competition ended, disciples of the four big sects weren't allowed to fight in the Whirling Sun Square. After all, the Qi province competition was a symbol of the Qi province. Tens of thousands of people were here to watch the competition, and if a fight broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Northern and Southern dynasties, are you still not going to announce it? Guan Yiyun stared at the Northern and Southern dynasties who were standing far away. The Northern and Southern dynasties had cold expressions on their faces. Their cold gazes landed on Zhou Xian, and with a loud and clear voice they said, I hereby announce that the number 1 outer circle disciple in this year's Qi province competition is Zhou Xian from the Black Sect. The Northern and Southern dynasties actually announced it. This made a lot of people feel confused. Initially, people thought that even if the Northern and Southern dynasties didn't kill Zhou Xian, they would still make things difficult for him. But they didn't expect that Zhou Xian would be announced as the number 1 disciple in the competition in such a straightforward manner. Daddy's 400 man elixir, that damn dog is lucky. The heavens are blind, Zhou Xian really got first place. That Li Wushuang is too weak, what a waste of Daddy's feelings, what a waste of all my hopes on him. Damn it, that damn dog is going to win big this time. Those who had bet with the Huang dog were so angry that they wanted to bang their heads on the ground. Especially those who had bet with the Huang dog a second time, they were filled with regret. The Northern and Southern dynasties took out a storage bag and casually threw it towards Zhou Xian. Many people looked at them with envious gazes. Everyone knew that inside that storage bag was the prize for this year's competition. A mid-ranked combat weapon, a storage ring, and an earth fruit. Zhou Xian opened the storage bag and saw a shining long sword. Next to it was a light blue storage ring that was emitting a faint glow. Next to the storage ring there was a box made of jade. A faint wave of energy was leaking out from the box. It was the earth fruit. Zhou Xian sent out his divine sense and instilled it into the storage ring. The storage ring immediately flew out. At the same time, with a thought from Zhou Xian, the long sword and the earth fruit both fell into the storage ring. Zhou Xian took out the storage ring, wore it on his finger and casually threw the storage bag to the side. Inside the storage ring there was at least 2 rooms worth of space. It was more than enough to temporarily store items. Furthermore, the storage ring was controlled by divine sense. It was different from those low-ranked storage bags that could be opened with yuan energy. If it was in his previous life, Zhou Xian wouldn't even look at a storage ring like this. But in his current situation this storage ring was not bad. Congratulations, brother Jiang. The little devil king cupped his fists towards Zhou Xian. Don't congratulate me yet, this matter isn't over yet. Zhou Xian smiled. He knew that this matter wouldn't end just like this. The Northern and Southern dynasties wouldn't let this matter rest. Sure enough, the Northern and Southern dynasties revealed a cold smile towards Zhou Xian, and immediately announced in a loud voice, I hereby announce that the Qi province competition is officially over. But I have some private matters to deal with. After the Northern and Southern dynasties finished their announcement, they didn't move at all, but their whole bodies had already appeared in front of Zhou Xian like a ghost. Kneel down. The Northern and Southern dynasties' aura was tyrannical, and a strong noble aura rushed towards Zhou Xian. Hua! This action from the Northern and Southern dynasties immediately caused an uproar. Sure enough, this matter wasn't over yet. The Northern and Southern dynasties really went crazy. Now that the Qi province competition is over, they want to deal with Zhou Xian in their own name. Zhou Xian is in danger. Guan Yiyun can stop Liang Xiao, but he can't stop the Northern and Southern dynasties. The 4 big sects have set a rule. After the competition, no one is allowed to fight in the Whirling Sun Square. The Northern and Southern dynasties are breaking the rule. The crowd once again became restless. Everyone's gaze landed on Zhou Xian, trying to guess how he was going to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. This arrogant man was not easy to deal with. Northern and southern dynasties, what are you trying to do? Guan Yun stood in front of Zhou Xian, angrily staring at the northern and southern dynasties. Loser, get out of my way. A powerful shockwave shot out from the northern and southern dynasties towards Guan Yun. Guan Yun was forced back 2 steps. Everyone sighed. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong, even the mighty Guan Yun was no match for them. Some people still remembered when the northern and southern dynasties fought against Guan Yun. They only used 1 strike to defeat Guan Yun, creating a legend that couldn't be replicated. Zhou Xian, kneel down. The northern and southern dynasties said in an imposing manner. Northern and southern dynasties, Zhou Xian is now a disciple of the Black Sect. How dare you ignore the rules of the Qi province competition and act recklessly? Guan Yun didn't back down. If he couldn't protect Zhou Xian, then no one would be able to protect Zhou Xian today. The northern and southern dynasties could kill Zhou Xian with just 1 finger. Rules? When we northern and southern dynasties want to kill someone, we don't follow the rules. Don't try to pressure me with the rules. If you don't step aside, I'll kill you as well. Chapter 98. The northern and southern dynasties had started making things difficult for this rising star of the Qi province. In his eyes, rules were nothing. Let alone the rules of the Qi province competition, he could totally ignore any rules in the Qi province. It was impossible to restrict the northern and southern dynasties with rules. At least Zhou Xian had never thought about it. The northern and southern dynasties were dragons amongst men. They were born with great fortune, and there was a domineering aura above their heads. Geniuses like these would have limitless achievements in the future, just like those super geniuses from the divine continent. They didn't even put the heavens in their eyes. The northern and southern dynasties thought they were above everyone else and no one was allowed to offend them. Therefore they wanted to kill Zhou Xian, and they wanted Zhou Xian to die while kneeling on the ground. It's over, it's all over now. The northern and southern dynasties are too arrogant. They won't allow anyone to insult their dignity. Now even Guan Yun can't protect Zhou Xian. The most important thing is that the northern and southern dynasties are too strong. Guan Yun is very strong, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Zhou Xian. I think the northern and southern dynasties are strong enough to fight a divine core warrior. A man like this can only be found once in 1,000 years, and the Qi province has never had such a person. He is the biggest pride of the Burning Sky Pavilion. He doesn't care about any rules. Countless people were sighing. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong, and there was no way they could fight against them. Zhou Xian was finished. There was no way he could survive today. If the northern and southern dynasties wanted to kill him, no one could save him. Even if he used his blood wings to escape, it would be useless. No one could escape from the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. Get lost. The northern and southern dynasties spoke in a tough manner towards Guan Yun with a cold tone. Northern and southern dynasties don't think you can do whatever you want. Guan Yun was extremely furious. As the leader of the Black Sect, even if he wasn't a match for the northern and southern dynasties, he couldn't just sit back and watch the people of the Black Sect being slaughtered by the northern and southern dynasties. Liang Shao, who was at the side, had a cold smile on his face as if he was watching a show. He wanted to see how Guan Yun was going to defend against the northern and southern dynasties. At this time, a big hand pressed on Guan Yun's shoulder from behind. It was Zhou Qian's hand. Zhou Qian walked out from behind Guan Yun and stood in front of the northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Qian was wearing a white robe and he had a faint smile on his face. His robe and hair were fluttering in the wind under the pressure of the northern and southern dynasties, but the smile on his face didn't change at all. His eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared back at the northern and southern dynasties. Just in terms of bearing, he wasn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. What a great bearing. Just this boldness alone makes this Zhou Qian amazing. This man's mentality is really strong. It doesn't match his age at all. It seems like he isn't afraid that the northern and southern dynasties will kill him with just a single slap. Everyone were shocked. Even Guan Yun didn't expect Zhou Qian to have such courage. He was able to face the northern and southern dynasties in such a calm manner without any fear. You aren't afraid of me? The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties were like cold knives, fiercely scraping Zhang Chen's face. He didn't make a move to kill Zhang Chen. The arrogant northern and southern dynasties wanted to know why Zhang Chen was able to stand in front of him so calmly and why he didn't kneel down. Why should I be afraid of you? You should be afraid of me. Zhang Chen sneered. I'm afraid of you? Oh, what a joke. What a great joke. Do you believe that I can crush you like an ant with one finger? The northern and southern dynasties laughed out loud. This was definitely the funniest joke they had ever heard. Because you know that my potential isn't any weaker than yours. In fact, it might even be above yours. That's why you're so eager to kill me. You're afraid that I'll come back and kill you after I grow up. Zhang Chen said word by word. When his words reached the ears of everyone present, they couldn't help but admire Zhang Chen's courage. At the same time, many people felt that Zhang Chen's words made some sense. Zhang Chen is right. Based on the potential he displayed today, he really isn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. In fact, he might even surpass them in the future. Could it be that the northern and southern dynasties are really afraid that Zhang Chen will grow up and that's why they're so eager to kill him? What a joke. Do the northern and southern dynasties need a reason to kill someone? However, Zhang Chen's existence is really a threat to them. The discussions of the crowd reached the ears of the northern and southern dynasties. These words undoubtedly stimulated his arrogant heart. If he really killed Zhang Chen today, wouldn't he have to bear the reputation of being afraid of Zhang Chen? Zhang Chen, you have to understand that in front of me you're just an ant. With my noble status, it's already your honor to be able to stand here and talk so much with you. If I want to kill you, I don't need a reason at all. The northern and southern dynasties always had a high and mighty attitude. They were full of noble auras as if they were the only noblemen in the world. Northern and southern dynasties, put away your nobility. In front of me, don't show your nobility. Don't think that you're the most amazing genius in the world. Give me a year and who knows who will win and who will lose. Zhang Chen snorted coldly. His aura was equally arrogant. His performance made many people tremble in fear. He was probably the first person who dared to be arrogant in front of the northern and southern dynasties. Moreover, he was arrogant so naturally and without any fear. Just this courage alone was enough to make people exclaim in admiration. Ah! The northern and southern dynasties suddenly laughed out loud. He took a step forward and almost stuck to Zhang Chen. Lung Ling said, Zhang Chen, you're very smart. You want to use this move to save your life. Congratulations, you've succeeded. I'll give you a year. After a year, you and I will fight to the death. I'd like to see how much you can grow in a year. After saying that, the northern and southern dynasties turned around and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, his voice was heard again. Zhang Chen, cherish your 1 year of life. Zhang Chen's expression didn't change, but he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. In today's situation, other than this method, no one could save him. Zhang Chen's eyes were very sharp. With just a glance, he could tell what kind of person the northern and southern dynasties were. This kind of person was filled with arrogance from head to toe. It was a nobility that came from their bones. They wouldn't look up to anyone. Therefore, he used a year of time to bet on the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties. He was sure that the northern and southern dynasties would give in. There were too many people here, and the Qi province competition represented the entire Qi province. With the status of the northern and southern dynasties, if they still tried to kill him after he said that, it meant that they were afraid of him. How could the arrogant northern and southern dynasties be afraid of others? Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties left, leaving behind a 1-year promise. Damn, the northern and southern dynasties left just like that? That Zhang Chen is really something. He actually dared to make a 1-year promise. In just 1 year, no matter how much of a genius he is, there is no way he can be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. That's right, this Zhang Chen is too arrogant. He only used 1 year. He is only an early mortal core warrior now, and even if the northern and southern dynasties' cultivation stagnates for 1 year, Zhang Chen still won't be able to reach that level. So it's just 1 more year of life. At that time he will still be killed by the northern and southern dynasties. I'm actually quite interested in this 1-year promise. Zhang Chen doesn't look like a reckless man. Let's just wait and see. 1 year from now there will be a good show. That's right, the battle between Zhang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties will definitely become the biggest attraction in the Qi province. 1 year from now it will still be very lively. After Xianxia joins the Black Sect, he will definitely get better resources and he will be focused on training. Everyone was sighing. Today's Qi province competition had been full of twists and turns, but in the end, it had ended in such a way. It was obvious that Xianxia was the biggest winner in this competition. An unknown rogue cultivator had appeared out of nowhere like a dark horse, sweeping away all the outer circle disciples of the four big sects and taking first place in one fell swoop. His name had spread far and wide. The name Xianxia, it wouldn't take long before it spread across the entire Qi province. There would be no one who didn't know about him. There were too many unexpected things in this Qi province competition. Who would have thought that the champion that everyone thought was going to win would die a horrible death here, his body split in half? Who would have thought that the genius Ling Ao would be decapitated? For the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion, the death of Li Wushuang and Ling Ao was definitely a huge loss. As for the Valley of Happiness, they had no doubt played the role of a spectator in this competition. In fact, the Valley of Happiness only had a strong overall strength, but their dual cultivation technique was considered a crooked path. It was very difficult for them to produce any strong geniuses. In all the previous Qi province competitions, the Valley of Happiness had never won first place. From the way Yi Qingzi admitted defeat, it could be seen that once the charming technique they cultivated became useless, they would lose their biggest advantage. 1 year promise: if you have the ability to survive for 1 year, then we'll talk about it. Liang Xiao let out a cold snort. He turned around and was about to leave. Right at this moment, a disciple from the Tianjin Gate stood out and said, "Senior disciple Liang, this Jiang Qin and that De Huang dog are together. Ask him to hand over the dog." The dog that released the demon beasts in the demon ceiling tower? Liang Xiao was startled. He had heard about the incident in the demon ceiling tower. Not long ago, a hateful dog had appeared in the sect, and it had caused a huge mess in the outer circle. "That's right, it's that damn dog," the disciple said while gnashing his teeth in anger. "Jiangqin, hand over that dog." Liang Xiao turned around and looked at Jiangqin. "Liang Xiao, what dog? Don't be unreasonable," Guan Yiyun said in a dissatisfied manner. "Guan Yiyun, you can protect Jiangqin. Don't tell me you want to protect a dog? If you don't hand over that dog today, don't blame me for attacking you." Liang Xiao had been suppressing his anger. He couldn't kill Jiangqin, and if he couldn't even take down a dog, he would die of depression. The crowd who were about to leave once again threw their gazes towards the center of the square. It looked like the Tianjin Gate and the Black Sect were going to fight over a dog. "That dog has nothing to do with me. If you have the ability, then go and catch him. Why are you asking me for a dog? Which one of your eyes saw a dog beside me?" Jiangqin sneered. That dog was not easy to catch, and even if he wanted to hand it over, there was nothing he could do. "That dog is right here," someone shouted out from the crowd. It was the man who had bet with De Huang dog on elixir. Zhoush. As soon as this person's voice fell, several disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect flew over to this side. Chapter 99. Where is De Huang dog? The disciples of Tianjin Gate were all very aggressive, which made people wonder what that dog had done. It was as if all the outer sect disciples of Tianjin Gate had killed their father, and it actually made them have such a big reaction. "He's here, Elixir, the one who had tricked so many of us. We can't let him go." Some of them were gnashing their teeth in anger. When they thought about how they were tricked by a dog, they couldn't help but feel depressed. Many of them pointed at Big Yellow's position, but to their surprise, Big Yellow was nowhere to be seen. There was only a beautiful lady in purple clothes. "Damn it, that dog was here just now. When did it run away?" "De Huang dog ran away. Look, he can't have gone far," someone exclaimed. Many people looked towards the outside of Whirling Sun Square, but they couldn't find any trace of De Huang dog. That dog had disappeared without them knowing, as if he had never been there. "Damn it, how dare you trick us!" The disciples of Tianjin Gate were furious and grabbed that person's neck. That person was so scared that his face was full of sweat. No, there really was a dog here just now. It was very majestic and had yellow fur all over its body. They can all testify that I was not the only one who was tricked. Yeah, that dog was here just now. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? You guys are disciples of Tianjin Gate. We wouldn't dare to lie to you even if we had 100 guts. I just don't know how that dog ran away. So many people didn't see it, it's really frustrating. The others quickly testified that De Huang dog really did exist. They were also very depressed and wanted to cut De Huang dog into pieces. Hearing that, the disciples of Tianjin Gate released that person. That disciple used his divine sense to scan around Whirling Sun Square, but he couldn't find any trace of De Huang dog. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, that dog is very cunning," he ran away again. "Alright, this woman is with De Huang dog. They came here together with Jiang Chen." Someone pointed at Yan Qinyu. All the disciples of Tianjin Gate had their eyes fixed on Yan Qinyu. Many of them had their eyes lit up. Although this girl was wearing a veil, it still couldn't hide her peerless beauty. They couldn't help but imagine what kind of face was hidden under the veil. "Tell me, where did De Huang dog go?" a reckless disciple asked. "How would I know? His legs are on him. I can't stop him from going anywhere," Yan Qinyu said coldly. These people in front of her were all Jiang Chen's enemies. Of course she wouldn't be nice to them. "Damn it, a little girl is still so arrogant. Let me see what you look like. You're still pretending to wear a veil." The disciple stretched out his big hand and grabbed the veil on Yan Qinyu's face. Jiang Chen, who was far away, saw everything. He couldn't help but let out a sigh and shake his head. Some people just like to die. The current Yan Qinyu was no longer the Yan Qinyu from Red City. Even if all the disciples of Tianjin Gate attacked her together, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Looking at the disciples' action, Yan Qinyu's eyes turned cold. She stretched out her hand and casually waved it at the disciple. Swoosh! An icy cold beam was unleashed by Yan Qinyu, and it instantly covered the disciple. The mid-mortal core disciple was instantly turned into an ice sculpture. He was still in the same position as when he attacked Yan Qinyu, but his body was now covered by a layer of ice. Soon his life was completely frozen. This scene had frightened everyone on the spot. For a moment it was dead silent. Everyone stared at the veiled girl in purple clothes and the frozen Tianjin Gate disciple. Swoosh! After the silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. Many people couldn't help but take a few steps back and stay away from Yan Qinyu. Who would have thought that a little girl could have such powerful abilities? She could easily kill a mid-mortal core disciple of Tianjin Gate. The mid-mortal core disciple of Tianjin Gate was not someone an ordinary mid-mortal core warrior could compare with. Even so, he was still killed by this girl. This didn't mean that the disciple of Tianjin Gate was weak. It just meant that this girl in purple clothes was too strong. Damn it, how can this girl be so strong? She has hidden her strength too well. She has a cold body, which is very rare. She killed a mid-mortal core warrior with just a wave of her hand. Looks like she will be another dark horse in the Qi province competition. She came here with Jiang Chen, right? Both of them are just too abnormal. A lot of people were muttering to themselves, thinking that they had made a mistake. The shock in their hearts had reached an extreme level. Jiang Chen was already abnormal enough, but no one had expected that a random girl following Jiang Chen would be this terrifying as well. All the disciples of Tianjin Gate were dumbfounded as well. When they saw their own disciple being killed so easily, the sense of superiority they had as a disciple of Tianjin Gate had suffered a fatal blow. All of them stared at the girl in purple clothes furiously, but no one dared to attack again. "You're courting death." On the other side, Liang Xiao saw what was happening. His expression turned cold. He reached out his hand and grabbed towards Yan Qinyu. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He flapped the blood wings on his back and dashed towards Yan Qinyu. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell Guan Yiyun, "Senior disciple Guan, stop him." Guan Yiyun didn't dare hesitate. He knew that the girl was one of Jiang Chen's people, so he immediately blocked Liang Xiao. Besides, he had just witnessed how terrifying Yan Qinyu was. She was no weaker than Jiang Chen. If a genius like her could join the Black Sect, it would be a good thing for the Black Sect. Bang! Guan Yiyun blocked Liang Xiao's attack. As their energies collided, a loud explosion sounded out. At the same time, Jiang Chen landed next to Yan Qinyu. He placed his hand on Yan Qinyu's shoulder and shouted at the disciples of Tianjin Gate, "Get lost!" Swoosh! The disciples of Tianjin Gate were so scared that their faces turned pale. All of them backed away. Although they wished they could eat Jiang Chen's flesh, they knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He wasn't someone they could deal with. If they offended Jiang Chen, he would just kill them with a single slap and they wouldn't even have a chance to complain. Jiang Chen held Yan Qinyu's arm and swaggered into the black sect's group. He was unleashing an invincible and domineering aura. Guanyin, get out of my way. The disciples of Tianjin Gate aren't people you can kill just because you want to. Liang Xiao felt like his lungs were going to explode. Today the Tianjin Gate had lost all its face. Liang Xiao, from now on that girl is also a disciple of the Black Sect. She killed those disciples of Tianjin Gate because they were the ones who disrespected her first. Many people have witnessed this. Today if you don't care about the rules of the competition and start a fight in the Whirling Sun Square, the Black Sect will fight you until the end. But I'm not sure who will be able to fight me, Guan Yiyun said in a domineering manner. He had been humiliated by the northern and southern dynasties before this, and he wasn't happy about it. Now that Liang Xiao was trying to pick a fight with him, he would never back down. Good Guan Yiyun, you've got guts. The next time we meet I'll definitely take your life. Liang Xiao was so angry that his face turned green, but he couldn't do anything about it. With the current situation, if both sides were to fight, the Tianjin Gate wouldn't have any advantage at all. If he and Guan Yiyun were to fight, they would at most be neck and neck. However, it was a different story for the disciples below them. Li Wushuang was dead, and the outer circle disciples of Tianjin Gate didn't have any powerful disciples. As for the Black Sect, let alone Jiang Chen and that frightening girl in purple, even a little devil king would be able to give them a fatal blow. It's hard to say who will take whose life. Guan Yiyun coldly harumphed. He couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, but he wasn't afraid of Liang Xiao. Disciples of Tianjin Gate, listen up. Return to Heavenly Sword Mountain immediately. From now on, Jiang Chen will be on Tianjin Gate's must-kill list. Liang Xiaolingling said. After that he brought all the disciples of Tianjin Gate and left the Whirling Sun Square. In today's battle, Tianjin Gate had suffered a great loss, and all of this was because of Jiang Chen's appearance. Furthermore, Liang Zhao's words had also put Jiang Chen on Tianjin Gate's must-kill list. The four big sects rarely released a must-kill list, but once they did, they would become the enemy of the entire sect and everyone would have the right to kill them. The disciples of Tianjin Gate left through the tunnel they came from. Regarding the order to kill Tianjin Gate, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. It was the same for the northern and southern dynasties, and it was the same for Tianjin Gate. Bai Hua Dai brought Yi Qingzi and the other disciples of the Valley of Happiness to Jiang Chen. Congratulations to little brother Jiang Chen for getting first place in the Qi province competition. We'll take our leave now. In the future, if young Master Jiang Chen is free, you can always come visit the Valley of Happiness. Bai Hua Dai was charming and flirtatious. She kept throwing flirtatious glances at Jiang Chen. The way she called Jiang Chen little brother made him stagger and almost fall to the ground. Big bro Jiang Chen will never go to your place, Yan Qinyu said angrily. The way she looked at Bai Hua Dai and Yi Qingzi was extremely unfriendly. Hee hee, little sister, you're jealous. Bai Hua Dai giggled. After that she brought all the disciples of the Valley of Happiness and left. The Qi province competition had come to an end. All the spectators in the square had left one after another, and in the end, only the disciples of the Black Sect were left. Brother Jiang, shouldn't you introduce this guy to everyone? We'll be fellow disciples from the same sect from now on. The little devil king Han Yen placed his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder and looked at Yan Qinyu. He had seen Yan Qinyu's face with his own eyes, and there wasn't a single girl like her in the entire Qi province. Of course, only a girl like her could match up to Jiang Chen. Let me introduce, this is Yan Qinyu, my fiancé. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Big bro Jiang Qinyu. Yan Qinyu's face blushed. Jiang Chen had actually said she was his fiancée in front of so many people. This was really embarrassing. He didn't even discuss it with her beforehand. However, from the happiness in Yan Qinyu's eyes, Jiang Chen could tell that she was very happy to be his fiancée. Huh. All the disciples of the Black Sect burst into laughter. The atmosphere was very lively. Junior disciple Yan will be friends from now on. You don't have to wear the veil anymore. When we get to the Black Sect, you can't wear a veil every day, right? Chapter 100. Yan Qinyu glanced at Jiang Chen. After seeing Jiang Chen nod his head, she slowly removed her veil. When Yan Qinyu's face was exposed in front of everyone, All the men's eyes lit up. Even a monk with a pure mind couldn't help but praise Yan Qinyu's extreme beauty. It was a kind of natural beauty without any kind of makeup. Her beauty was indescribable. So beautiful. Senior disciple Yan will be the #1 beauty in the Qi province in the future. Senior disciple Jiang is so lucky to have a fiancé like senior disciple Yan. He has no regrets in his life now. What are you talking about? Senior disciple Jiang has both integrity and talent. He is talented, wise and mighty. He is the best among all men. Only a beauty like senior disciple Yan is worthy of him. That's right. Senior disciple Jiang and senior disciple Yan are a match made in heaven. They are a perfect match. All the outer circle disciples of the Black Sect were flattering Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. None of them were idiots, especially after witnessing Jiang Chen's performance today. A monster like this, even if he were to come to the Black Sect, he would definitely be valued by the sect. Besides, after today's battle, Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire Qi province. He had become a famous man, and the one-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties had pushed his reputation to a higher level. All of them had to suck up to him as soon as possible. Did you see that? With your abilities, when you arrive at the Black Sect, you will be the representative of the Black Sect. You have even surpassed me. Han Yan shook his head and forced a bitter smile. I didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Chen spread his arms, expressing his innocence. Good brother, you saved my life today and you even gave me the Buddhist Heart Sutra. Han Yan will remember this kindness. Han Yan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said in a serious manner. Han Yan knew that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen today, he would have been devoured by Gu Tianma's power. Even if he didn't die, he would be controlled by his devilish nature, and he would become a murderous devil, losing his sense of self. The Maha-Buddha Heart Sutra given to him by Jiang Chen was the source of the Buddhist Heart Sutra. It was very precious, and it was the nemesis of the devilish nature in his body. He was cultivating the Maha-Buddha Heart Sutra, and it could help him control the devilish nature in his body, allowing him to control the devilish nature and make it his own. Eventually, he would be able to enter the state of being a devil but not a devil in his heart. We're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. Jiang Chen smiled. He had a good impression of Han Yan. This man was straightforward and eclectic just like Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was once the greatest saint under the heavens in his past life, and he had reached a height that no one could reach, he was actually a loner. He had no brothers, no friends, no women, no family, and no one dared to be his friend. The only thing he had was his obsession with the path of martial arts. Therefore, although Jiang Chen stood at the top, his life was not complete. In this life he wanted to start anew. He wanted to have family, women, and brothers. In this life he could not be lonely. Alright, 2 grown men should not be so ambiguous. Alright, there's no need for 2 grown men to flirt with each other. Junior Jiang Chen, you and Nan Beichao have agreed to meet in a year, but this decision is too reckless. A year's time is too short. I know you're talented and it's hard to avoid being arrogant, but Nan Beichao isn't an ordinary man. He's far more terrifying than you can imagine. Guan Yiyun said with some worry. Everyone's faces, which were originally laughing, suddenly became gloomy. Even Han Yan frowned. In just 1 year's time, it was already very unrealistic to think that he could reach the level of the northern and southern dynasties. Even if he did, wouldn't the northern and southern dynasties improve? Everyone also felt that Jiang Chen's decision was too reckless. After all, it was the northern and southern dynasties. For cultivators, 1 year's time was too short. Senior brother Guan, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. His face was full of confidence, which made people wonder where his confidence came from. Alright, it's good that you're confident. Anyway, the 1-year agreement has already been set. It can't be changed anymore. Junior brother Jiang Chen, make good use of this 1 year's time. Guan Yiyun said. The 1-year agreement had already become an unchangeable fact. It was useless to say anything else. The only thing Jiang Chen could do was to cultivate hard in this 1 year's time and try his best to shorten the gap between him and the northern and southern dynasties. I will do my best. Jiang Chen said. His attitude towards Guan Yiyun was still very good. Today Guan Yiyun had been protecting him and Jiang Chen had seen it all. Alright, when we get back to the Chamber of Commerce, we'll all ride on the flying demon beasts and fly back to Black Mountain. Junior brother Jiang, come with us. Guan Yiyun said. After the Qi province competition had ended, All the disciples had to rush back to the sect as soon as possible. When Jiang Chen was about to nod his head, Yan Qinyu's divine sense suddenly entered Jiang Chen's ears. Big bro Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog said that there are treasures in this whirling sun city. He asked us to stay here for the time being. Hearing the word treasures, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If it was someone else who said this he might not care, but since it was De Huang Dog who said this, it was a completely different story. This dog had a very special and abnormal ability, and that was treasure hunting. Besides, any treasure that could catch the eye of De Huang Dog, it must be something extraordinary. Senior Disciple Guan, Brother Yen, fellow junior disciples, I still have some matters that I need to attend to. After I'm done with them in 2 days I'll head to the Black Sect by myself. You guys go first, I won't be able to follow you. Jiang Chen looked around and said. Since junior disciple Jiang has something to attend to, then we'll wait for 2 days. But junior disciple Jiang, you need to be careful. You're now famous and you've offended both the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. You can't be careless. Guan Yiyun kindly reminded Jiang Chen. Don't worry senior disciple Guan, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Jiang Chen was a man who traveled the world by himself and he had no fear. He didn't have any plans to join any sect, and joining the Black Sect was just a coincidence. With his current situation, joining the Black Sect wasn't a bad choice. More importantly, the Black Sect had given him a good impression. Junior disciple Jiang, since you can fly, I won't keep any flying demon beasts for you. Brother Yen will arrange a place for you to stay later. Guan Yiyun said. The Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce was the Black Sect's main force in Whirling Sun City. The flying demon beasts that the Black Sect raised were kept in the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce. After returning to the Chamber of Commerce, Han Yen arranged an exquisite courtyard for Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, are you satisfied with this place? Han Yen asked with a smile on his face. Both of them had been chatting happily along the way, and they had become familiar with each other. As brothers, the way they addressed each other had changed as well. Han Yen directly called Jiang Chen Little Chenzi. In his words it sounded more intimate. Not bad, I don't have many requirements for a place to stay. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Alright, then you can stay here and take care of things. I really want to stay and have a few drinks with you, but too bad the bloodline of Gu Tianmo in my body is about to awaken. I need to go back and enter secluded cultivation as soon as possible, and try to break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of Gu Tianmo's power. Han Yen said. Brother Yen, you have the devil seal in your body and you have the complete bloodline of Gu Tianmo. Once it awakens, it will bring you endless benefits and you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with ease. You have to make good use of the Maha Bodhisattva Heart Sutra. The complete bloodline of Gu Tianmo is extremely powerful, and with the help of the Maha Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, you will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with ease. Jiang Chen reminded. Little Chenzi, what do you actually do? Why do I feel like you know everything? Besides, you gave me the Maha Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, that is a secret scripture from the Buddhist sects. Even those orthodox Buddhist sects in the Western continent don't have it. Besides, you were able to merge with the wings of a demon beast, and when you were fighting Li Wu Shuang, you used an earth-level combat skill. This kind of ability, I don't think a rogue cultivator should have it, right? Han Yen was very puzzled and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Jiang Chen's actions didn't make him look like a normal person. Besides, he was able to casually use the Maha Bodhisattva Heart Sutra, a secret scripture from the Buddhist sects. This was really unbelievable. I got it by accident. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Things like reincarnation and rebirth were too scary to tell. All right. Han Yen shrugged his shoulders. Everyone had their own secrets. If Jiang Chen didn't want to tell him, then he wouldn't ask any further. After that, Guan Yiyun brought over 200 outer circle disciples of the Black Sect and rode on flying demon beasts, heading towards the direction of the Black Sect. The Black Sect was located in the northern part of the Qi province. From the Whirling Sun Square to the Black Sect, there was a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Even if they rode on ordinary flying demon beasts and flew at full speed, it would still take them 2 to 3 days to get there. Within the courtyard, Jiang Chen and Yan Chen were sitting leisurely at a stone table. Big bro Jiang Chen, where did De Huang Dog go? We can't just sit here and wait for him. Yan Chen asked. Don't worry, that dog will definitely find his way here. Let's just wait here. If nothing unexpected happens, De Huang dog will be here tonight at the latest, Jiang Chen said. He was very confident in De Huang dog. This dog's abilities were not just for show. Big bro Jiang Chen, look at this. Yan Qinyu flipped her hand and took out a light yellow storage bag, then she handed it over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen received the storage bag with a puzzled look. He scanned the contents of the storage bag with his divine sense. Then he immediately widened his eyes and said, "So many human elixir, it looks like there are at least 30,000 of them. Little you, where did you get so much human elixir?" "Ah, it was De Huang who tricked those people." Yan Qinyu giggled, then she told Jiang Chen about how De Huang dog used Jiang Chen to make a bet. Jiang Chen was startled by what he heard. Jiang Chen couldn't stop laughing out loud. This black belly dog is really talented. Well done. Those guys were tricked by a dog. I'm afraid they are so depressed that they will vomit blood. Chapter 101. That night, the bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and the moonlight was like a silver veil sprinkling down onto the ground. Within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu was nestling in Jiang Chen's arms, admiring the moon. Right at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared from afar, and with a swoosh, it landed in front of Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. If it wasn't De Huang dog, who else could it be? "Puppy dog, where did you go?" Seeing De Huang dog, Yan Qinyu immediately became happy. "Bah! Immortal my ass. Those idiots from the Heavenly Sword sect want to capture me? Why don't they take a look in the mirror and see what kind of person they are? I am wise and powerful, so how could they capture me so easily?" De Huang dog spat on the ground, then he raised his proud dog head and looked at Jiang Chen with a satisfied expression. "Kid, you did well during the day. I didn't expect you to have such guts, I'm impressed." "Get lost." Jiang Chen glared at De Huang dog. Aside from being two-faced, this guy was also narcissistic. "You asked little you to tell me that there is a treasure in this whirling sun city. What is it?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. The reason why he didn't go to the black sect with them was because of the treasure mentioned by De Huang dog. "I do not know what it is either. However, I have already sensed the hidden location of the treasure. It is within a wasteland behind the whirling sun city. My senses are definitely not wrong. Furthermore, for a treasure to catch my eye, it is definitely not an ordinary item." De Huang dog's eyes lit up. Looking at De Huang dog's reaction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. A treasure that could make De Huang dog react like this, it must be something good. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find it," Jiang Chen urged. In his previous life he had seen all kinds of treasures, but that was different now. He was poor and had to start all over again. "Why are you in such a hurry? Pour me a cup of tea first, I'm tired." De Huang dog pretentiously sat on a stool next to the stone table, waiting for Jiang Chen to pour him a cup of tea. Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang dog's ear and pulled De Huang dog up from the stool. "You damned dog. You're so brilliant just because I gave you some sunshine. You really think you're a big boss just because I gave you some courtesy? How can a dog drink tea?" Jiang Chen had long understood that this dog must not be spoiled. This black-bellied dog absolutely did not know what it meant to be insatiable. "Woof! Damn you! Let me go." De Huang dog grimaced in pain as he was thrown 10 feet away by Jiang Chen. In the end, he reluctantly brought Jiang Chen out of the courtyard and walked towards the northern side of the whirling sun city. "You won't even let me drink a cup of tea. Do you have any humanity? You want me to help you find treasures? Can't you be a little more courteous to me? Bastard brat, bite his butt into dozens of pieces if you have the chance." Along the way, De Huang dog kept muttering to himself, using this method to vent his dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu just followed behind De Huang dog, turning a deaf ear to his words. The path that the two of them and the dog chose was rather remote. Therefore they did not meet anyone along the way. This was the best way as it could save them a lot of trouble. On the northern side of the whirling sun city, there was a huge wasteland. It was desolate and uninhabited. This was a wasteland where very few people would come and go. The wasteland was very vast with a circumference of around 20 miles. There were very few buildings on it and all of them seemed to be quite old and desolate. This kind of place reminded Jiang Chen of the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City. When he was reincarnated, he appeared in the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City. He was locked up by 2 guards of the Jiang family and was about to bleed him. It could be said that Jiang Chen's new life was born in this kind of wasteland. Little dog, are you sure? This is such a desolate place, how could there be treasures? Yan Qinyu furrowed her brows. My intuition can't be wrong, the treasures must be in this area. My intuition is even clearer now that we're here. De Huang Dog said with a firm tone. What De Huang said is right, I can feel the existence of a defense mechanism in this area. This kind of wasteland, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any defense mechanisms here. If this defense mechanism is used to hide the treasures, then it makes sense. Jiang Chen said. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. What kind of monster are you? You can feel the defense mechanism just by standing here? Your father, only came here because I sensed the aura of the treasures, and I haven't even sensed the existence of the defense mechanism yet. The way De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen had changed even more. Defense mechanisms were very mysterious and not just anyone could set them up. Even if it was the simplest defense mechanism, only those who had reached the heavenly core realm would be able to cast it. Jiang Chen was only a mortal core warrior and he had only just formed his divine sense, let alone sensing the existence of a defense mechanism. Big bro Jiang Chen, there's nothing you can't do. It's just sensing a defense mechanism, it's not a big deal. Yan Qinyu looked at her big bro Jiang Chen with a face full of admiration. Love-struck fool. De Huang Dog ignored Yan Qinyu. A woman in love would have 0 IQ. Alright, let's hurry up and find the treasures while it's still dark. I want to see what kind of treasures are hidden in this desolate place. After saying that, Jiang Chen started walking towards the wasteland. Jiang Chen relied on his ability to sense defense mechanisms, and De Huang Dog relied on his ability to sense treasures. The trio arrived in front of a dilapidated building in the center of the wasteland. The building in front of them looked like a dilapidated temple. The walls were full of holes and some of the wooden pillars that were used to support the building had turned black. No one knew how long they had been decaying. An unpleasant smell came out from the building, and it made the trio furrow their brows. It smells so bad. Yan Qinyu furrowed her brows the most. The building here has decayed and I don't think anyone has been here for a long time. There is a defense mechanism in this building, let's go in and have a look. Jiang Chen said. That's right, the treasures are in this dilapidated temple, I can't be wrong. De Huang Dog said with a firm tone. After that he walked into the temple. The inside of the temple wasn't any better than the outside, it was also a dilapidated building. The ground was covered in dust up to their ankles, and there were also some debris falling down from the walls. Aside from that, there was nothing else in the temple. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog threw their gazes at the same place. There was a broken door there. Obviously this was the place Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were looking for. The treasures are in here. De Huang Dog said, there really is a defense mechanism outside the door. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing. A bright beam shot out from his eyes and landed on the door in front of them, causing ripples to appear on the outside of the door. A defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiang Chen said that if it was him in his previous life, breaking this defense mechanism would be as easy as lifting his hand. But now he would have to spend a lot of effort to do so. Could this be a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior? Yan Qinyu was slightly surprised. Who would have thought that there would be a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior in this desolate area of Whirling Sun City? Impossible, it can't be that simple. How could a mere divine core treasure make him feel that way? De Huang Dog said. Divine core warriors were indeed strong, but they weren't at the level where they could reach the heavens and the earth. Also, the treasure De Huang Dog felt was definitely not as simple as a divine core treasure. Looks like there's something fishy going on here. Let's break this defense mechanism first. Even if it's just a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior, it's still a pretty good treasure. Jiang Chen said. For him right now, divine core warriors could only look up to him. If he could enter a treasure left behind by a divine core warrior, he would definitely get unimaginable benefits. Buddy, you can feel this defense mechanism, do you have a way to break it? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen with a provocative tone. It's just a divine core defense mechanism, how can it stop me? Both of you step back. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Compared to a divine core warrior, his current strength was indeed weak. But defense mechanisms were different from other things. Defense mechanisms were created by warriors by connecting with natural energies, and no matter how perfect a defense mechanism was, it would still have a weak point. As long as the weak point was found, it would be easy to break it. Yan Qinyu and De Huang Dog took 2 steps back. De Huang Dog stared at Jiang Qin without blinking his eyes. He wanted to see how Jiang Qin, who was only an early mortal core warrior, would be able to break the defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiang Qin stood in front of the defense mechanism. His eyes were glowing brightly. The invisible defense mechanism outside the door was clearly visible to him. There were countless patterns intertwining with each other, and it could make anyone's scalp go numb just by looking at it. But what kind of person was Jiang Qin? Although he didn't have a deep understanding of defense mechanisms in his past life, it was still easy for him to see through a defense mechanism set up by a divine core warrior. Jiang Qin could immediately find the weak point of the defense mechanism. In the next second, a powerful soul energy was unleashed from his body. The soul energy was rolling between his palms, and Jiang Qin kept forming complicated seals with both of his hands. Numerous mysterious defense mechanisms were forming on his fingertips. Damn it, this guy really knows how to use defense mechanisms. De Huang Dog was shocked. Only a heavenly core warrior could cast a defense mechanism, and Jiang Qin was only an early mortal core warrior, but he could cast it perfectly. This was insane. Jiang Qin had a serious expression on his face. Casting a defense mechanism was a process that consumed a lot of energy, even more than concocting pills. If he didn't cultivate the Great Soul Derivation skill and the Dragon Transformation skill, with his current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to cast a defense mechanism. Soon, a ripple appeared on Jiang Qin's fingertip. In the middle of the ripple, an invisible airflow was moving. It was an invisible defense mechanism and it looked like a snake. Go! Jiang Qin shouted. With a flick of his finger, the snake-like defense mechanism struck towards the door. Pop! Bang! When the airflow hit the defense mechanism, a popping sound could be heard. After that, a deep explosive sound could be heard. The defense mechanism that had been cast by a divine core warrior for an unknown amount of time had suddenly shattered. The shockwave caused Jiang Qin to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. With his current condition, breaking a divine core defense mechanism by force was still too much for him. On the other hand, De Huang Dog, who stood next to him, had his mouth wide open. He had broken the defense mechanism of the demon prison tower before, so he knew how terrifying it was. Chapter 102. De Huang Dog was prepared to watch Jiang Qin fail to break the defense mechanism, and then he would do it himself. But he never expected Jiang Qin to break the defense mechanism in such a casual manner. How could De Huang Dog not be shocked? What a freak! De Huang Dog said in an impatient manner. Big bro Jiang Qin, look, a tunnel has appeared. Yan Qinyu pointed at the place where the defense mechanism was broken. The old door had disappeared and a dark tunnel appeared in front of them. Come, let's go in and have a look. De Huang Dog dashed out and was the first one to enter the tunnel. Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu followed closely behind him. The tunnel wasn't big, it could only fit 2 people at the same time. This tunnel leads downwards, it looks like the treasure is hidden underground. No wonder it hasn't been discovered for such a long time, it's really well hidden. Jiang Qin said. Haha, I can feel the aura of the treasure getting stronger and stronger. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up, then he quickly walked down the tunnel. The tunnel wasn't too long, it was only about 30 meters long. When they reached the end of the tunnel, they saw a space that wasn't too big or too small. It was about the size of 3 houses, and it was surrounded by hard and cold stone walls. Dozens of fist-sized moonlight stones were embedded into the stone walls, and they were emitting a faint light, causing the dark underground to be lit up. Moonlight stones were rare, but they didn't have much value. They could only be used as decorations. Therefore, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog didn't pay much attention to the moonlight stones. Big bro Jiang Qin, there's a skeleton over there. Yan Qinyu cried out in shock. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog looked over and saw a skeleton sitting on the ground in the middle of the secret chamber. The bones of the skeleton were rotten and there were many small holes on its body. It looked like it would turn into dust when the wind blew by. Obviously, this man had been dead for a long time. This should be the divine core warrior. Jiang Qin said. The secret chamber was empty and there were no treasures in sight. However, a light yellow storage bag was placed quietly next to the skeleton man. De Huang Dog's eyes scanned his surroundings, showing no interest in the storage bag at all. His dog's nose kept twitching as if he was searching for something. Jiang Chen didn't care so much. He stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion towards the storage bag. As if it was summoned, the storage bag fell into Jiang Chen's hand. A surge of essence energy seeped into the storage bag, and the contents of the storage bag were immediately clear to him. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and a thumb-sized pill appeared in his palm. This pill looked similar to human elixir, but the energy it contained was far beyond that of human elixir. Big brother Jiang Chen, what pill is this? It looks like human elixir, but it's definitely not human elixir. Yan Qinyu asked. This is earth elixir, 100% earth elixir. There are 10 of these elixir in this storage bag. I've made a fortune. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The value of earth elixir couldn't be compared with human elixir, let alone the 100% elixir. One earth elixir was equal to 10,000 human elixir. The difference between the two was huge. Under normal circumstances, warriors at the Qi-High Mortal Core and Heavenly Core realms would rely on human elixir. But when they reached the Divine Core realm, especially the mid or late Divine Core realm, the supply of human elixir would sometimes run out, and they would need a higher grade earth elixir. In other words, only Divine Core and Combat Soul warriors would have the rare earth elixir. There were 10 earth elixir in here, and that was equivalent to 100,000 human elixir. Besides, if someone wanted to exchange 100,000 human elixir for 10 earth elixir, no one would do it. When Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, it was a process of consumption. No matter how many energy pills he had, it would never be enough. But now with these 10 earth elixir, together with the 30,000 human elixir that De Huang Dog had tricked, and the 10,000 that he had saved up, Jiang Chen had a total of 140,000 human elixir. Such a huge amount of wealth was more than enough for him to break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. In other words, in a short period of time, Jiang Chen didn't have to worry about pills, and this saved him a lot of trouble. Jiang Chen stored all 10 earth elixir into his storage ring. After that, he took out a battle axe from the light yellow storage bag. The battle axe was 3 meters long, and it was glowing with a faint golden light. It was extremely sharp and it weighed more than 500 kilograms. Jiang Chen casually swung it, and the battle axe produced a buzzing sound that caused the space around it to tremble. This axe has such a powerful aura. Yan Qinyu was shocked. This is a high-ranked combat weapon. The boost a high-ranked combat weapon can bring is unimaginable. With this battle axe, I can definitely fight a Heavenly Core warrior. Jiang Chen's eyes were shining brightly, and he was emitting confidence from all over his body. There are words carved on the handle of the axe. Yan Qinyu reminded. Jiang Chen flipped the handle of the axe and he saw 3 words carved on the handle, Axe of Thunder. Since it had such a name, it showed how extraordinary the power of this axe was. Jiang Chen was really satisfied with it. With this Axe of Thunder he would have another trump card. The Divine Core warrior didn't leave behind many treasures. Besides the Axe of Thunder and the 10 earth elixir, there were only 2 skill manuals left in the storage bag. One of them was called the Hurricane skill, an earth-level skill. Jiang Chen didn't even take a look at it and he just casually threw it into his storage ring. As he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he looked down on any other skills in this world. Jiang Chen casually picked up the other skill manual, and when he was about to throw it into his storage ring, his eyes lit up when he saw the words written on it. Clap of Thunder combat skill. This was a combat skill. If it was just an ordinary combat skill, Jiang Chen wouldn't put it in his eyes. Ordinary earth-level combat skills couldn't compare with his 6 solar fingers, and above the 6 solar fingers, there was also the 9 solar energies. But this Clap of Thunder combat skill was different. It was an axe skill that was used together with the Axe of Thunder. The Axe of Thunder was a high-ranked combat weapon. If it was used together with an axe skill, its power would definitely increase. I can cultivate this Clap of Thunder combat skill and improve my Axe of Thunder combat skill. Jiang Chen temporarily put away the Clap of Thunder combat skill. His trip to the Whirling Sun City had brought him a lot of rewards. Not only had he joined the Black Sect, he had also obtained many treasures. Kakaka. Right at this moment, De Huang Dog started laughing out excitedly. Xianxia and Yanqin looked over and saw this dog taking out a rusty scrap iron from a corner of the secret chamber. The Huang dog was holding the scrap iron in his arms with both of his paws, and his saliva was dripping down from his mouth. Is this puppy crazy? Why is he so excited about a scrap iron? Yanqin asked with a puzzled expression. This dog won't go crazy. Looks like that scrap iron is the treasure he was looking for. Jiangqin squinted his eyes and looked at the scrap iron in the Huang dog's arms. This scrap iron was about 2 meters long and it was as wide as a palm. It was covered with iron filings, and this scrap iron belonged to the kind that no one would want even if it was thrown onto the street. More importantly, even with Jiang Chen's vision as the greatest saint in the world, he still couldn't tell the difference between this scrap iron and an ordinary scrap iron. He could tell that this scrap iron was part of a broken sword. However, Jiang Chen couldn't sense any energy ripples or laws from the broken sword. There was nothing special about this broken sword. With Jiang Chen's vision, even if it was a broken piece of a peerless saint weapon in front of him, he would still be able to recognize it. But right now he couldn't recognize this scrap iron. In this situation there were only 2 possibilities. The first one was that this scrap iron was really just a broken sword, and the second one was that this scrap iron had surpassed the realm of a saint weapon, to the point where even he couldn't recognize it. Jiang Chen believed in the Huang dog's ability. This dog would never get excited over a scrap iron for no reason. "De Huang, what is this?" Jiang Chen asked. "Are you blind? It's just a scrap iron, a broken sword. Everything else belongs to you, but this broken sword belongs to me. I'm warning you, don't try to snatch it from me." The Huang dog hugged the broken sword tightly, afraid that Jiang Chen would snatch it away. The more the Huang dog behaved like this, the more Jiang Chen felt that this broken sword was an extraordinary item. "Hee De Huang, let me have a look. I promise I won't take it from you." Jiang Chen revealed a smile that he thought was very kind. "Get lost, don't even think about it. I found it myself." The Huang dog was very straightforward. He opened his mouth and swallowed the broken sword. "Damn you." Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. It seemed like digging out a treasure from the Huang dog's mouth was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. He could only give up for now and think of another way in the future. "Damn you. You've also obtained a lot of benefits, you should be grateful to me." The Huang dog glared at Jiang Chen. He was very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's performance. After that, the trio left the secret chamber and walked out of the wasteland, heading towards the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce. "The Huang dog, what kind of treasure is that broken sword?" Along the way, Jiang Chen was still unwilling to give up. Something that even he couldn't see through, he was naturally very interested. "I don't know, but it's a treasure." The Huang dog wagged his tail. "Let me have a look, I promise I'll return it to you." "No way. Fuck you." Woof. When they arrived at the courtyard, Jiang Chen still didn't get the broken sword from the Huang dog's mouth. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. This dog was smart and evil, it was too difficult to get anything from him. "Big bro Jiang Chen, when are we going to the Black Sect?" Yanqin asked. "I'm going to absorb the earth fruit now. Once I break through to the mid-mortal core realm, I'll go to the Black Sect. If everything goes smoothly, we'll leave tomorrow afternoon." Jiang Chen said. He knew that in this world, no matter where he went, the most important thing was strength. Only with strong strength could he earn the respect of others. Only when he broke through to the mid-mortal core realm would Jiang Chen's foundation become even stronger. Jiang Chen's foundation would become even stronger. After that, Jiang Chen entered his room and started absorbing the earth fruit. Yanqin Yu and a Huang dog were guarding Jiang Chen in the courtyard. Chapter 103. The earth fruit was formed by absorbing the essence of the earth. It was an extremely rare natural treasure. The earth fruit in Jiang Chen's hand was only 1,000 years old, and it only contained a small amount of earth essence. However, the pure energy contained within was not something to be underestimated. This kind of natural treasure was perfect for the current Jiang Chen. With this earth fruit he could easily break through to the mid-mortal core realm. Buzz. Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation skill. The yuan energy in his qi produced a buzzing sound, and the 25 dragon marks were like 25 real dragons spinning in his qi, forming a whirlpool. Once the dragon transformation skill was circulated to its limit, Zhou Xian swallowed the earth fruit in one gulp. Bang! The powerful energy contained within the earth fruit exploded in an instant, rushing into Zhou Xian's limbs and bones. What a powerful energy! Ah, this feeling is amazing. Zhou Xian's face was filled with excitement. The way he absorbed the earth fruit, if anyone else saw this, they would definitely be shocked speechless. The energy contained within 1,000-years-old earth fruit was not something a mortal core warrior could absorb in an instant. Even if it was the little devil king or Li Wushuang who had obtained the earth fruit, they would have to absorb it bit by bit. Swallowing it in one gulp like Zhou Xian was simply unbelievable. Zhou Xian did this because he had something to rely on. The sudden explosion of energy from the earth fruit could only be controlled by a mighty skill like the dragon transformation skill. Roar, roar. When the dragon transformation skill was circulated to its limit, the 20 dragon marks in his body started shaking violently. A deep dragon roar could even be heard from within Zhou Xian's body. Above his head, a dragon-shaped aura was circling around, and his black hair was moving without any wind. He looked like an ancient beast that was about to awaken. Under the control of the dragon transformation skill, the energy from the earth fruit was quickly absorbed into his qi, and it condensed into new dragon marks. Zhou Xian had absorbed the dragon horse blood of De Huang dog, then refined the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. During the Qi province competition, his thoughts were clear, and now, with the help of the earth fruit, it could be said that he was well prepared. After an hour, 5 new dragon marks had formed in Zhou Xian's qi. Including the previous 25 dragon marks, there were exactly 30 dragon marks. The instant the 30th dragon mark was formed, Zhou Xian's entire aura became restless. I'm about to level up. Zhou Xian was overjoyed. He took out a large amount of human elixir and refined it. Cultivating the dragon transformation art required a large amount of energy to support every advancement. This caused Zhou Xian's demand for human elixir to be greater than ordinary people. Huff huff, powerful energy waves rushed out from Zhou Xian's body. If it wasn't for Zhou Xian's control, the energy waves would have broken through the room. Even so, the aura of breaking through was extremely strong. The natural energies in the air above the courtyard were instantly sucked dry. Big Bro Zhou Xian has broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. Within the courtyard, Yan Qinyu was overjoyed. I wonder what kind of skill this guy is cultivating. Every time he breaks through, he would have such a powerful aura. What a monster. De Huang dog muttered. At the same time, the people from the Black Sect Chamber of Commerce had also sensed the aura, and many of them were shocked. It's Zhou Xian's courtyard. Looking at this aura, it seems like Zhou Xian is about to break through. The Black Sect has gained another peerless genius. From now on, the Qi province won't only have one northern and southern dynasties. Pass down my order. No one is allowed to get close to the courtyard, and no one is allowed to disturb Zhou Xian's cultivation. Zhou Xian's name had spread across the entire whirling Sun City. There was no one in the Black Sect Chamber of Commerce who didn't know about Zhou Xian. Besides, Zhou Xian was now a genius of the Black Sect, and the people from the Chamber of Commerce could only look up to him. Zhou Xian had absorbed 1,000 human elixir pills, and only then could he completely stabilize his cultivation level at the mid-mortal core realm. This kind of consumption wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. If he wanted to break through to the late mortal core realm, it would take even more. Perhaps he would need at least 3,000 elixir pills. Buzz. The yuan energy in his qi was fluctuating, and the blood-red dragon marks were rolling around. A powerful blood qi was hovering around Zhou Xian. After 30 dragon marks had been formed, it was still far from over. Only 1/3 of the energy contained in the earth fruit had been used up. Zhou Xian was circulating the dragon transformation skill to its limit, and more dragon marks were forming in his qi. 1, 2, 3. When the sun rose again, another 10 dragon marks had been formed. At this moment, all the energy in the earth fruit had been consumed. Right now, within Zhou Xian's qi, 40 dragon marks were revolving around his mortal core. It looked like a living blood dragon was spiraling around. It was a mystical sight. As for Zhou Xian, not only had he broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his cultivation level had also been stabilized, and it was showing signs of breaking through to the late mortal core realm. 40 dragon marks meant a force of 400,000 jin. This kind of strength coming from an early mortal core warrior was unbelievable. It was unimaginable. According to the records of the dragon transformation skill, in order to break through to the late mortal core realm, I need to form 60 dragon marks. Now I've formed 40 and I'm not far from the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen's sharp eyes kept glowing. The boost that 40 dragon marks had given him was unimaginable, and it could only be described with the word powerful. With my current combat strength, I can kill anyone in the mortal core realm in a second. If I were to fight Li Wushuang in this state, I could kill him with just a single slap and I wouldn't have to fight him for so long. Now even ordinary early heavenly core warriors are no match for me. If I use the Axe of Thunder, I can easily kill an early heavenly core warrior. Jiang Chen was extremely imposing, and he was emitting a confident aura from all over his body. Killing a heavenly core warrior while only being an early mortal core warrior, this was really shocking. After all, the gap between the mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm was not small. Warriors who reached the heavenly core realm could already control the natural yuan energy. Jiang Chen was a freak, a real monster. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had the experience and skills of a saint. He couldn't be judged with common sense. With the increase in his cultivation level, Jiang Chen's combat skills had also improved by a lot. With his current state, when he used the 6 solar fingers, he could now unleash the 3 solar fingers. The Sonic Hawk Cry's sound wave combat skill had also improved, and its power had increased. Jiang Chen didn't hurry to leave his room. Instead, he took out the Clap of Thunder combat skill book from his storage ring. He had a strong foundation now, and if he could successfully cultivate the Clap of Thunder combat skill, then he would have another powerful trump card. In the future, he would be invincible among his peers in the Qi province. Jiang Chen flipped open the Clap of Thunder combat skill book. Just by reading the incantation once, he had completely understood the essence of the combat skill. With his cultivation experience as a saint, reading an earth-level combat skill wasn't difficult at all. This was an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. This advantage was too strong. When other people cultivated a combat skill, they would need a few months or even 3 to 5 years to understand the essence of the skill. But for Jiang Chen, he could understand it with just one look. Besides, using the dragon transformation skill to unleash a combat skill was much stronger than using an ordinary skill. With such a unique advantage, he was destined to become a peerless genius. At noon, Jiang Chen tidied up his clothes, then he pushed open the door and walked out. After breaking through to the mid-mortal core realm, Jiang Chen felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze, and his face was filled with a bright smile. "Big bro Jiang Chen, you broke through?" Seeing Jiang Chen walk out, Yan Chenyu immediately ran up to him. "Of course." Jiang Chen lovingly pinched Yan Chenyu's nose, causing the little girl to giggle. "Big bro Jiang Chen, are we going to the black sect now?" Yan Chenyu asked. "That's right, let's go now. After all, we are now disciples of the black sect, how can we not go?" After Jiang Chen said that, he turned to De Huang Dog and asked, "De Huang, are you going to the black sect?" "Yes, of course I'm going." De Huang Dog immediately wagged his tail. "Let me make this clear, the black sect is not like the Tianjin Gate. I owe them a favor, so no matter where you go, you can't mess around with them. If not, I won't bring you there no matter what," Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. De Huang Dog was an extreme person who could do anything. What he did in the Tianjin Gate, if he did it in the black sect, it would be even worse. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." De Huang Dog nodded his head in a serious manner. Although he had a righteous expression on his face, Jiang Chen still felt that this dog wasn't reliable. But with Jiang Chen here, he believed that De Huang Dog wouldn't dare go too far. Besides, bringing this dog with him would bring him endless benefits. The 10,000-year freezing crystal that Yan Chenyu found, and the wealth left behind by a divine core warrior, had proven De Huang Dog's abilities. "All right, we'll fly to the black sect. Unleash your wings of light and carry Xiaoyu," Jiang Chen said. "What? I won't do it," De Huang Dog said with a wronged expression. "Last time when I escaped from Silver Moon City, I overused my innate ability, so I can't unleash my wings of light for a short period of time. In my opinion, you should unleash your blood wings and carry Xiaoyu and me." "Is that so?" Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang Dog's ear and said while gnashing his teeth in anger, "Damn dog, don't play tricks with daddy. Your innate ability has been used for half a month. It should have recovered by now. If you want to follow us, you better carry Xiaoyu. If not, don't come with us." This dog was really cunning. Since his innate ability had suffered a backlash, it should have recovered after half a month without using it. From Silver Moon City to Whirling Sun City, they had traveled for half a month. With De Huang Dog's abilities, he should have fully recovered a few days ago. If not, he wouldn't have run so fast when he was found by the disciples of the Tianjin Gate in the Whirling Sun Square. 3 figures shot up into the sky from the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce, and they quickly disappeared into the sky. One of them was a young man dressed in white with a pair of wings on his back, and the other was a De Huang dog with yellow fur all over his body, carrying a young girl dressed in purple on his back. They kept muttering to vent their dissatisfaction. Jiang Qin and De Huang dog flew above a yellow mountain range. Below them was a mountain range. Jiang Qin, who was flying at high speed, suddenly had a cold expression on his face. Something's wrong. Chapter 104. 4 figures suddenly appeared and surrounded Jiang Qin and De Huang dog. All 4 of them had powerful auras, and the fact that they were able to fly proved that they were heavenly core warriors. When one of them saw Jiang Qin and De Huang dog, he became extremely furious and let out a loud roar. "Jiang Qin, you little bastard, I'll let you die a graveless death today." The man's voice was fierce. He was the mayor of Silver Moon City, Yin Zhongqing. Jiang Qin finally understood. No wonder there were heavenly core warriors surrounding him. When he saw that it was Yin Zhongqing, he immediately felt relieved. The relationship between him and Yin Zhongqing was irreconcilable. This man wanted to eat him alive. As for the other 3 men, it was obvious that they were the helpers that Yin Zhongqing had found. They had set up an ambush here and they wanted to kill Jiang Qin for revenge. "Mayor Yin, you're really considerate. I didn't expect you to surround me here." Jiang Qin had a faint smile on his face. If it was before, he would definitely turn around and run when he saw Yin Zhongqing, but it was different now. After he had broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his combat strength had increased tremendously. Even if it was a heavenly core warrior, he wouldn't need to worry about them. Besides, these 4 men in front of him were all early heavenly core warriors. Jiang Qin was confident that he could handle them. "Jiang Qin, I never expected you to participate in the Qi province competition, and you even got first place. You've become famous. Not bad at all. I have to thank you. If you didn't participate in the Qi province competition and became famous, it would be hard for me to find you. If you had followed those disciples from the Black Sect yesterday, I might not have had the chance to get my revenge. I never expected you to stay. We've been waiting for you here." Yin Zhongqing sneered. After Jiang Qin and De Huang dog had escaped, Yin Zhongqing had found a few of his close friends to search for Jiang Qin's traces. His son had been killed and the city lord's mansion had been reduced to ruins. All of this was caused by this man and dog in front of him. With such hatred, Yin Zhongqing wanted to tear Jiang Qin into pieces even in his dreams. With the abilities of these 4 men, they were able to accurately locate Jiang Qin's tracks. Furthermore, after discovering that Jiang Qin hadn't gone to the Black Sect with Guan Yiyun and the others, Yin Zhongqing and the others didn't dare attack Jiang Qin at the Black Sect's Chamber of Commerce in Whirling Sun City. Therefore, they had decided to ambush him at this place where he had to pass before heading to the Black Sect. They wanted to give Jiang Qin a heavy blow. "Yin Zhongqing, I advise you to give up your hatred. If you leave now, you can still keep your life. As for the 3 of you, we have no enmity between us, so I advise you not to be bewitched by Yin Zhongqing. Losing your life is not a small matter." Jiang Qin's gaze swept across the crowd and said in an indifferent tone, "Ah, what a sharp-tongued young man. Being able to get first place in the Qi province competition, you do have some abilities. But no matter how talented you are still just at the mortal core realm. With the 4 of us heavenly core warriors working together to deal with a little guy at the mortal core realm, even if you have 6 pairs of wings, you won't be able to escape alive today." An old man with a white beard laughed out loudly. He felt that what Jiang Qin said was a joke. They were 4 heavenly core warriors, and if they couldn't kill a little mortal core warrior, then they wouldn't be able to live anymore. "I've already warned you. If you insist on attacking, I won't hold back. I, Jiang Qin, never give anyone a second chance." Jiang Qin's face turned cold. Jiang Qin's enemies only had one ending. "Don't talk big. 3 of you, this young man is very cunning. Let's attack together and kill him. Don't let him escape," Yin Zhongqing said. The 4 of them had completely locked onto Jiang Qin. They surrounded Jiang Chen from 4 directions, not giving him any chance to escape. "Young man, I'll leave this to you." The Huang dog took advantage of the fact that the 4 of them were all focused on Jiang Chen and flew away with Yan Qinyu on his back. "Stupid dog, don't go." One of them stretched out his hand and tried to grab the Huang dog, but the Huang dog easily dodged it. "Don't worry about that dog, let's get rid of Jiang Chen first." A sharp light flashed in Yin Zhongcheng's eyes. Jiang Chen's performance in the Qi province competition had really surprised him. He couldn't let a genius like this escape today. If he had the chance to continue growing, then he, Yin Zhongcheng, would never be able to get revenge again. "Let's attack together." The old man with the white beard shouted out loudly. It looked like the 4 of them had made up their minds. As long as they could kill Jiang Chen, they wouldn't care about their status. After all, 4 heavenly core warriors attacking a young mortal core warrior together was not a glorious thing to do. Bang! The 4 of them were determined to kill Jiang Chen, so they immediately unleashed their full strength. 4 powerful energies shot up into the sky and covered the sky. Hurricanes appeared everywhere in the sky, and the attacks from the 4 of them connected into a gigantic energy web. It flew towards Jiang Chen, trying to tear Jiang Chen apart. Jiang Chen, who was surrounded in the middle, let out a cold snort. A serious expression emerged on his face. An early heavenly core warrior and 4 early heavenly core warriors working together, this was a completely different situation. However, Jiang Chen had a strong foundation, so he didn't show any fear on his face. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Chen suddenly shouted out loudly. In an instant he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. 3 gigantic golden fingers were unleashed by him, and they looked like pillars that could support the heavens. At the same time, Jiang Chen unleashed the sonic hawk cry. The powerful sound waves turned into invisible ripples that swept towards the other 2 men. Bang! This was the collision of 2 ultimate energies. At this moment, the entire sky above them exploded with a loud bang, and the air started burning. Large amounts of sparks flew all over the place. The combination of 4 early heavenly core warriors was no joke. Jiang Chen was as ferocious as a tiger. With his mid-mortal core cultivation base, he was fighting against 4 enemies at the same time. He was emitting a domineering aura. No matter if it was the 6 solar fingers or the sonic hawk cry, they were both powerful combat skills. Perhaps only Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, could do this. Jiang Chen had 40 dragon marks in his Qi, so he wasn't afraid of consuming Yuan energy. The energy from the collision quickly dissipated. With just Jiang Chen's strength, he was able to withstand the combined attack of 4 early heavenly core warriors. If this scene was spread out, it would definitely shock a lot of people. This was insane, and in the entire Qi province, perhaps only Jiang Chen could do something like this. He broke through again. He is now a mid-mortal core warrior. How is this possible? He is just a mid-mortal core junior. How can he fight against the 4 of us together? Is he still human? Monster, this guy is definitely a peerless monster. Today let's work together and get rid of him. If not, we won't have another chance in the future, and the next time we meet him, I'm afraid he will be the one to kill us. The few great warriors were shocked. Jiang Chen's performance had far exceeded their expectations. Clang clang. All 4 of them had a combat weapon in their hands at the same time. Yin Zhongcheng was still holding the golden axe, a mid-ranked combat weapon, while the other 3 were holding low-ranked combat weapons. Combat weapons were very precious. Ordinary heavenly core warriors couldn't get their hands on a mid-ranked combat weapon, unless they were inner circle disciples like the 4 big sections. Yin Zhongcheng was the mayor of a city, and that was why he had a mid-ranked combat weapon. The 4 of them unleashed their energy to its peak. They were determined to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. Jiang Chen's face was calm and his eyes were as sharp as blades. If he was facing a single heavenly core warrior, he was confident that he could kill him, but when facing 4 heavenly core warriors, it wouldn't be so easy. Come, let's see who's stronger. Jiang Chen laughed out loudly. He shook his arm and a 10-meter-long golden axe suddenly appeared in his hand. When the axe appeared, it immediately produced a buzzing sound that caused the air to tremble. High-ranked combat weapon. The 4 men shouted out in shock at the same time, especially the 3 men who were holding low-ranked combat weapons. They almost spat out some blood. This was a huge blow to their confidence. They were all heavenly core warriors, but they were only holding low-ranked combat weapons. But this guy was only a mortal core warrior and he was holding a rare high-ranked combat weapon. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Even Yin Zhongqing felt depressed. He looked at the axe of thunder in Jiang Chen's hand, and then looked at the axe in his hand. The gap between them had just been widened. Kill him. This guy has other treasures on him, we'll split them all later. Right after Yin Zhongqing finished speaking, the old man with the white beard was the first to dash forward. The long sword in his hand turned into a bright rainbow. At the same time, the other three men also started attacking. Let's attack one by one, let's kill one of them first. Jiang Chen's combat experience was too rich. He had experienced countless battles like this. His eyes locked onto the white-bearded old man. With the help of the dimensional shift and the blood wings on his back, Jiang Chen appeared on the left side of the white-bearded old man. This was a place where the attacks of the other three couldn't reach instantly. Clap of thunder combat skill. Jiang Chen shouted out lightly. He raised the axe in his hand high up into the air. Streams of natural energies turned into hurricanes and gathered towards the axe of thunder. The axe shone with a golden light and a vast amount of energy spread out. In an instant it locked onto the old man with the white beard. Die. Jiang Chen had a cruel expression on his face. He felt lucky that he had cultivated the clap of thunder combat skill, and now he could use it in a real battle. Swoosh. The axe of thunder let out a loud roar, and with an unstoppable momentum, it chopped down towards the old man with the white beard. A deep crack appeared in the air, and an intense energy roared out like a tsunami. What? The old man cried out in shock. He never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to use a high-ranked combat weapon to such an extent. At this moment he actually felt the threat of death. The white-bearded old man's reaction was really fast, and he used his long sword to block the attack. But too bad, the axe of thunder's power was too strong, and it was also Jiang Chen's full-force attack. There was no way the white-bearded old man could withstand it. Clang. Jiang Chen's clap of thunder hit the old man with the white beard. The long sword in the old man's hand was instantly cut in half, but the power of the axe of thunder didn't decrease at all. It even chopped off half of the old man's head. Half of the old man's head flew into the air and blood sprayed everywhere. The old man didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Chapter 105. Jiang Chen killed one of them in the most powerful way possible. After killing the old man with the axe of thunder, Jiang Chen once again used the dimensional shift skill with his blood wings, easily dodging the attacks from the other three men. The shockwaves from their attacks were shattered by Jiang Chen's battle axe. Old Bai. Yin Zhongqing shouted out loudly. His eyes were about to shoot out flames. 4 heavenly core warriors were attacking a young mortal core warrior, but one of them had been killed by his attack. This was ridiculous. Everyone be careful. This guy is a super abnormal monster. Now that he has broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, his cultivation level is no weaker than an ordinary early heavenly core warrior. He has a high-ranked combat weapon and he can use combat skills that are compatible with the weapon. Yin Zhongqing reminded everyone. Let's attack together and use our combined strength to suppress him. No matter how abnormal he is still just a mortal core warrior. He has used 2 combat skills just now, and now he has used his high-ranked combat weapon once. His yuan energy should be almost depleted. I don't believe he can still use the power of his battle axe. Another old man said in a cold voice. He had a good relationship with the old man with the white beard. His good friend had been killed on the spot, and this made his hatred towards Jiang Chen skyrocket. Heavy rock strike. Triple hurricane slash. Invincible 4 heavy waves. The 3 of them didn't dare underestimate Jiang Chen any longer. In their minds, Jiang Chen was a super abnormal monster, and they couldn't treat him as a young mortal core warrior anymore. The 3 of them unleashed their strongest attacks at the same time. Combat skills and combat weapons had perfectly displayed the energy of a heavenly core warrior, and the powerful shockwaves from the battle had destroyed the surrounding space. Endless energy flashed in the sky like a rainbow. The shockwaves from the attacks had destroyed a mountain. The combined attack of 3 early heavenly core warriors was incredibly powerful. Oh, come on, let's attack together. I, Jiang Chen, have nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. He stood in the air with a battle axe in his hand. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his entire body was covered in golden light. He looked like a peerless king who had descended to the world, his domineering aura filling the sky. At this moment Yin Zhongqing and the other two could clearly feel a powerful aura from Jiang Chen. This young man in front of them seemed to be a natural king. It was as if he was no longer a teenager, but an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. This illusion was very absurd, but it was also very real. Facing the frontal attacks from 3 heavenly core warriors, Jiang Chen had no intention of backing off. His strong heart wouldn't allow him to back off, and Jiang Chen wouldn't dodge either. The only thing he wanted to do right now was to defeat 3 heavenly core warriors with his current combat strength, and create another miracle. Buzz buzz. The axe of thunder started producing an intense buzzing sound. The golden light kept filling the air, and deep dragon roars could be heard from Jiang Chen's body. Dense yuan energy was crazily rushing into the axe of thunder. It was endless, like a vast ocean, and it seemed like it would never dry up. The axe of thunder combat skill was a powerful combat skill, and when it was unleashed by Jiang Chen, it felt like it could split open a mountain. Bang! The sky was shaking and a loud explosion could be heard. Jiang Chen raised the axe of thunder high up into the air, and a bright light turned into a golden beam that shot up into the sky. In the next second, Jiang Chen chopped down with all his might. 3 gigantic battle axes that were completely condensed from energy. Each of them were more than 100 meters long, and they were all chopping towards the incoming attacks. Each of the golden battle axes carried a domineering aura that could destroy everything in its path. It was a truly destructive aura. Bang! It was 1 against 3. This was a rare battle between those with higher cultivation levels. Combat skills, combat weapons, every single one of them represented destruction. The entire sky was filled with destructive energies, and it had turned the entire battlefield into a mess. Yin Zhongqing and the other 2 were hit by the powerful impact of the axe of thunder, and they were forced back more than 30 meters before they could regain their balance. Looking at Jiang Chen in front of them, he was still covered in a golden light, and his domineering aura made him look like a judge of all living beings. The battle axe in his hand could rule over all living beings. How is this possible? How can a mid-mortal core warrior be so strong? Is he really just a mid-mortal core warrior? How can he use such a powerful combat skill? It seems like his yuan energy is endless and he's not afraid of consuming it at all. This is unbelievable. Damn it, Brother Yin, what kind of monster have you offended? The 3 of them felt like they were going to vomit blood. As heavenly core warriors, they had dominated this area for so many years, but they had never encountered such a difficult fight. Bang! Right after one of them finished speaking, another explosive sound could be heard. Jiang Chen flapped his wings and attacked again. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of one of the men, and the axe of thunder had arrived above the man's head with a sharp axe light. Fast, it was too fast. It was so fast that the man only had a chance to react and there was no way he could block it. Not good. The man cried out in shock. He never thought that after Jiang Chen had unleashed his strongest attack, he would still be able to unleash another attack in the blink of an eye. Too bad it was all over. The battle axe was merciless and it sliced the man in half. Blood sprayed across the sky and the blood splashed onto the other 2 men, causing them to shiver. Zhoosh. Jiang Chen was filled with killing intent and he didn't stop. After killing one man, he immediately swung his battle axe towards the other man. Run. Yin Zhongqing reminded his men, then he turned around and started running. There was no way he could continue this fight. Jiang Chen was too strong, brutal and overbearing. There was no chance for him to avenge himself, and the most important thing right now was to stay alive. If this continued, neither of them would be able to escape, and they would both end up like the old man. Yin Zhongqing was the first to run away. The other man was so scared that he started sweating. He turned around and tried to escape, but he was too slow. Coupled with the fear in his heart, he had lost all will to fight, and he was killed by Jiang Chen's battle axe. 3 men had died in this fight. Jiang Chen's expression was cruel and merciless, and his eyes were glowing with a cold light. He raised his head and looked at Yin Zhongqing, who had run far away. He flapped his blood wings and chased after him. Right when Yin Zhongqing started running, The Huang dog had already chased after him and stood in front of Yin Zhongqing. "Damn dog, get out of my way." Without saying anything, Yin Zhongqing immediately swung his battle axe towards the Huang dog. Running for his life was the most important thing right now. If he was caught by that man, he would definitely die. Pup. The Huang dog opened his mouth and spat out a huge golden energy ball. At the same time, Yan Chenyu unleashed a curtain of ice, blocking Yin Zhongqing's attack. Rumble. The explosion of energy started rolling. After being delayed by the Huang dog, Yin Zhongqing's escape speed was slowed down by half a beat. At this moment, Jiang Qin had already caught up to him. Looking at Jiang Qin, who was filled with killing intent, and the axe of thunder in Jiang Qin's hand that was glowing in a golden light, Yin Zhongqing's expression became extremely ugly. An aura of death had enveloped him, and his body was filled with fear. "Jiang Qin, don't kill me. Let me live. I promise that I won't trouble you anymore." Yin Zhongqing begged for mercy. "Those who kill will be killed by others." Jiang Qin's face was cold as he raised his battle axe high up. "Yin Zhongqing, you have to know that a single mistake can lead to everlasting sorrow. You shouldn't have offended me that day in Silver Moon City." Jiang Qin's words were like a death sentence for Yin Zhongqing. He was like a judge from hell. Whoever he wanted to kill, that person would have to die. Bang! The battle axe produced an explosive sound as it swung down with extreme speed. "No!" Yin Zhongqing let out a furious roar. He tried his best to raise the battle axe in his hand to block the attack, but he couldn't change his fate. He was killed by Jiang Qin's battle axe. After killing 4 heavenly core warriors in a row and continuously using the clap of thunder combat skill, even Jiang Qin felt tired. The yuan energy in his body had been consumed too much, and he had no choice but to take out some human elixir to recover. "You're getting more and more abnormal. You killed 4 heavenly core warriors. If this news were to spread, I wonder how many people would be scared to death." Big Yellow waved his arms and legs, his face filled with excitement. They were courting death. Jiang Qin sneered. With a casual wave of his hand, he grabbed all 3 combat weapons and stored them into his storage ring. "Let's keep going." Jiang Qin flapped his blood wings and continued flying towards the direction of the Black Sect. This battle with 4 heavenly core warriors had allowed him to truly understand his combat strength, and he had learned a lot from it. Yin Zhongqing's tragedy was just like what Jiang Qin had said. He shouldn't have offended Jiang Qin back in Silver Moon City, and he shouldn't have bothered Jiang Qin even after the conflict was resolved. That was why he ended up like this. Jiang Qin had used the cruelest method to teach him a lesson. In this world, there were some people that you shouldn't offend. Once you did, you would have to pay a hefty price. The Black Sect was located at the northernmost part of the Qi province. It was a majestic mountain range, and it was filled with dense natural yuan energy. White mist lingered around the mountain all year round, giving it a holy and noble feeling. This mountain range was called the Black Mountain. On top of the Black Mountain there were many different peaks. It was said that the ancestor of the Black Sect found an underground energy vein here, and he occupied it, creating the everlasting Black Sect. An energy vein, not only could it provide a high-quality cultivation environment and gather natural yuan energy, it was also a symbol of luck. The reason why the 4 big sects in the Qi province could remain prosperous for so long was because they occupied an energy vein, and they were able to cultivate geniuses one after another. 2 days later at noon, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog had successfully arrived at the Black Sect. They landed at the foot of the mountain. "So beautiful." Yan Chenyu couldn't help but praise as she looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her. "Not bad indeed, it's a perfect location." Jiang Qin nodded his head. He didn't have much of a reaction. He had seen much more than Yan Chenyu. A small sect like the Black Sect couldn't even be ranked in the Divine Continent. "Let's go, we're now disciples of the Black Sect. We need to report first." Jiang Qin smiled, then he started walking towards the top of the Black Mountain. "Halt, intruder." Chapter 106. Jiang Qin threw a glance at these 3 men, and he found that they were only at the Qi High Realm. They should be novice disciples of the Black Sect, and they belonged to the Outer Circle. If they were Outer Circle disciples who had reached the Mortal Core Realm, they wouldn't be assigned to guard the mountain gate. But as a disciple of the Black Sect, even if they were just ordinary novice disciples, It was enough for them to be proud of themselves. There were many geniuses among the novice disciples, and many outer circle disciples and even inner circle disciples who had reached the heavenly core realm started as novice disciples. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the black sect? Are you seeking death? A fat man said with an arrogant tone. His body was filled with a sense of superiority. Xianxia was amused. Disciples from big sects were indeed different. They were much more arrogant than others. Just as Xianxia was about to tell them his name, he saw a disciple looking at Yu from top to bottom. His eyes shone brightly. Pretty girl, what are you doing here in the black sect? Your big brother can help you. The disciple smiled at Yu, but he didn't know that what he did had violated someone's taboo. Watch your eyes. Xianxia glared at the disciple and said without any hesitation. After that he started walking towards the top of the Black Mountain. If this disciple wasn't a disciple of the Black Sect, he would be a dead man by now just because of what he did to Yu. Fuck, who is this guy? How dare he act so arrogantly in the Black Sect? Kid, stop right there. The three men stared at Xianxia and blocked his way in front of Xianxia. The fat man had a ferocious expression on his face. Where did this guy come from? How dare he act so arrogantly in the Black Sect? He must have eaten a leopard's guts. Get out of my way. Xianxia furrowed his brows. Initially he wanted to treat them nicely, but the way they behaved had disappointed him. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. The fat man cursed. Slap! Right after the fat man's words left his mouth, a slap landed on his face with lightning speed. Following a loud and clear slap, the fat man's 200 kilograms body fell onto the ground and let out a painful howl. How dare you hit someone in the Black Sect? You must be tired of living. When the other disciple saw this young man who came out of nowhere and dared to attack the Black Sect, he immediately, however, before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground as well, and suffered the same fate as the fat man. The last man was dumbfounded. He stared at Xianxia with his mouth wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. Xianxia's domineering attitude had stunned him. No one had ever dared to come to the Black Sect and beat up a disciple of the Black Sect. This was outrageous. You wait for me. The disciple finally reacted. He turned around and ran towards the top of Black Mountain, running faster than a rabbit. Kaka, this kid went to get reinforcements. De Huang dog cackled. I never thought something like this would happen right after I arrived at the Black Sect. What a disappointment. Yu pouted. This is a good opportunity to show off. Let's just wait here, let's see if he can bring out Guaniyun. Xianxia crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a faint smile emerged on his face. He wasn't in a hurry to go up the mountain, he was waiting for someone to come and invite him up. Not long after that, 8 disciples wearing white clothes walked down the mountain in an aggressive manner. The leader of the group was a tall and strong man with a full beard. Next to him was the disciple who went to get reinforcements. They are all novice disciples at the Qi High realm, not good enough. De Huang dog was squatting on a big green rock, leisurely wagging his tail. Senior disciple Lu, that's him, that's the guy who hit people. The disciple pointed his finger at Xianxia. The novice disciple who was called senior disciple Lu had a ferocious expression on his face. When he saw the 2 men lying on the ground, he immediately stared at Xianxia angrily. The senior disciple Lu should be one of the more famous novice disciples. He was at the peak of the Qi High realm, and those who came down with him were all famous novice disciples as well. Kid, do you know what this place is? Senior disciple Lu stood in front of Xianxia and said in a fierce tone. Get lost, you don't have the right to talk to me. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. Fuck. Senior disciple Lu was instantly enraged. With his status, there was no novice disciple who didn't respect him. But this guy who came out of nowhere dared to ask him to get lost? Damn it, this was the Black Sect's territory. I think you're looking for, slap. Senior disciple Lu didn't even have the chance to finish his words before he was thrown onto the ground by another slap. All the other disciples were shocked, they couldn't believe what had just happened. Senior disciple Lu was one of the best novice disciples, but he was also thrown onto the ground by a single slap. This young man was really strong. Without waiting for them to be shocked, Xianxia took a step forward. Slap, 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 slap. A loud and clear sound of slaps rang out like firecrackers. All the men who came down from the mountain were thrown onto the ground, and they were lying on the ground in a mess, crying out in pain. The novice disciple who came to get help was still standing there, but this time he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't bear to look at all the people lying on the ground. This young man was too cruel, he just slapped them as soon as he arrived. This was the Black Sect after all. Let's go get more people, Zhou Xian said with a smile on his face. Alright, just you wait. The disciple was trembling as he once again started running up the mountain. Not long after that, another 3 men came down from the mountain. Besides the disciple who went to get help, there were 2 other young men. These 2 young men were even more arrogant, and their energy was even stronger. They had both reached the early mortal core realm, and they were both outer circle disciples of the Black Sect. In the Black Sect, the difference between novice disciples and outer circle disciples was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was just like the difference between an outer circle disciple and an inner circle disciple. Senior disciple Huang, look, it's that guy, he hit our men. The novice disciple pointed at Zhou Xian once again. When the 2 outer circle disciples saw so many people lying on the ground, they were immediately enraged. Senior disciple Huang threw his glance at Zhou Xian and carefully observed him. He wanted to know who was so daring. Young man, I don't care who you are. How dare you come to the Black Sect and hit our men? This is a serious act of courting death. I want you to kneel down and apologize to them right now. Senior disciple Huang had an imposing manner, he wanted Zhou Xian to kneel down. These 2 men were obviously just small fries amongst the outer circle disciples, and they didn't participate in the Qi province competition in Whirling Sun City. If they did, they wouldn't be so arrogant when they saw Zhou Xian. What's your name? Zhou Xian asked. Fuck, senior disciple Huang asked you to kneel down, are you deaf? The other mortal core disciple cursed. He raised his hand and slapped towards Zhou Xian. Slap. Another slap sounded out, but it wasn't Zhou Xian who received it, it was the arrogant mortal core disciple. The man was slapped by Zhou Xian and fell onto the ground. He kept struggling, but he couldn't stand up. The scene was shocking. Senior disciple Huang's eyes were wide open, and as for the novice disciple, he was terrified. Slapping a novice disciple and slapping an outer circle disciple were 2 completely different concepts. Where did this young man come from? He was too strong. Slap. Another slap. Zhou Xian's slap landed on senior disciple Huang's face. Senior disciple Huang, who was extremely arrogant just now, couldn't react in time. He was slapped by Zhou Xian and spun 3 times on the spot. But Zhou Xian had controlled his strength well, so senior disciple Huang didn't fall down. Just you wait. Senior disciple Huang turned around and started running towards the top of the mountain. He replaced the novice disciple and became the one to call for reinforcements. The novice disciple who was left behind was stunned. His face was filled with fear. He hoped that Zhou Xian would slap him and throw him onto the ground as well. But Zhou Xian didn't slap him. For him this was a torture. All he could do was stand there without moving. After a while, another 2 figures walked down from the top of the mountain. One of them was senior disciple Huang, and the other one had an even stronger aura. He was unleashing the aura of a late mortal core warrior. Both of them were extremely fast. Soon they arrived at the middle of the mountain. The late mortal core disciple first looked at all the men who were lying on the ground, crying in pain. Then he looked at Zhou Xian. When he saw Zhou Qian's face and Yan Qinyu and a Huang dog who were watching from the side, his expression changed dramatically. Senior disciple Wang, this is the guy who dared come to the Black Sect and beat up our men. Cripple him. Beat him until his mother can't even recognize him. Disciple Huang pointed his finger at Zhou Xian and said fiercely. He had a proud expression on his face. He was ready to see how miserable Zhou Xian would be. Senior disciple Wang was one of the strongest outer circle disciples. He would definitely beat this guy until his mother couldn't even recognize him. Cripple your ass. I, your father, will beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Senior brother Wang was immediately enraged. Without saying a word, he slapped disciple Huang's face. What was going on? Disciple Huang was dumbfounded. What was going on? Didn't senior disciple Wang come here to help him? Why did he suddenly slap him? Senior disciple Wang, why did you slap me? Disciple Huang felt like he had been wronged. Daddy can't beat you to death, but I'll make you blind. Senior disciple Wang slapped disciple Huang's face once again. After that he walked up and gave Disciple Huang a good beating. In the blink of an eye, Disciple Huang's head was smashed to the point where even his mother couldn't recognize him. Disciple Huang laid on the ground and wailed. His face was covered with tears. What was going on? Why was he always the one getting hurt? Not only him, all the disciples who were lying on the ground were confused as well. They had no idea what was going on, but they would soon find out what was going on. What they saw was senior disciple Wang walking over to Zhang Qin and bowing deeply towards him. With an apologetic smile he said, "Senior disciple Zhang Qin, my name is Wang Yun. These bastards don't recognize senior disciple Zhang Qin and senior disciple Yen. I hope senior disciple Zhang won't blame them." What? Senior disciple Zhang Qin? Senior disciple Yen? He was Zhang Qin and that beautiful girl was Yen Qinyu. Plop. Chapter 107. Hearing the name Zhang Qin, the expressions of the disciples who were howling on the ground immediately changed. Their faces turned pale and they wished they could slap themselves again. What was called having eyes but failed to see, what was called not recognizing Mount Tai, what was called not courting death, this was a typical case of courting death. Was it a loss to be beaten? Serves them right. That disciple with the surname Huang had tears streaming down his face. What had he done just now? He dared to be so arrogant in front of senior disciple Zhang Qin, and he even said he would beat senior disciple Zhang Qin until even his own mother couldn't recognize him. He was simply courting death. Everyone threw their gazes at the notary disciple who had fainted. If looks could kill, this man would have been cut into pieces. If it wasn't for this notary disciple who invited them, they wouldn't have offended Zhang Qin. That was Zhang Qin. In just one day, Zhang Qin's achievements had become a hot topic in the Black Sect. Getting first place in the Qi province competition, killing Ling Ao and Li Wu Shuang, setting a one-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties. Although they hadn't seen Zhang Qin's face, Zhang Qin had become the idol of many disciples in the Black Sect. Damn it, they had offended an idol they had never met before. Being beaten into a pig's head wasn't a loss at all. Not only was it not a loss, everyone even felt lucky. They felt lucky that they were disciples of the Black Sect, lucky that Zhang Qin had shown them mercy. They had heard that Zhang Qin was ruthless, he had killed Ling Ao and Li Wu Shuang in front of the northern and southern dynasties in Liangshao. Today they had offended Zhang Qin. If they were slapped to death there would be no one to blame. The Black Sect wouldn't punish a peerless genius just for an outer circle disciple. All of you bastards, hurry up and apologize to senior disciple Zhang. Thank senior disciple Zhang for showing mercy. Wang Yun glanced around and scolded loudly. As soon as these words came out, how could these disciples dare to be the slightest bit negligent? One by one they crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. They couldn't be blamed for this. It was just that Zhang Qin's slap was too heavy. It really made it difficult for them to move. After being beaten up they still had to crawl on the ground and apologize. Logically speaking they should be feeling very aggrieved. However, right now none of them felt aggrieved. Just like what Wang Yun had said, they should be thankful that Zhang Qin had shown them mercy. If they had followed senior brother Zhang Qin's previous methods, they would already be corpses by now. All right. Zhang Qin waved his hand casually, then he started walking towards the top of Black Mountain. Yen Qinyu and a Huang dog followed closely behind him as they walked up the mountain. Wang Yun revealed an expression of exasperation at disciple Huang's failure to live up to his expectations, and scolded him again. Then he eagerly chased after Zhang Qin's footsteps. Disciple Huang sat down on the ground. He seemed to have lost his soul and his face was filled with grievance. Tears were streaming down his face. Thinking about his future status in the Black Sect, disciple Huang started crying again. Damn it, I've offended Zhang Qin, how am I going to stay in the Black Sect in the future? Although I'm also an outer circle disciple, how can my status be compared to Zhang Qin's? Although this was Zhang Qin's first day in the Black Sect, his status among the outer circle disciples was no weaker than Han Yan's. Damn it, Shipai, who's guarding the mountain today? Disciple Huang roared at the crowd. His eyes were about to shoot out flames. His name was Huang Jing and he used to have a good life in the Black Sect. But what happened today had completely destroyed him. Senior disciple Huang, it's those three. Someone pointed out the 3 novice disciples who were guarding the mountain today. One of them had already fainted, and when the other 2 saw them being pointed at, their faces immediately turned pale. They were so scared that they kneeled down on the ground. Senior disciple Huang, we're so sorry, we didn't know he was Zhou Xian. One of them was crying. When he thought about how he teased Yu just now, he felt like killing himself. Damn it, are your eyes on your butts? You can't even recognize senior disciple Zhang. How are you supposed to guard the mountain? Daddy's future has been ruined by you 3 bastards. Huang Jing scolded them, then he walked up and kicked both of them to the ground. Both of them were crying out in pain and they couldn't help but curse in their minds. Huang Jing, you didn't recognize Zhang Qian either. If you did, why would you ruin your own future? You can only blame yourself for being blind, it has nothing to do with us. Look at Wang Yun, perhaps he will be rewarded by senior disciple Zhang when he gets back. And with senior disciple Zhang's protection he will be able to do whatever he wants in the black sect. It's because of these 3 bastards that we offended senior disciple Zhang. Let's beat them up. That's right, beat them so hard that even their mothers won't recognize them. The flustered and exasperated crowd seemed to have found an outlet to vent, and the 3 disciples guarding the mountain became the target of public criticism. Bang bang bang. Aw, it was too tragic. This was human nature. Today the 3 people guarding the mountain could be considered to have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Normally when they were guarding the mountain this kind of situation would not occur. However, today they encountered Zhang Qian coming up the mountain. The most miserable one was the nominal disciple who had fainted. He was beaten awake and then knocked out again. Alright, stop fighting. It's useless even if you beat them to death. Huang Jing said. If the fight continued, the 3 of them would be beaten to death. Brothers, do you still want to stay in the black sect? Huang Jing asked. Of course. Joining the black sect has always been my dream. Someone said. The black sect was one of the 4 big sects in the Qi province. Joining the black sect was not only a symbol of status and identity, but also, cultivating here was many times better than cultivating in the outside world. There was an energy vein underneath the Black Mountain, and no matter if it was natural yuan energy or cultivation resources, the outside world couldn't compare with them. It wasn't easy for these people to join the black sect, so who wouldn't want to stay here and have a bright future? Today we've offended senior disciple Jiang. How are we going to survive in the future? Huang Jing said. Looking at the 3 disciples who were lying on the ground and howling in pain, he held back his urge to kick them again. What should we do, senior disciple Huang? Please give us some advice. Someone said. The current situation was very clear. Jiang Chen had obtained first place in the Qi province competition, killed Ling Ao from the Burning Sky Pavilion and Li Wu Shuang from the Tianjian Gate, and had also made a 1-year agreement with the Northern and Southern dynasties. Such a peerless genius, just like the Northern and Southern dynasties, had not appeared in the Qi province for thousands of years. Now that he had joined the Black Sect, he would definitely be valued by the higher-ups of the sect. As long as Jiang Chen gave the word, they would no longer be able to survive in the Qi province. Jiang Chen didn't even need to say anything. If what happened today was spread out, these people would immediately become public enemies, and they would be attacked by the other disciples. At that point of time, there would definitely be people who would find trouble with them in order to flatter Jiang Chen. If that happened, there would be no way for them to survive in the future. I'll go look for senior disciple Wang Yun and ask him to introduce us. We'll go find senior disciple Jiang Chen together and ask for his forgiveness. At that time, all you have to do is pay some money and take out some human elixir or some treasures that you think are valuable. With senior disciple Zhang's status, I'm sure he won't stoop to our level. Huang Jing said. I'll ask you now, is there anyone who doesn't want to go with us or doesn't want to pay? If there is, stand out now. Who dared to stand out? Who didn't want to? If they could solve this problem by paying some money, they would be more than happy to do so. Besides, many of them were from big families in the Qi province. Since they were able to come to the Black Sect to cultivate, they all had some background, so they didn't mind paying some money. We're all willing. Senior disciple Huang will leave this to you. Someone said. All right, carry these 3 bastards as well, we'll ask them if they want to go with us or not. Huang Jing angrily glared at the 3 men on the ground. However, he was still thinking about them at the very last moment. This proved that Huang Jing was a good man. If they went to find Jiang Chen and didn't bring these 3 men with them, These 3 men would never be able to stay in the black sect anymore. Under Wang Yun's lead, Jiang Qin and the other 2 men passed through the outer perimeter of the Black Mountain and arrived at the Outer Circle Disciples area. There were many mountain peaks in the Black Mountain, and they were all located in different areas. From the Outer Circle Disciples to the Outer Circle Disciples, to the Inner Circle Disciples, all of them were divided into different areas. Besides, the deeper one went into the Inner Circle, the thicker the natural yuan energy would be. This division would undoubtedly increase the competitiveness of the Inner Circle Disciples. Senior Disciple Jiang, Senior Disciple Guan Yiyun has specially prepared a place for Senior Disciple Jiang to stay and cultivate in the Outer Circle. No matter who receives Senior Disciple Jiang, no one is allowed to neglect him. Being able to personally receive Senior Disciple Jiang today is my Wang Yun's honor. Wang Yun said. Where's Han Yen? Jiang Qin asked. After Senior Disciple Han came back, he immediately went into secluded cultivation. Before he went into secluded cultivation, he specifically told everyone that Senior Disciple Jiang and Senior Disciple Han are good brothers. I heard that Senior Disciple Guan Yiyun also went into secluded cultivation after he came back. Besides, Senior Disciple Guan has a very high status in the sect, and he usually doesn't show himself in the outer circle. He's someone we all look up to, and the reason why I personally came to the outer circle to make arrangements is also for Senior Disciple Jiang. Wang Yun said. The meaning behind his words was clear. From now on, all the outer circle disciples would follow Jiang Chen's lead. Everyone worshipped strong warriors, and it was the same no matter where they went. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Han Yen and Guan Yiyun going into secluded cultivation at the same time was within his expectations. Putting aside Han Yen, Gu Tianma was about to wake up, and after this secluded cultivation he would be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. As for Guan Yiyun, he was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties with just a single strike during the Qi province competition, and he must have suffered a huge blow to his heart. As a competitive man, he wouldn't allow himself to suffer any more blows. Therefore, the reason why Guan Yiyun went into secluded cultivation was because he wanted to break through to the divine core realm. Who is that guy? He doesn't look like someone from the black sect. Wang Yun is following behind him and he looks very respectful. That's right, I've never seen someone like that before. He's just a young man, but even Senior Disciple Wang Yun is bowing to him. I guess his background isn't ordinary. I know he's Jiang Chen, he must be Jiang Chen. Chapter 108. A young man they had never met before and someone who could make Wang Yun, a late mortal core warrior, nod his head and bow down to him. Perhaps it could only be Jiang Chen who had been in the limelight recently. This was an easy guess. Right at this moment, 2 outer circle disciples were walking towards them. When they saw Jiang Chen, they immediately walked up to him. Senior Disciple Jiang Chen, you finished your business? That was fast. Welcome Senior Disciple Jiang Chen to the Black Sect. We hope Senior Disciple Jiang Chen can give us some pointers in the future. Both of them bowed towards Jiang Chen. With this, Jiang Chen's identity had been confirmed. Those disciples who didn't participate in the Qi province competition had their eyes wide open, and they were looking at Jiang Chen from head to toe. Heavens, so he is Jiang Chen. He looks so young, he looks like he's only 15 or 16 years old. I heard he killed Ling Ao and Li Wu Shuang with his early mortal core cultivation level. This guy looks handsome, but I never expected him to be so cruel. Lower your voice. Senior Disciple Jiang Chen will be the leader of our outer circle in the future. He has already made a deal with the northern and southern dynasties. He will definitely be valued by the sect. Wow. Senior Disciple Jiang Chen is so handsome. It would be great if I could become his girlfriend. Get lost. Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Open your eyes wide and look at the girl in purple next to Jiang Chen. That should be Senior Disciple Yen Chenyu. If Senior Disciple Yen is a swan, then you can't even be considered as a pheasant. Only a girl like this is worthy of Senior Disciple Jiang. Sounds of discussions could be heard. Although these were private discussions and their voices weren't loud, Jiang Chen's hearing was very good, so he heard every single word. He couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He didn't expect that he would become so famous before he even joined the Black Sect. Obviously, his fame was spread by those outer circle disciples who participated in the Qi province competition. The Black Sect wasn't that big and the Qi province competition was a big event. In less than an hour, even the lowest servant disciple would know about it. Alright, go do what you need to do. Senior brother Jiangchen has traveled a long way, so I'll take Jiangchen to his residence first. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand in your cultivation, senior brother Jiangchen will guide you. Wang Yun waved his hand at the two of them and then led Jiangchen into the interior. Along the way, Jiangchen bumped into many disciples who had participated in the Qi province competition. When they saw Jiangchen, all of them happily greeted him. None of the disciples from the Black Sect were idiots. Flattering Jiangchen might not bring them any benefits, but it definitely wouldn't bring them any harm. Not to mention Jiangchen's friendship with the little devil king Han Yan and Guan Yiyun, Jiangchen's means alone were enough to make people respect him. Buddy, I didn't expect you to be so famous. Even your father's glory has been overshadowed by you. How presumptuous. De Huang Dog said in a dissatisfied manner. Don't talk if there's nothing important. Jiangchen gazed at De Huang Dog. If this dog could behave himself in the Black Sect, he would thank the heavens. Puppy dog, this is the Black Sect. Don't act recklessly. Yan Qingyu patted De Huang Dog's head and reminded him. Not long after that, under Wang Yun's lead, the group arrived at the Outer Circle Disciples' dormitory. The Outer Circle Disciples' dormitory was built in the middle of a mountain range. There were rows of exquisite courtyards and ancient buildings. Senior Disciple Jiang, the Outer Circle's dormitory is usually built in the form of courtyards. The buildings are connected to the underground energy vein, and usually 6 disciples live in one courtyard. Late mortal core disciples can have their own courtyard, and they can stay there until they break through to the heavenly core realm and enter the inner circle. Wang Yun said. May I know who I'm staying with? Jiangchen asked with a smile on his face. Senior Disciple Jiang, you must be joking. Although you haven't reached the late mortal core realm yet with your strength, you can easily sweep across the entire outer circle. Senior Disciple Guan Yiyun has specially told me to prepare the best place for Senior Disciple Jiang in the entire outer circle. Wang Yun brought Jiangchen around the dormitory area and arrived at the back of the dormitory area. Here there was a very exquisite courtyard. The courtyard was located at the top of the mountain, and it was directly separated from the dormitory area. It was surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, and there was even a waterfall. The environment was beautiful and the natural yuan energy was rich. Also, it was separated from the noisy dormitory area, so it could be said to be the best place for cultivation. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Yan Qingyu stood at the top of the mountain and she could see the entire Black Mountain. The feeling of looking down at all the mountains made her feel refreshed. There were a total of 3 exquisite rooms in the courtyard. Besides Jiangchen and Yan Qingyu, even De Huang Dog could have his own room. This kind of treatment was unique in the outer circle. Pushing open the door, the furnishings in the room were very simple. Aside from a bed, there was also a golden cushion in the middle of the room. Senior Disciple Jiang, this cushion can connect directly to the underground energy vein. Cultivating on this cushion will yield twice the result with half the effort. Wang Yun explained. This cushion was specially prepared by Guan Yiyun for Jiangchen. In the entire outer circle besides Han Yan, only Jiangchen had this kind of treatment. Not bad. Senior Disciple Guan is really considerate. Jiangchen nodded his head. He was really grateful towards Guan Yiyun. The place he prepared for him was also unique. Senior Disciple Jiang, are you satisfied with this place? Wang Yun said with a smile. Not bad. Wang Yun, what skill are you cultivating? Jiangchen looked at Wang Yun and asked. Wang Yun was startled. He didn't know why Jiangchen suddenly asked about his skill. Senior Disciple Jiang, I'm cultivating the Black Sect's wave-breaking skill, a high-ranked mortal skill. Wang Yun said. You're lying, you're not cultivating the wave-breaking skill. Jiangchen casually pulled a chair and sat down. He didn't even look at Wang Yun. But Wang Yun's expression changed. He was just standing there, he didn't even expose his aura, but Jiangchen was able to tell what skill he was cultivating with just a glance. Let me ask you, for the past 3 months, every midnight do you feel pain in your Guanyun acupoint? Or, in other words, for the past few days, the pain has become unbearable. Jiang Chen asked. Wang Yun's expression immediately changed. He stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open and said with a trembling voice, how did you know? There's something wrong with your cultivation and you still won't tell me the truth. With your current condition in less than 2 months, you'll definitely die from cultivation deviation. Tell me, what skill are you cultivating? Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. If it wasn't for Wang Yun's good performance today, he wouldn't have bothered to teach him. Plop. Hearing that he would die from cultivation deviation in less than 2 months, Wang Yun knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Senior brother Jiang is truly a peerless genius, to be able to see through my symptoms with just a glance. That's right, the wave-breaking skill is only a method to cover up my cultivation. What I'm cultivating is a mid-grade Earth Realm skill, the Cloudy Rock Art. I obtained this skill by chance when I was out on a training trip. An Earth Realm skill is countless times more precious than a human realm skill. I couldn't resist the temptation and started cultivating this Cloudy Rock Art. However, this skill is extremely strange and I don't know what went wrong. 3 months ago, my Guanyin acupoint started to feel a slight pain, and in the past few days, the pain has reached an unbearable level. I beg senior brother Jiang to save me. If Wang Yun was previously only afraid of Jiang Chen, then right now he was practically treating Jiang Chen as a god. Activate the Cloudy Rock Art. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yes. Wang Yun didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately activated the Cloudy Rock Art. A cold and gloomy aura overflowed from his body, along with a trace of evil qi. Jiang Chen observed carefully, and when Wang Yun was activating the Cloudy Rock Art, his eyes flashed with an evil light, which was the sign of cultivation deviation. Sup. Jiang Chen signaled Wang Yun to stop. The Cloudy Rock Art itself is a skill that leans towards the cold and gloomy attribute. Although it isn't considered a righteous skill, it isn't an evil skill either. However, you took the wrong path and practiced it into an evil skill. When you first obtained the Cloudy Rock Art, every night, you would forcefully absorb the yin qi of heaven and earth and even absorb some evil yin qi. This method of cultivating the Cloudy Rock Art can indeed bring about a great increase in your cultivation in a short period of time, but it is also because of this that you have destroyed yourself. Senior brother Jiang, great God, please save me. Wang Yun repeatedly kowtowed. He felt that Jiang Chen was an existence that was as high as a mountain. He had only activated the Cloudy Rock Art once, but Jiang Chen was able to see through his cultivation method. Wang Yun felt that in front of Jiang Chen he was like a transparent person. Any little secret would be discovered. The youngster sitting on the chair in front of him was no longer a youngster in Wang Yun's heart, but an omnipotent senior. With just a few words, he had made him realize the seriousness of his cultivation. Stand up and talk, Jiang Chen said. Wang Yun stood up and respectfully stood beside Jiang Chen, like a child who had done something wrong. I've told you before, the Cloudy Rock Art is a skill with the yin attribute. It is definitely not an evil skill. You've cultivated the wave-breaking skill before, and cultivating the Cloudy Rock Art on top of that will cause a certain degree of conflict. But you've chosen a cultivation method that you shouldn't have chosen. From now on, you have to give up on the wave-breaking skill and cultivate the Cloudy Rock Art in your normal state. Don't try to absorb yin energy on purpose. After saying that, Jiang Chen pointed his finger out with lightning speed, and it landed right on Wang Yun's origin guan acupuncture point. Wang Yun felt a warm flow entering his body, and under the impact of this warm flow, the pain in his origin guan acupuncture point quickly disappeared. When the warm flow disappeared, Wang Yun felt refreshed. The strange feeling in his origin guan acupuncture point had disappeared, and he had returned to his normal state. Cultivate the Cloudy Rock Art according to what I've told you. Tonight, your origin guan acupuncture point will no longer hurt. With your potential, it will take you at most half a year to break through to the heavenly core realm and become an inner circle disciple. Jiang Chen said. Plop. Chapter 109. Wang Yun felt that his luck was truly heaven-defying. At this moment, his feelings of respect and gratitude towards Jiang Chen were as endless as the surging waters of a river. Luck, he was really lucky. If he hadn't met Jiang Chen, he would have continued cultivating the Cloudy Rock skill until he died from cultivation deviation. Look like a good person would be rewarded. He had performed well in front of senior disciple Zhou Xian today, and he was lucky enough to receive guidance from senior disciple Zhou Xian. Not only did he survive, his future was limitless. The only thing that puzzled Wang Yun was that Zhou Xian was so young. How could he have such an ability? He could see through his problem with just one look. This was really puzzling. But in the end, Wang Yun attributed it all to a genius. In this world, there were many things and people that couldn't be judged with common sense. Get up, this place is not bad, I'm satisfied. You deserve my guidance. Zhou Xian said. His body was emitting the qi of a superior. That kind of graceful bearing could easily make people submit to him. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? De Huang Dog murmured. He had been following Zhou Xian for a long time, and he realized that Zhou Xian was becoming more and more mysterious. Thank you, senior disciple Zhou Xian. Wang Yun stood up from the ground. His face was still filled with gratitude. You can leave now. Remember to inform me if anything happens in the sect in the future. Zhou Xian said. All right, I won't disturb senior disciple Jiang and senior disciple Yan's rest. Wang Yun cupped his fist, turned around and left. This guy had jumped down from the top of the mountain, and this was the happiest moment for Wang Yun ever since he obtained the Cloudy Rock skill. De Huang Dog shook his head and slowly walked out of the courtyard. Stop, De Huang, where are you going? Zhou Xian squinted his eyes. I'm just taking a stroll, it's too boring here. De Huang Dog showed his teeth. No, stay here, don't go anywhere. Zhou Xian scolded. If he let this dog out, it wouldn't take long before the entire black sect was thrown into chaos. Fuck, Daddy is going to see if there are any treasures in the black sect. De Huang Dog looked dissatisfied. If that's the case, then I can't let you go out. You'd better stay by my side. In the future you'll go wherever I go. Zhou Xian said that this dog's ability to find treasures was top-notch. As one of the 4 big sects in the Qi province, the black sect naturally had a lot of treasures. If he let this dog out, it would bring great losses to the black sect, and if that happened he wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Damn you, how dare you restrict my freedom. Damn it, I suddenly feel sleepy. Let's sleep first. De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. He angrily walked towards a room. Zhou Xian clearly saw a golden light flashing on De Huang Dog's body the moment he entered the room. Is this dog going to level up again? He can level up while sleeping, what a weirdo. Zhou Xian still remembered that the last time De Huang Dog leveled up, it was through sleeping. Just now he sensed the restlessness of the Yuan energy on De Huang Dog's body. It was indeed a sign of leveling up. Zhou Xian let out a long sigh. A descendant of a divine beast like De Huang Dog had an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. No one knew when De Huang Dog would level up or how he would level up or when he would awaken a powerful innate ability. Little you, following me is tough, isn't it? Zhou Xian grabbed Yan Qinyu's hand and said with a gentle voice. Since they left Red City, Yan Qinyu had been following him for a long time. They had been through endless battles and slaughters, and the tense atmosphere had caused Zhou Qinyu to take less care of her. It's not tough at all. As long as I follow Big Brother Zhou Xian, little you won't be afraid. Besides, Big Brother Zhou Xian has shown me a completely unimaginable life. So exciting. Yan Qinyu smiled mischievously. This kind of life was indeed something she had never dreamed of. If it wasn't for her following Zhou Xian, even if she had awakened her 9 Yin meridians, she would still be a little princess in Red City. Little you, Big Brother Zhou Xian is going to walk on an unusual path. There will be many days like this in the future. You are born with 9 Yin meridians and you will not be mediocre in the future. Cultivate well, and when I finish walking on my own path I will marry you. Zhou Xian said with a smile. As long as he was clear about the path he was going to walk, it was a path that was destined to be filled with killing and hot blood. The first thing he wanted to do after his rebirth was to return to his peak and step into the legendary realm of immortals. In his past life he had used his saint blood to open the door to the realm of immortals, but he didn't have the chance to enter the realm of immortals. This was his biggest regret. Now that he had the chance to make up for this regret, how could Zhou Xian let it go? Of course, it was still too early to talk about the realm of immortals. His rebirth was just a new beginning. Not to mention the realm of immortals, he didn't even know when he would be able to step into the faraway divine continent again. Yan Qinyu had a shy expression on her face. Since Zhou Xian had helped her awaken her 9 Yin meridians, Yan Qinyu had treated herself as Jiang Chen's woman. Now that she heard Jiang Chen wanted to marry her, she couldn't help but feel happy. Little you, how much of the 10,000-year freezing crystal have you absorbed? Jiang Chen asked. I've absorbed 1/3 of it. I'm preparing to go into secluded cultivation and absorb the 10,000-year freezing crystal with all my strength. I want to break through to the late mortal core realm as soon as possible. Yan Qinyu said. Alright, the black sex cultivation conditions are pretty good. If you have nothing to do in the future, you can just cultivate here. Jiang Chen said with a concerned tone. At the same time, he was surprised by the speed of her divine body leveling up. Ever since Yan Qinyu awakened her 9 meridians, her cultivation speed could only be described as skyrocketing. Now she was going to break through to the late mortal core realm with the help of the 10,000-year freezing crystal. This kind of speed was something that ordinary people couldn't even catch up with. The Huang dog went to sleep, and Yan Qinyu went into another room to cultivate. Jiang Chen sat alone next to a stone table in the courtyard. He was calm and relaxed, enjoying the cool breeze coming from the mountains and rivers. His soul energy and divine sense were floating around the courtyard, feeling the existence of nature. For a cultivator, just cultivating was not enough. On the path of cultivation, the most important thing was comprehension. The mortal core realm was just one of the foundational realms, and it was far from being able to show the importance of comprehension. Once a cultivator surpassed the combat soul realm and reached the combat king realm, comprehension would become extremely important. The combat king realm allowed one to control the dimensional laws, and it was a supreme realm that no other realm could compare with. In the evening, Wang Yun had returned. Together with him were Huang Zheng and a group of dozens of men, including the 3 disciples who had been beaten up by the group. Wang Yun, what's the meaning of this? Jiang Chen gazed at the group and asked with an indifferent tone. You bastards, hurry up and apologize to senior disciple Jiang. Wang Yun scolded Huang Zheng and the group. Senior disciple Jiang, we were blind and we have offended senior disciple Jiang's dignity. We hope senior disciple Jiang can forgive us. Huang Zheng bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen. That's right, senior disciple Jiang, it's all our fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. We hope senior disciple Jiang can be magnanimous and forgive us. It's all our fault, senior disciple Jiang, please punish us. Everyone started expressing their opinions. The 3 disciples who were in charge of guarding the mountain even knelt down on the ground and started crying. They felt wronged, they felt really wronged. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't take this matter to heart, but these people had become restless and came to apologize to him. But after thinking about it for a while, he felt relieved. After all, he had a big reputation now, and after the 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties, he had become the representative of the black sect. Since these people had offended him, they would definitely be bullied by his fans in the future. Senior disciple Jiang, these are the gifts they gave to you. I've checked, there are a total of 3,000 human elixir. Wang Yun took out a storage bag and handed it to Jiang Chen. 3,000 human elixir wasn't much for Jiang Chen, but for these people it was a huge amount of money, especially for those novice disciples. They didn't have much money, and these 3,000 human elixir were probably all they had. From this, it could be seen that these people were sincere in coming to apologize to Jiang Chen. I didn't take what happened to heart, so you guys don't have to worry about it either. As for these human elixir, I don't think any of you are rich, so you should just take them back. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Senior disciple Jiang, you should just take these human elixir. If not, they won't be able to feel at ease. Wang Yun said. That's right, senior disciple Jiang, this is all we have. If you think it's too little, I, Huang Zheng, will try my best to get more. Huang Zheng said. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew these people had misunderstood him. He immediately took the storage bag and said, all right, I'll take these human elixir. What's your name? Jiang Chen looked at Huang Zheng. My name is Huang Zheng. Huang Zheng quickly said. Come here. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Huang Zheng didn't dare hesitate, he quickly walked in front of Jiang Chen. Huang Zheng, you guys should have heard about my methods. That's right, in this Qi province competition, I've fought a total of 3 matches and killed 3 people, including Ling Ao and Li Wushuang. I, Jiang Chen, am cruel and merciless to my enemies, but I'm not like that to my own people. What happened today can't be blamed on you guys. After all, you guys didn't know me before this. These human elixir are a small gift from me, take it and share it with your brothers. Jiang Chen placed the storage bag into Huang Zheng's arms. He could see the sincerity of these people. Besides, he had a good impression of the Black Sect. The elixir was nothing to him, but to them it was very important. Senior disciple Jiang, this, Huang Zheng didn't know what to say. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to forgive them so easily, and he even returned the human elixir to them. Senior disciple Jiang is a kind man. You guys should hurry up and thank Senior disciple Jiang for his kindness. From now on you have to work hard for Senior disciple Jiang. Chapter 110. When Jiang Chen first arrived at the Black Sect, the first thing he needed to do was to win the hearts of the disciples. In this life, Jiang Chen still wanted to make everyone look up to him, but he didn't want to be alone anymore. Since he had come to the Black Sect, he wanted to lead the Black Sect to greater heights. Just the Qi province alone wasn't enough. What Jiang Chen did today had completely won over the hearts of these disciples. Wang Yun was now completely loyal to him. Besides, for a disciple like Wang Yun who was doing well in the Black Sect, his loyalty could basically represent the entire outer circle. As for Huang Zheng and the others, aside from feeling grateful, their hearts were filled with respect for Jiang Chen. It was very difficult to change one's opinion of someone, especially from fear to respect. Alright, you guys can leave now. Don't mention this again in the future. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Once again, everyone bowed towards Jiang Chen. Then they turned around and left. At the foot of the mountain. I didn't expect Senior disciple Jiang Chen, who is known for being cruel and merciless, to forgive us just like that. He didn't even ask for our human elixir. What do you know? Who do you think Senior disciple Jiang is? Elixir is nothing in his eyes. Besides, Senior disciple Jiang cares about us. He knows how useful these pills are for us. From today onwards, Senior disciple Jiang treats his enemies differently from his own people. From today onwards I will work for Senior disciple Jiang with all my heart. As long as Senior disciple Jiang asks me to do something, I will never say no. Everyone sighed. Their opinions of Jiang Chen had completely changed. If you work hard for Senior disciple Jiang in the future, you'll get a lot of benefits. Wang Yun said. The benefits he had obtained today couldn't be bought with any amount of wealth. After all, no amount of wealth could buy back one's life. Early morning the next day, a loud explosion sounded out from outside the Black Mountain. After that, a loud shout echoed through the sky above the Black Sect, lingering for a long time. Jiang Chen, get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Get your ass out here. Come. His voice echoed throughout the area, causing the peaceful Black Sect to burst into an uproar. Damn it, who is this arrogant guy? How dare he provoke Senior disciple Jiang Chen in front of the Black Sect's entrance? He's courting death. Let's go out and take a look. Let's see who has such guts. Many figures arrived at the outer perimeter of the Black Sect. Everyone could see a young man wearing a yellow robe hovering high up in the sky. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and he was unleashing an intense killing intent. There was a dagger embroidered on his chest. He was a disciple of the Tianjin Gate. Those men from the Tianjin Gate. Damn it. Those men from the Tianjin Gate have come all the way to the Black Sect's front gate. Aren't they just courting death? What the fuck? Do you think there's no one in the Black Sect? Any two senior brothers from the inner sect would be able to kill him without a complete corpse. I know him. His name is Li Wuling, Li Wushuang's younger brother. This man's talent is just average, far weaker than his older brother Li Wushuang. He was an outer circle disciple of the Tianjin Gate, but I never expected him to break through to the heavenly core realm. Looks like he's here to get revenge for his older brother. Someone recognized the man and it immediately caused a commotion. Although Li Wuling was also an outer circle genius from the Tianjin Gate, his talent was far inferior to his older brother Li Wushuang. But today Li Wuling had come all the way to the heavenly core realm, and he had already broken through to the heavenly core realm. Jiang Chen, get your ass out here. Li Wuling's voice was loud and he was extremely arrogant. His killing intent soared into the skies. It was obvious that he was going to kill Jiang Chen and get revenge for his older brother. This man dared to come all the way to the Black Sect alone. Just this courage alone was enough to make everyone admire him. Damn it, how can this bastard be so arrogant? Does he think there's no one in the black sect who can defeat him? Huang Jing had also arrived at the outer perimeter of the black sect, and he said angrily, "Senior disciple Huang, should we inform senior disciple Jiang?" A disciple asked. They were now following Jiang Chen's lead, and now that Li Wuling had come all the way here, they had to inform Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Inform my ass. Such a big commotion, do we really need to inform him? Senior disciple Jiang isn't deaf. Huang Jing glared at the man. Within the black sect, Jiang Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brows. Right at this moment, 3 figures flew across the sky, and they were flying towards the entrance of the black sect. These were the inner circle disciples of the black sect. Who dares to cause trouble in the black sect? Following a loud shout, 3 figures appeared outside the black sect's entrance. Among these 3 men, the leading one had a dignified appearance and he was handsome. The aura he was unleashing could make anyone feel awe and respect. Although the aura of the other 2 wasn't as strong as him, they were still early heavenly core warriors. Look, it's senior disciple Duan Li from the inner circle. Senior disciple Duan Li is a mid-heavenly core warrior, and he rarely shows himself. This Li Wuling dares to cause trouble in the black sect. If we don't teach him a lesson, the black sect will become a laughing stock. Senior disciple Duan Li will be able to kill Li Wuling with just a single strike. That's right, this Li Wuling is simply courting death. The appearance of Duan Li immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. In the eyes of the outer circle disciples and notary disciples, every single inner circle disciple was a mighty existence. Tell Jiang Chen to get his ass out here, I want to challenge him. Li Wuling's black hair was fluttering in the wind, he was extremely arrogant. Junior disciple Jiang Chen isn't in the black sect. Duan Li let out a cold snort. Obviously, everyone in the black sect had heard about Jiang Chen, and Duan Li was no exception. This wasn't anything strange. Jiang Chen's performance in the Qi province competition was something that everyone had heard about. Besides, since Guan Yiyun had taken a fancy to Jiang Chen, who wouldn't pay attention to him? Senior disciple Duan, senior disciple Jiang Chen has arrived at the black sect yesterday. Wang Yun was the first one to arrive and he said to Duan Li, "Oh." Duan Li was surprised, then he let out a cold snort. If I remember correctly, you should be Li Wu Shuang's younger brother, right? You have an ordinary talent, but you have broken through to the heavenly core realm in such a short time. This really surprised me. However, with your heavenly core cultivation level, don't you think it's shameful for you to challenge Jiang Chen, who is only a mortal core warrior? Duan Li threw a glance at Li Wuling. He had met Li Wuling before, but he didn't have a deep impression of him. With Duan Li's mid-heavenly core cultivation level and status, not to mention Li Wuling, he didn't even care about his brother Li Wushuang. Cut the crap, I'm here to avenge my brother. If Jiang Chen has the guts, come out here and fight me. Li Wushuang was like a madman, he shouted loudly outside the black sect's entrance. His voice echoed throughout the entire black sect. Damn it, who does this guy think he is? How dare he come to the black sect to kill someone and act so arrogantly? This guy is really shameless. He challenged senior disciple Jiang with his heavenly core cultivation level, and he even came to the black sect in such an aggressive manner? Did his brain get kicked by a donkey? Many people started cursing. Why couldn't he just say he was going to kill someone for revenge? Why did he challenge them? Li Wuling, you're just a small fry from the Tianjin gate who has just broken through to the heavenly core realm. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think there's no one in the black sect who can defeat you? If you want to challenge me, Daddy will fight you too. An inner circle disciple standing next to Duan Li had a big build, and he looked like a hot-tempered man. He shouted out loudly and was about to rush towards Li Wuling. I'm not going to fight you, my target today is Jiang Chen. Li Wuling gazed at the disciple, he didn't show any signs of wanting to attack. It looked like he had made up his mind when he came to the black sect, he was only looking for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, if you're a man, come out here right now. Li Wuling continued shouting. You're courting death. The black sect's inner circle disciple was furious. This Li Wuling had dared to look down on him, and he had even caused a ruckus in front of the black sect. If he wasn't taught a lesson, the black sect would lose all its face. Right when the disciple was about to attack, an ear-piercing sound suddenly sounded out from within the black sect. After that, Everyone could see a blood-red figure flying at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had appeared in the sky with a pair of blood-red wings. If it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? It's senior disciple Jiang. Wow, he can really fly. That pair of blood-red wings is so magical. So cool. A mortal core warrior who can fly, I'm so jealous. So he's senior disciple Jiang, the one who won the Qi province competition. He's so cool. But for him to come out at this time, don't tell me he really wants to accept Li Wuling's challenge? When Jiang appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. Even Duan Li and the other two inner circle disciples were staring at Jiang. After the Qi province competition, Jiang had become a famous man, and this was the first time many people had seen his face. What an extraordinary aura, he really is a dragon amongst men. No wonder senior disciple Guan Yiyun has such a high evaluation of him. Duan Li nodded his head. So you're Jiang? Li Wuling stared at Jiang with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Killing intent surged from all over his body. That's right, who are you? Jiang asked. My name is Li Wuling, Li Wushuang is my brother. You killed my brother, I want to challenge you, I want to avenge my brother. Li Wuling shouted out loudly. Jiang finally understood. No wonder this guy wanted to kill him and even risked his life to come to the Black Sect to look for him. It was all because he wanted to avenge his brother. Jiang, if you have the guts, fight me to the death. Li Wuling said with a stern expression. Junior disciple Jiang, don't lower yourself to his level, just leave this guy to us. Duan Li said. No need, I accept his challenge. Jiang smiled at Duan Li, he accepted Li Wuling's challenge. What? Senior disciple Jiang actually accepted Li Wuling's challenge? This is too impulsive. That's right, too impulsive. Although he killed Li Wushuang and Ling Ao, Li Wuling is a heavenly core warrior. Comparing a mortal core warrior and a heavenly core warrior, the gap between them is huge. He can't accept it, it's not fair. Many disciples of the Black Sect were in an uproar. No one had expected Jiang to accept Li Wuling's challenge. Don't say anything, since senior disciple Jiang has accepted it, he must have his own reasons. We have to believe in senior disciple Jiang's ability. Chapter 111. Good, you've got guts. Hearing Jiang accepting his challenge so decisively, Li Wuling was surprised. He had come here to risk his life. After all, this was the Black Sect's trump card and Jiang could just ignore him. Jiang threw his glance at Li Wuling. He couldn't help but laugh and shake his head when he sensed the yuan energy ripples coming from Li Wuling's body. What are you laughing at? Li Wuling's pupils contracted. I'm laughing at you for being an idiot. Jiang said with a mocking expression. What did you say? Li Wuling was furious. I can understand why you want to avenge your brother, but you shouldn't go to such extremes. Your energy is unstable, I think you've just broken through to the heavenly core realm. Also, the evil energy you're emitting should be because you're cultivating a demonic skill. You have an average talent and you're not at the same level as your brother. Cultivating a demonic skill can indeed make your cultivation improve by leaps and bounds, and you'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm in a short period of time. But too bad you don't know the method of bedevilment, and by cultivating it by force, you've destroyed your own future. Of course, the moment you chose to challenge me, your future has been ruined. Jiang said word by word. Every word he said was like a thorn stabbing into Li Wuling's heart. Li Wuling's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. This young man in front of him could tell that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm with just a single look. It was as if he had no secrets in front of him. This was unbelievable. Besides, what Jiang said was true. Li Wuling had obtained a demonic skill some time ago, and he had been in secluded cultivation to study it. That was why he didn't participate in the Qi province competition. When he heard that his brother was killed, he became extremely furious, and he forcefully broke through to the heavenly core realm with the help of a demonic skill and pills. After that, he rushed to the Black Sect to seek revenge from Jiang. So what? It's enough to kill you. The killing intent in Li Wuling's eyes became even stronger. He felt that Jiang was a very frightening man. He was just a 15 or 16-year-old young man, a mortal core warrior, But when he saw a heavenly core warrior, he didn't show any signs of nervousness. Instead, there was only calmness and confidence. Is that so? Perhaps you still don't know your current situation, so let me explain it to you so that you can die with a better understanding. On the surface, you have broken through to the heavenly core realm, and you are able to control the natural energies and fly in the sky. But don't deny that your cultivation level is not stable, your yuan energy is unstable, and your demonic skills are not proficient enough. With your current situation, any warrior at the same level as you can easily defeat you. To be more clear, you are just a little bit stronger than your dead brother. Therefore, if you want to take revenge, I advise you to go back and cultivate for a few more years. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. With his eyes, he could easily see through Li Wuling's real strength. With Li Wuling's current condition, he couldn't even compare to an ordinary heavenly core warrior like Yin Zhongqing, let alone those genius inner circle disciples from the 4 big sections. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation and strength, Li Wuling had no chance at all. Cut the crap, let's see what you're capable of. I want to see what kind of ability you, a mortal core warrior, have to kill my brother. Li Wuling was filled with killing intent, but his mind had been disturbed by Jiang Chen's words, and his breathing had become even more unstable. Swoosh swoosh, Li Wuling's energy was like a tornado. Under the circulation of his demonic skills, both of his eyes had turned blood red, and his lips were surrounded by black devilish energy. He forcefully threw a punch towards Jiang Qin. The punch carried a strong evil devilish energy. The energy wave turned into a devilish dragon, and it dashed towards Jiang Qin like a raging river. Seeing this, everyone from the black sect became nervous. None of them had Jiang Chen's vision, and even Duanli couldn't see through Li Wuling's real strength. At most, he could tell that Li Wuling had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation wasn't stable yet. But in their minds, a heavenly core warrior was just a heavenly core warrior, and a heavenly core warrior was not someone a mortal core warrior could handle. Although Jiang Qin was strong, it was hard to say if he could withstand the attack from a heavenly core warrior. I don't have the mood to play with you. Since you two are brothers, I'll send you to hell to meet your brother. A cold light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. In his mind, from the moment Li Wuling stood in front of the black sect and challenged him, Li Wuling was already a dead man. Jiang Qin would never allow a man who wanted to kill him to live in this world. Besides, this was the black sect, and this battle would affect the black sect's reputation. He had to earn back the black sect's reputation. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Qin shouted out with a deep voice. Without hesitation, he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. His fingertips were glowing brightly, and he forcefully pointed his finger forward. Bang! A loud explosion reverberated through the entire area, and even the sky was shaking. Everyone could see 3 gigantic golden fingers that were as dazzling as pillars that could support the heavens suddenly appeared, and rushed towards Li Wuling's demonic dragon. Bang! The 2 attacks collided with each other, and another loud explosion sounded out. Under the powerful impact of the 6 solar fingers, the devilish dragon unleashed by Li Wuling was instantly shattered into pieces. It didn't even have the ability to defend itself. The power of the 6 solar fingers didn't decrease at all. With incredible speed, it left a long golden trail in the sky, and with a destructive force, it flew towards Li Wuling. What? Li Wuling's face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. The demonic skill he was cultivating couldn't even withstand a single attack from Jiang Qin. This was simply unimaginable. Arg! Li Wuling was furious. He raised his head and let out a long roar. All the energy in his body gathered into a black devilish beam, and it flew towards Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers. Bang! Another violent and powerful collision occurred. At the center of the collision, a thick black smoke rose up. Tap tap tap. Li Wuling kept moving back in the sky, and he only managed to stabilize his body after moving back a few hundred meters. He was breathing heavily, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face had become extremely pale. On Li Wuling's face there was nothing but shock. He couldn't imagine this result. He couldn't imagine that a mortal core warrior could be this powerful. Oh my god, is this senior disciple Jiang Chen's real strength? This is too strong, this is insane. Is he really only at the mortal core realm? Senior disciple Jiang has become even stronger than when he participated in the Qi province competition. He has broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. No wonder he could defeat Li Wuling. Even if he's only at the mid-mortal core realm, defeating a heavenly core warrior is too shocking. I can't believe that there is such a powerful man like senior disciple Jiang in this world. With just a mid-mortal core cultivation, he defeated Li Wuling, who is at the heavenly core realm, with just a single strike. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Did you guys see that? The finger skill that senior disciple Jiang Qin used just now is definitely an earth-level combat skill. So powerful. I can finally understand why senior disciple Jiang Qin was able to kill Li Wushuang and Ling Ao. This Li Wuling challenged senior disciple Jiang in such an aggressive manner, he really doesn't know what's good for him. This is like a slap to the face. All the disciples of the Black Sect were dancing with excitement, especially Wang Yun and Huang Zheng. The worries in their hearts had completely disappeared, and they were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if the one who defeated Li Wuling with just a single strike wasn't Jiang Qin, but them. What a good Jiang Qin. When we were at his cultivation level, we were no match for him at all. No wonder he dared to make the one-year challenge with the northern and southern dynasties. Duanli was shocked as well. He had prepared himself. If Jiang Qin wasn't Li Wuling's match, he would immediately step in and help. After all, if a man from the Tianjian Gate came to the Black Sect and killed the #1 genius of the Qi province competition, the Black Sect would lose all its face. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Qin was so ferocious. He had severely injured Li Wuling with just a single strike. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How can a mortal core warrior be so strong? I'm going to kill you. Jiang Qin, I'm going to kill you and avenge my brother. Li Wuling's eyes had turned red and he started roaring out. He had entered a state of madness. In his hand, a combat weapon that was filled with demonic energy appeared. Seeing this, Jiang Qin shook his head again. Li Wuling was so angry that he was on the verge of going berserk. You don't have a chance anymore, Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. The blood wings on his back flapped, and like a blood eagle he appeared above Li Wuling with lightning speed. Jiang Qin had transformed into a mighty eagle, and he let out a fierce cry towards Li Wuling. The cry shook the sky. This was the innate combat skill of the Sonic Hawk cry. After Jiang Qin had broken through, the power of this innate combat skill had also increased by a lot. Layers of sound waves turned into ripples, and they weaved into a huge net that instantly covered Li Wuling. The sound waves were like snakes that could penetrate through any hole, and they rushed into Li Wuling's mind. Puffed Li Wuling crazily spat out a mouthful of blood, and he let out a shrill scream. Jiang Qin's sound waves had directly destroyed his divine sense. Die. Jiang Qin's blood wings turned into sharp scythes, and with lightning speed, they sliced towards Li Wuling. Li Wuling's head was instantly chopped off by the blood wings, and his head was sent flying high up into the sky. After that, a blood-red beam appeared, and the shrill scream came to an abrupt end. Jiang Qin's movement was too fast. Although Li Wuling had taken out his combat weapon, he didn't even have the chance to use it. He was severely injured by the Sonic Hawk cry and he was killed. At this moment, the entire outer perimeter of the Black Sect was in a dead silence. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the young man who had blood wings on his back. Apart from shock, there was no other emotion in their eyes. This was too frightening. Was he still a human? No one had expected Li Wuling to die so quickly. This guy had come to the Black Sect in an aggressive manner early in the morning to avenge his brother, but in just a few minutes he was killed by Jiang Qin. Chapter 112. Li Wuling's corpse and head fell down from the sky with blood dripping down from the sky. Under the reflection of the red sun, it looked extremely miserable. Li Wuling, who had forcefully broken through to the heavenly core realm with a demonic skill, and Jiang Qin, who had formed 40 dragon marks, were on a completely different level. In order to kill Li Wuling, Jiang Qin didn't even need to use his axe of thunder. All right. Among the crowd, Huang Jing shouted loudly. Senior disciple Jiang is mighty. Wang Yun shouted out as well. Not only them at this moment, All the disciples who had witnessed Jiang Chen killing Li Wuling couldn't help but feel excited. An outer circle disciple of the Black Sect had killed an outer circle disciple of the Tianjin Gate. For the Black Sect, this was a great honor. Ever since the inner circle competition, when the pride of the Black Sect, Guan Yiyun, was defeated by the northern and southern dynasties with just a single strike, a shadow had been cast over the hearts of the Black Sect's disciples. When the Burning Sky Pavilion was mentioned, they always felt like they had to lower their heads. But today, Jiang Chen's performance had shown them the hope of the Black Sect, and it had wiped away the shadow in their hearts. He was a super genius, and even the northern and southern dynasties couldn't kill a heavenly core warrior with just a mid-mortal core cultivation. Therefore, although Jiang Chen was just an outer circle disciple, he had brought unprecedented morale to the Black Sect's disciples. He was going to become the representative of the Black Sect, and in the hearts of all the disciples, the Black Sect finally had someone who could compete with the northern and southern dynasties. This man has a bright future, I can't compare with him. Duanli murmured. At this moment, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to see Jiang Chen's huge potential. Fellow disciples, help me spread the word. From now on, if anyone from the Tianjin Gate dares to provoke me, I'll kill them. Jiang Chen hovered in the sky and said with a loud voice. His voice was loud and clear, and it was heard by every single disciple of the Black Sect. After that, he flapped his blood wings and flew into the Black Sect, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Whoever provoked him, he would kill them. How domineering, how arrogant. In the entire Qi province, there had never been anyone who dared to say something like this, pointing his sword at the entire big sect. Arrogant to the point of being out of control, Jiang Chen was the first. Too domineering. Too domineering. From now on, senior brother Jiang Chen is my idol. In the past, my idol was the little devil king, senior brother Han Yan. From now on, I have another idol. In the future, the two of them will be my goals. Everyone, spread senior disciple Zhang's words. Let those people from Tianjin Gate know that the Black Sect is not someone they can mess with. Under the lead of Wang Yun, Huang Jing, and the other disciples, the atmosphere among the Black Sect's disciples became lively. Not only did Jiang Chen's domineering and arrogant attitude not make anyone feel disgusted, he had actually become the idol of all the disciples. Senior disciple Duan, junior disciple Jiang Chen is too strong, he killed Li Wuling with just one strike. But I can tell that Li Wuling has just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation isn't stable yet. He is far weaker than a real heavenly core warrior. Tell me, if we were to fight with Jiang Chen, who do you think would win? An early heavenly core disciple walked up to Duanli and said. Duanli gazed at the man and said, if you fight with Jiang Chen, I don't know who will win, but let me tell you, don't provoke him for no reason. This man is not someone you can mess with. Duanli kindly reminded them, then he flew back to the inner circle. The other two early heavenly core inner circle disciples looked at each other, then they followed Duanli back to the inner circle. Huang Jing, ask someone to set Li Wuling's body on fire. The rest of you don't stay here, go do what you need to do. Wang Yun said to Huang Jing. After that, he waved his hand at the crowd. This little episode had finally come to an end. The Qi province competition had made Jiang Chen a famous person, and today's fight had truly made him famous in the Black Sect. Hearing about it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Jiang Chen had killed Li Wuling today, and it had completely established his unshakable position in the Black Sect. After killing Li Wuling, Jiang Chen went straight back to his own residence. He stood on top of the mountain and his white robe was fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with calmness. For him, killing was a normal thing. Jiang Chen knew what kind of path he was going to walk, and he would be killing more people in the future. Half an hour later, a man suddenly appeared next to Jiang Chen. It was Guan Yiyun. Junior disciple Jiang, looking at your energy, I can tell that you have broken through to the mid-mortal core realm. I heard you just killed Li Wuling, who was a heavenly core warrior. What a domineering man. You've become the idol of so many disciples since you just arrived. Guan Yiyun said. The news about Jiang Chen's fight with Li Wuling had spread across the entire Black Sect. Even those inner circle disciples who didn't show up knew about it. Senior disciple Guan, I thought you were in secluded cultivation to break through to the divine core realm? Why did you come out so soon? Jiang Chen was startled. He threw a glance at Guan Yiyun and found that Guan Yiyun was still at the peak of the heavenly core realm. Obviously, he didn't succeed in his secluded cultivation. It's not that easy to break through to the divine core realm. I've thought it through, cultivating alone won't work. In order to break through to the divine core realm, I need an opportunity. I'll leave the black sect tomorrow and look for an opportunity. Guan Yun said with a smile on his face. What's senior disciple Guan's plan? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Guan Yun's expression suddenly became serious. He said, I'm going to Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell? What kind of place is that? Jiang Chen didn't understand. Jiang Chen couldn't be blamed for this. After all, he didn't know much about the Qi province, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of Inferno Hell. If it was someone else who heard the name Inferno Hell, just the two words alone would make their faces turn pale. So junior disciple Jiang hasn't heard of Inferno Hell? Let me tell you about it. In fact, I've only heard about it, but I've never entered it. In the entire Qi province, there aren't many people who have the courage to enter Inferno Hell. Guan Yun had a serious expression on his face, and his words were filled with fear when he spoke about Inferno Hell. Inferno Hell is a special place in the Eastern continent. There are connecting points in all 28 provinces of the Eastern continent, and in each of the big sects, there is an ancient formation that connects directly to Inferno Hell. They can send their disciples directly into Inferno Hell through the ancient formation, but only a few actually go there to train. Inferno Hell is a place that represents death. According to the rumors, the environment is extremely harsh, and all sorts of demons and devils roam the place. It's a true land of extinction. With my current strength, entering Inferno Hell will only result in death. Let alone me, even a divine core warrior will have a slim chance of surviving. This was Inferno Hell, a special place in the Eastern continent. It was a place where disciples from over 100 big sects from all 28 provinces of the Eastern continent would train. But just like its name, for those who entered Inferno Hell, it was a place that represented hell. Ordinary people wouldn't dare enter Inferno Hell without good reason. Those who entered Inferno Hell were the most ferocious among all ferocious men. In some big sects, when a disciple made a huge mistake, he or she would be sent to Inferno Hell. This was basically the cruelest punishment. At the same time, those who could walk out from Inferno Hell had all gone through the baptism of life and death, and their achievements were limitless. I never thought there would be such a special place in the Eastern continent. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. Inferno Hell was indeed a place that no ordinary man could enter. But Guan Yun actually dared to enter Inferno Hell. Just this courage alone was enough to make Jiang Chen admire him. Senior disciple Guan, Inferno Hell is a dangerous place. You have to think about it carefully, don't act on impulse. Jiang Chen reminded Guan Yun. Junior disciple Jiang, you have to know that opportunities coexist with dangers. Inferno Hell is extremely dangerous, but there are many opportunities as well. Guan Yun don't want to be a mediocre man. I'm going to Inferno Hell no matter if it's life or death, I won't regret it. Guan Yun laughed out loud. Jiang Chen secretly nodded his head. Ever since the Qi province competition, he could tell that Guan Yun was a man of steel, a man of courage. Taking the initiative to enter Inferno Hell, this decision wasn't something an ordinary man could make. Well said. A real man's ambition is to conquer the world. If he doesn't achieve anything, then what's the point of living? We're born in this world, we don't seek immortality, we only seek to make a name for ourselves. Even if it's as short as a shooting star, we still want to leave our own glory in this world. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He completely supported Guan Yun's decision. Moreover, Inferno Hell had also piqued his interest. However, his cultivation base was still weak. If there was a chance in the future, he would like to explore Inferno Hell and see what kind of dangerous place it was. Junior disciple Jiang is so spirited. Your talent isn't any weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. I have high hopes for you. Guan Yun patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, Oh right, I'm here for something. What is it, senior disciple Guan? Jiang Chen was startled. The Patriarch wants to see you. I'm here to bring you to the Patriarch. Guan Yun said. Patriarch? Jiang Chen was startled again. He was just a small outer circle disciple, so he shouldn't be taken seriously by the Patriarch. Junior disciple Jiang, this is a good thing and it's a great honor. You know, the Patriarch is a high and mighty person, and he won't personally meet an outer circle disciple. But you're different. You've become the #1 disciple in the Qi province, and you've also set a 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties. You've received the Patriarch's approval, and today, you've killed a heavenly core warrior, Li Wuling, with only a mid-mortal core cultivation base. You've really impressed everyone, and the Black Sect will definitely spend a lot of resources on you in the future. Guan Yiyun said. Jiang Qin nodded his head. What Guan Yiyun said made sense. It looked like his performance today had completely attracted the Patriarch's attention, and that's why he wanted to see him personally. After all, a true peerless genius had a huge impact on a sect. He was the hope of the sect's future. All right, I'll follow you to see the Patriarch, Jiang Qin said. Since he had come to the Black Sect, he had to adapt to the situation. It wasn't a bad thing to meet the Patriarch, who was a high and mighty person. Go. After I bring you there, I need to prepare for Inferno Hell. I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again. A smile emerged on Guan Yiyun's face. Don't worry, we will. Chapter 113. Under Guan Yiyun's lead, the two of them passed through the entire Black Mountain and arrived at the deepest part of the mountain. Here there was an ancient palace, and it looked like it had existed for at least a few hundred years. Along the way, Guan Yiyun told Jiang Qin about the sect chief. The Black Sect had existed in the Qi province for hundreds of years, and it had gone through a few sect chief. According to Guan Yiyun, very few people knew the real name of the sect chief. Every sect chief used the same name, Daoist Black. Daoist Black was the strongest warrior in the Black Sect. He had reached the peak Divine Core realm, and he was only one step away from the Combat Soul realm. However, there was a huge gap between the Divine Core realm and the Combat Soul realm. Ordinary people would never be able to cross this gap in their entire lives. The Black Sect had existed for a long time, but there had never been a Combat Soul warrior. This palace was the highest place in the Black Sect. Normally, only Divine Core Sect elders could enter this place. Even Guan Yiyun couldn't come here without being summoned. Originally, the Black Sect had core disciples, but the requirements to become a core disciple were very strict. Not only did they have to be at the Divine Core realm, there was also an age limit. Therefore, the number of core disciples in the Black Sect was very small, and most of them had left the sect to train themselves. They rarely came back to the Black Sect, and this was also the reason why the Qi province competition only consisted of inner circle and outer circle disciples and no core disciples. The palace was built halfway up the mountain. Although it only had one floor, it gave off a magnificent and majestic aura, and every corner of the palace was filled with nobility. On top of the palace there was a black signboard, and 3 golden words were written on it: Palace Black. The words were written in bold and powerful calligraphy. Just these few words alone were enough to make anyone want to worship them. Of course, this kind of worship was only for ordinary people. Not to mention, in the small Qi province, even in the entire Saint Origin realm, there was no one who could make Jiang Qin worship them. He had always been the one being worshipped by others. Palace Black is the symbol of the Black Sect. It is the most honorable place. Junior disciple Jiang, when you meet the sect chief, don't neglect him. Guan Yiyun reminded. Jiang Qin nodded his head. Come in. While Jiang Qin and Guan Yiyun were talking, a deep voice suddenly sounded from inside the palace. Then the palace gate opened by itself. Guan Yiyun tidied up his clothes. With a solemn expression, he walked into Palace Xian respectfully. As a genius disciple of the Black Sect, Palace Xian had an irreplaceable position in his heart. It was an honor for him to be able to enter this place. Compared to Guan Yiyun's nervousness, Jiang Qin was much more relaxed. After all, in terms of experience, Guan Yiyun and Jiang Qin could not be compared at all. Jiang Qin and Guan Yiyun walked into the main hall. A middle-aged man in a white robe was sitting on a large tiger chair in front of them. He looked to be in his 40s, but of course his real age was definitely more than that. Even though the man was just sitting there, Jiang Qin could still tell how tall he was. His face was sharp and he looked majestic. This man was one of the strongest men in the Qi province, Daoist Black. This man was different from what Jiang Qin had expected. He thought Daoist Black would be an old man with white hair, but he was actually a handsome middle-aged man. Disciple Guan Yiyun greets sect chief. Disciple Jiang Qin greets sect chief. Guan Yiyun bowed deeply toward Daoist Black, but Jiang Qin just nodded his head. Daoist Black smiled. He first glanced at Guan Yun, then he looked at Zhou Xian. He couldn't help but carefully examine him. Daoist Black's expression immediately changed. This young man in front of him, who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, actually gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him. With his peak divine core cultivation, he could easily see through a junior, but when he looked at Zhou Xian, it was as if he was looking at a bottomless pit. Zhou Xian had a faint smile on his face. He didn't avoid Daoist Black's gaze, and he didn't show any nervousness. Compared to him, Guan Yun was extremely nervous. Daoist Black nodded his head silently. After that, he turned to Guan Yun and said, "Guan Yun, you're a rare genius in the Black Sect. Are you sure you want to enter Inferno Hell? I don't think I need to tell you how dangerous Inferno Hell is. Even if I were to enter it myself, it would still be risky." "That's right, I've made up my mind," Guan Yun said with a serious expression. He had made up his mind to enter Inferno Hell, and since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't change it easily. He wanted to use the dangers of Inferno Hell to train himself. Only by doing so would he be able to truly grow. "Good, I really admire your courage. In the past, there were some genius disciples in the Black Sect who wanted to enter Inferno Hell, but none of them were able to walk out alive. I won't stop you, I just hope you can be the first disciple to walk out of Inferno Hell in the Black Sect," Daoist Black said with an indifferent tone. The way he looked at Guan Yun was filled with admiration. "Yun will definitely live up to your expectations, Sect Chief." Guan Yun cupped his fists. This was a trial with a slim chance of survival. "Yun, you can leave now, I have something to say to Zhou Xian," Daoist Black said. "Understood." Guan Yun cupped his fist, then he slowly left Palace Black. Daoist Black looked at Zhou Xian, nodded his head and said, "Not bad. With just a mid-mortal core cultivation base, you were able to kill Li Wuling, who was an early heavenly core warrior. Although Li Wuling's foundation wasn't stable, he wasn't someone anyone could kill easily. If I'm not mistaken, during the Qi province competition, you were only an early mortal core warrior, right?" "That's right." Zhou Xian didn't deny it. "Zhou Xian, it seems like you're not afraid of me at all," Daoist Black said with an interested tone. Hearing this, Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Why should I be afraid of Sect Chief? I'm a disciple of the Black Sect. Of course Sect Chief won't make things difficult for me. What's there to be afraid of?" Zhou Xian's expression was calm, no signs of nervousness could be seen on his face. "This guy is calm, he's calm, he doesn't seem to feel uncomfortable in front of me at all. Besides, he has a dignified appearance and he was born with the aura of a superior warrior. His future achievements are limitless. A genius like this is the hope of the Black Sect. His talent is no weaker than the northern and southern dynasties of the Burning Sky Pavilion." Daoist Black was shocked. He had a very high opinion of Zhou Xian. He had never seen a junior at the mortal core realm with such a temperament. Zhou Xian's behavior didn't match his age at all. He was like an old monster who had lived for more than 1,000 years, calm and collected. Daoist Black was the Black Sect's sect chief. Everyone in the Black Sect, from the disciples to the sect elders, would show him respect. Even those divine core sect elders would feel nervous in front of him. But what he saw from Zhou Xian was just calmness. "Alright Zhou Xian, I really admire you, that's why I decided to meet you in person. I heard that you've made a deal with the northern and southern dynasties in 1 year, are you confident?" The northern and southern dynasties are all peerless geniuses from the Qi province, and they are all at the peak of the heavenly core realm, and they can break through to the divine core realm at any time. Although you have extraordinary talent, your cultivation level is still too low, you're only at the mid-mortal core realm. How are you going to deal with them in 1 year? Daoist Black asked. He was really interested in the 1-year deal between Zhou Xian and the northern and southern dynasties. Zhou Xian was now a disciple of the Black Sect, and the fight between him and the northern and southern dynasties was related to the Black Sect's honor. Daoist Black wasn't worried about whether or not Zhou Xian truly wanted to join the Black Sect. There were only 4 big sects in the Qi province, and putting aside the Valley of Happiness, Zhou Xian had already offended the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjian Gate. The Black Sect was his only home. "I have my own ways. 1 year is more than enough." Zhou Xian shrugged his shoulders with a confident expression. "Alright, just focus on your cultivation. The Black Sect doesn't lack resources, but a lot of resources are obtained through competition. Even a genius can only improve through constant competition. Daoist Black said. I understand. Zhou Xian nodded his head. Alright Zhou Xian, you can go now. I'll give you a special privilege. In the future, Palace Black will be open to you, and if you encounter any problems in your cultivation, you can come find me directly. Daoist Black said. A promise like this was definitely a first in the Black sect. Palace Black had never opened its doors to an outer circle disciple, and the sect chief would personally guide them in their cultivation. This kind of treatment was something that countless disciples could only dream of. Daoist Black said. If the other disciples of the Black sect knew about this, they would definitely go crazy with jealousy. But too bad Zhou Xian just laughed it off. The once greatest saint underneath the heavens needed guidance from a tiny divine core warrior? Was this a joke? To put it bluntly, just a few words of guidance from Zhou Xian would benefit Daoist Black a lot, and even help him break through to the combat soul realm in a short period of time. For Zhou Xian it was just a piece of cake. Of course, Zhou Xian wouldn't give Daoist Black any guidance. His reincarnation was his biggest secret, and he didn't want to bring himself any trouble. Besides, would Daoist Black listen to a mortal core disciple giving guidance to a divine core sect chief? Zhou Xian cupped his fist toward Daoist Black, then he turned around and left Palace Black. Looking at Zhou Xian's back as he left, Daoist Black squinted his eyes and said with an indifferent tone, I hope you won't disappoint me. Outside Palace Black, Guan Yiyun hadn't left yet. When he saw Zhou Xian he immediately walked up to him. Junior disciple Zhang, what good news does sect chief have for you? Guan Yiyun asked. With his status in the Black sect, perhaps only Zhou Xian could speak so politely to an outer circle disciple. Do I look like I've gotten something good from him? Zhou Xian spread his hands and changed the topic. Senior disciple Guan, have you really decided to go to Inferno Hell tomorrow? That's right, I've made up my mind. I'll either succeed or die trying. I'll go to Inferno Hell and give it my all. Guan Yiyun said with a serious expression. Be careful. Zhou Xian reminded. He had a good impression of Guan Yiyun, and he didn't want anything bad to happen to Guan Yiyun. Alright, I'll go back and prepare. Junior disciple Zhang, you have your own wings, just fly back. Chapter 114. Zhou Xian knew that during the Qi province competition, Guan Yiyun had suffered a severe blow from the northern and southern dynasties. It had left a shadow in the heart of this genius who had always stood high above the masses. Therefore Guan Yiyun's trip to Inferno Hell could be considered as a desperate gamble. If he couldn't become a hero, he would become a bear. Zhou Xian knew that although Guan Yiyun was also a rare genius, compared to those monstrous geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties, there was still a huge gap between them. Perhaps the gap between them wasn't very obvious right now, but in the future, it would only get bigger and bigger. Some people were born to shine brightly and some were born to be mediocre. Just like an emperor and a beggar, this was fate. Zhou Xian didn't unleash his blood wings, he just walked down the mountain. The Black sect had a nice scenery, so he could enjoy the scenery along the way. It made him feel relaxed. It was rare for Zhou Xian to have such a leisure time. At the foot of Palace Black there was a quiet path. The path was winding and it went through the entire Black Mountain range like a spirit snake lying dormant. Zhou Xian walked on the path with light steps. He could feel the rich natural yuan energy, and he couldn't help but circulate the dragon transformation skill. After walking for about an hour, a faint herbal fragrance suddenly came from afar. Zhou Xian couldn't help but feel shocked. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up as he looked towards the source of the medicinal aroma. Not far away from him there was a mountain peak that wasn't too tall, and the medicinal aroma was coming from that mountain peak. Looking at it from his position, the mountain peak was filled with verdant hills and clear waters. The scenery was alluring and it was obviously much livelier than the other mountains. There was an old pine tree growing on the peak of the mountain, and it was as thick as 3 strong men. It was at least 200 to 300 years old. This mountain stood alone and it was full of vitality. It was fascinating. Zhou Xian couldn't help but walk towards the mountain. As Zhou Xian walked into the mountain peak, the smell of herbs became even stronger. When Zhou Xian walked halfway up the mountain, he saw many strange flowers and herbs growing everywhere. There was a blood ginseng that was 300 years old. If this kind of herb was placed in Red City, it would be a priceless treasure. But here it was casually planted halfway up the mountain. Looks like this is where the herbs of the Black Sect are grown. No wonder I can smell such a strong herbal fragrance. I've received special permission from Daoist Black to enter Palace Black. Since I can enter Palace Black, there shouldn't be any place in the Black Sect that I can't enter. Jiang Qin thought to himself as he walked towards the top of the mountain. No matter if it was his previous life or his current life, in the eyes of others, Jiang Qin was a domineering king with powerful combat strength. However, people had forgotten that he was also a saint-level alchemist. Jiang Qin rarely concocted pills, and in his previous life he only concocted pills for himself. Although his combat strength had covered up the fact that he was an alchemist, Jiang Qin's skill in concocting pills was one of a kind. In the entire Saint Origin realm, there weren't many people who could compare with him in concocting pills. Soon Jiang Qin arrived at the top of the mountain without making a sound. What greeted him was a completely different scene. Everywhere he looked, there were all kinds of rare flowers and herbs, and not far away from him, there was a huge herb garden with a circumference of 1 mile. All kinds of ordinary and rare herbs were planted in this garden. At the center of the mountain peak, an exquisite courtyard stood alone. This kind of scene gave off a kind of otherworldly feeling. Right now in front of the herb garden, there was an old man squatting down. This old man looked to be in his 50s and he was plump. There was no beard on his face and his face was glossy and full of energy. However, the plump old man had a worried expression on his face. His eyes were fixated on 2 herbs at the edge of the herb garden. These 2 herbs were only the size of a palm and they were listless and lifeless. Why is this happening? Why aren't they growing? The old man let out a long sigh and said, "Damn it, I've been using the cloud and rain spell to water you all every day, and I've channeled my yuan energy into you. I've also chosen the best place for you to grow, but not only are you not growing, you're even wilting day by day. Why is this happening?" The old man felt depressed, and the more he talked, the angrier he got. He wished he could just grab these 2 herbs, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. "I don't believe there's a herb that I, Guishan, can't grow." The old man let out a cold snort. This man's name was Guishan, and he was the highest-ranked alchemist in the Black Sect. He was a divine core alchemist and he had a mountain all to himself. In the entire Black Sect, Guishan had a very important status. Many of the young alchemists were trained by him, and even Daoist Black had to be polite to him. If you plant the flaming angel and the glorious lotus together, it'll be a miracle if they can grow. In my opinion, these 2 herbs will die in less than a month. A voice suddenly sounded out from behind. "Who's that?" Guishan immediately stood up and turned around. He saw a young man wearing white clothes standing behind him. He had been focusing on the 2 herbs just now, and he didn't pay any attention to what was happening behind him. Besides, this mountain wasn't a place that ordinary disciples could climb. Guishan carefully sized up Jiang Qin, and when he realized he was only at the mortal core realm, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. "An outer circle disciple, do you know where this place is?" Guishan was really angry because he wasn't in a good mood. The flaming angel and the glorious lotus were both top-quality herbs, and he had spent a lot of effort to get them. But now he couldn't grow them and they were in danger of dying at any moment, so of course he was in a good mood. "I came here after smelling the herbs." Disciple Jiang Qin greets sect elder. Jiang Qin cupped his fist towards Guishan. "Jiang Qin, you're the new disciple who got first place in the Qi province competition, Jiang Qin?" Guishan's eyes lit up. Although he didn't usually care about the internal affairs of the Black Sect, he still knew about Jiang Qin's big news. "Yes, I am." Jiang Qin nodded his head. After knowing Jiang Qin's real identity, Guishan's attitude towards him had become much better. If it was any other outer circle disciple who trespassed the mountain without permission, Guishan would have slapped him away. But Jiang Qin was different. A genius would always be valued no matter where he went. "You know the flaming angel and the glorious lotus? Young man, you have good eyes." Guishan praised. In fact, the main reason why he didn't slap Jiang Qin and send him flying was because Jiang Qin had recognized these 2 herbs. The flaming angel and the flourishing first-grade lotus were just seedlings, and even ordinary alchemists wouldn't be able to recognize them with just a single glance. I know a thing or two. Zhou Xian smiled and slowly walked towards the herb garden. When he saw the flaming angel and the glorious lotus, he couldn't help but shake his head. Guishan praised in his mind. This young man in front of him was only a mortal core warrior, but he didn't show any signs of nervousness in front of a divine core sect elder. Just this calmness alone was enough to make anyone admire him. Zhou Xian, did you just say that the flaming angel and the glorious lotus can't be planted together? I want to know why. Both of them are pure yang herbs. Why can't they be planted together? Guishan asked with great interest. He wanted to see what Zhou Xian had to say. It's simple. The flaming angel is a scorching yang herb. No matter if it's a seedling or a mature stage, it's a pure yang herb. The glorious lotus is a bit more gentle, so if you plant them together, the flaming angel's yang energy will suppress the glorious lotus growth. Zhou Xian said. Hearing what Zhou Xian said, Guishan's eyes lit up. His impression of Zhou Xian had improved. The fact that Zhou Xian was able to analyze the characteristics of the flaming angel and the glorious lotus so thoroughly proved that Zhou Xian had a certain level of understanding towards herbs. Even if what you said is true and the flaming angel is suppressing the growth of the glorious lotus, the flaming angel should be growing really fast. Why isn't it growing, and why is it facing the danger of death? Guishan continued asking. He really wanted to know the reason. If not, with his status, he would never ask an outer circle disciple for advice. This is even simpler. The glorious lotus is a combination of the flourishing lotus king and the Tianshan snow lotus. That's why it's called the glorious lotus. During the mature stage, because the flourishing lotus king completely suppresses the Tianshan snow lotus, it's a pure yang herb. However, during the seedling stage, both the flourishing lotus king and the Tianshan snow lotus are present. In other words, the glorious lotus in front of you is not only a pure yang herb, but it also has the cold attribute of the Tianshan snow lotus. That's why it's blocking the growth of the flaming angel. By planting the fire dragon fruit and the glorious lotus together, you're basically trying to kill them. Zhou Xian said with a calm expression. Guishan was startled upon hearing this. His mouth was wide open as he stared at this young man in front of him, as if he was looking at a ghost. He really didn't want to admit that this young man in front of him actually had a higher attainment in the field of alchemy than him. What kind of monster is this young man? How can he know so much about herbs? I only know that the mature stage of the glorious lotus is a pure yang herb, but I don't know its origin. This young man even knows about the flourishing lotus king. Guishan was shocked. He believed Zhou Xian's words without a doubt. In other words, as a highly respected alchemist of the Black Sect, he had just been taught a very important lesson by this young man. Zhou Xian, where did you learn all these things? Guishan asked. Sect elder, don't you know that there are people called geniuses in this world? I'm a genius. Zhou Xian shrugged his shoulders. Alright, you're really a genius. Even I, your father, am impressed by you. Tell me, can my flaming angel and the glorious lotus still be saved? Guishan asked impatiently. Yes, you can. Plant them in different herb gardens. Both the flaming angel and the glorious lotus are high-quality herbs, and they have strong vitality. You don't need to help them grow, they will grow by themselves. Zhou Xian said. Zhou Xian, let me ask you another question. How do I combine the single wheatgrass and the yellow stone fruit so that the furnace won't explode? Guishan asked in a probing manner. He wanted to see if Zhou Xian knew everything. Sect elder, you're going to concoct the yellow spirit pill, right? The single wheatgrass and the yellow stone fruit have opposite characteristics, and it's very difficult to combine them together. Adding in the first-grade crystal sand, you'll be able to combine their characteristics. That way the furnace won't explode and the yellow spirit pill's grade will be improved. After Zhou Xian finished speaking, he saw Guishan standing there in a daze. Chapter 115. It was too shocking, too shocking. Zhou Xian's answer was like a bolt of lightning striking Guishan's head. Guishan had been concocting a yellow spirit pill recently, but because he couldn't combine the single wheatgrass and the yellow stone fruit, his cauldron had exploded a few times. It had become one of his biggest problems. However, after hearing Guishan's question, not only did Zhou Xian tell him the solution, he even guessed the pill that Guishan wanted to concoct. More importantly, when Jiang Chen was answering Guishan's question, he didn't even need to think before he answered. It was as if these medicinal theories had been deeply ingrained in his mind. Heavens, using first-grade crystal sand to mix single wheatgrass and yellow stone fruit. Why didn't I think of that? Guishan was suddenly enlightened. He felt as if the dark clouds had parted and the moon was shining brightly. That feeling was like a student who had been deeply troubled by a question and had suddenly received the answer from his teacher. How can the Tianchong Dan be refined to 100% quality? Guishan asked again. The Heaven Rush pill is not a top-grade pill, but it can help a cultivator condense their divine sense. It's not a high-grade pill, but it's extremely difficult to concoct. You have to know that a person's sea of consciousness is the foundation of a person, so there can't be any accidents. Only 100% Heaven Rush pill can be used. Anything below that is basically useless. Jiang Chen laughed and said, if you want to refine the Tianchong Dan, the Hunyuan fruit is the main ingredient. The 80-year-old Hunyuan fruit is the best. Beyond this age, the energy is too great. It is difficult to control. Below this age, it is impossible to meet the requirements of the Tianchong Dan. So, if you want to refine 100% Tianchong Dan, other than the alchemist's own level of refining 100% Tianchong Dan, the most important thing is the age of the Hunyuan fruit. Guishan's eyes lit up, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. These questions had been bothering him for a long time, but this young man in front of him seemed to know everything, and had solved all of them with just a few words. Can the petals of the Hades flower be used to make fire elixir? Guishan asked again. Yes, the netherworld flower is a poisonous flower and its toxicity is very strong. You need to add the scarlet stamen of the crane to fight poison with poison. Not only will it not affect the grade of the fire elixir, it will also increase the effect of the fire elixir. Jiang Chen said. Damn, so the Hell King flower and the scarlet crane stamen can be used like this. Guishan was shocked. At this moment he no longer treated Jiang Chen as an outer court disciple. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was not only serious but also respectful. Jiang Chen, your soul energy is too restless. How do you deal with it? Guishan said again. The reason why my soul power is too restless is because I'm too restless. Cultivating the soul refining art is too impatient. It's better to advance step by step. Jiang Chen said. I'll ask you again. Guishan asked more than a dozen questions in a row. All of these questions were questions that had been bothering him for a long time. Some of them were questions that had troubled him for many years, and he had never been able to find a solution to them. This was also the reason why Guishan's progress in alchemy was so slow. But recently, all of his questions had been answered by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had helped him solve them one by one. Guishan felt the dark clouds in his mind had completely disappeared, and his alchemy skills had also improved. Good. Brother Jiang, you really are a genius. You've helped me solve a problem that had been bothering me for a long time. Guishan thanks you. Guishan laughed out loud and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. Facing this bow, a smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He gladly accepted the bow. It was Guishan's honor to receive Jiang Chen's guidance. Besides, Jiang Chen knew that for a man like Guishan who had spent his entire life in alchemy, his dedication towards alchemy was something no ordinary man could understand. Jiang Chen had helped Guishan solve all his problems and none of them could be bought with money. Therefore Guishan's bow showed his gratitude. Elder Gui, you're too polite. I just happened to pass by. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Don't call me elder, just call me big brother in the future. Although my cultivation is higher than yours, you are my senior when it comes to alchemy. I'm older than you, so just call me big brother in the future. Guishan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Older brother Gua. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Guishan seemed like a man with a simple mind and he didn't stick to any rules. This was exactly what Jiang Chen liked. Besides, being brothers with the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect was beneficial to Jiang Chen. In the entire Black Sect, perhaps only Jiang Chen could call Guishan a brother. Brother Jiang, it's all thanks to you passing by. If not, I don't know how long it would take for me to solve all these problems. What I'm curious about is, why are you so knowledgeable? You know, alchemy is different from anything else. There are many things that require constant exploration during the process of alchemy. Without at least 100 years of experience, it would be impossible for you to reach such a level. But looking at your age, you're only 15 or 16 years old. This is really confusing. Guishan was shocked. He couldn't imagine how a 15 or 16-year-old young man could have such a high level of attainment in alchemy. This was unbelievable. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed that someone like this existed in this world. Didn't I tell you? I'm a genius. Zhou Xian shrugged his shoulders. Damn it, geniuses really can't be judged by common sense. Brother Jiang, you should be an alchemist as well. With your attainment, if you focus on alchemy, you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future and your name will spread far and wide. Wuxian said. Older brother Gua, alchemy is just a hobby of mine. I don't have much interest in it. Alchemy is not as exciting as fighting and killing. Zhou Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. How could Guishan know about his ambition? Sigh, what a pity. But with your ability, you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future, and you will definitely become a great alchemist as well. Guishan sighed. I heard that you have a 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties? Yes. Zhou Xian nodded his head. The northern and southern dynasties are all peerless geniuses that only appear once in 1,000 years in the Qi province. They have a great destiny and their future achievements will be limitless. 1 year's time is too short for you, Guishan said. The 1-year agreement between Zhou Xian and the northern and southern dynasties had spread across the entire Qi province, and everyone had heard about it. Of course, Guishan had heard about it as well. Putting aside whether or not Zhou Xian would be able to deal with the northern and southern dynasties in 1 year's time, Zhou Qian's courage alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. I have my own ways, don't worry, older brother Gua. Zhou Xian replied with a smile. On this day, Zhou Xian and Guishan were having a pleasant conversation. Guishan took out a fine wine brewed by himself using 18 different herbs to entertain Zhou Xian. It was said that in the entire Black sect, only Daoist Black had the honor of tasting this wine brewed by Guishan. It wasn't until dusk that Zhou Xian stood up and excused himself. Younger brother Jiang, if you need anything in the Black sect, just come to me, Guishan. Guishan slapped his own chest. I'll definitely do that. Just because of your wine, I'll come here more often. Zhou Xian said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Guishan's expression changed. Then don't come here. When talking about his wine, Guishan couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Initially, he wanted to entertain Zhou Xian with this wine and show him how good he was at brewing it, but he never expected this bastard to drink it like it was water. What a waste. Zhou Xian spread his blood wings and left Guishan's mountain peak. He flew towards his own residence. Today, befriending Guishan was a good thing for Zhou Xian. In the future, if he needed to concoct pills, he wouldn't have to worry about the ingredients anymore. But now his body was extremely strong and he was full of energy. He just wanted to increase his cultivation level, so he didn't have the time to concoct pills. The dragon transformation skill didn't require too many pills to cultivate. At Zhou Qian's residence, there were a few men waiting outside. The leader was Wang Yun and there were a few mortal core outer circle disciples. When they saw Zhou Qian flying back, their eyes immediately lit up. Senior disciple Zhang is back, someone said. A few of them looked at the blood wings on Zhou Qian's back, and their eyes were filled with envy. Zhou Qian retracted his blood wings and descended from the sky, landing right in front of them. Wang Yun, why are you looking for me? Zhou Qian asked. We want to invite senior disciple Zhang to the Myriad Demon Mountain to train together. Wang Yun said. Myriad Demon Mountain? Zhou Qian furrowed his brows, he had never heard of it before. Senior disciple Zhang probably doesn't know about the existence of the Myriad Demon Mountain. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a mountain range, and it is the training ground for the disciples of the Black sect. There are many demon beasts roaming around and there are a lot of natural resources as well. A few of us are preparing to train in the Myriad Demon Mountain, and if senior disciple Zhang can come with us, it will be a form of protection. A disciple said. That's right, with our strength we can only train in Sector 1 of the Myriad Demon Mountain. If senior disciple Zhang can come with us, he might be able to bring us to the border of Sector 2. Another disciple said. I see. Zhou Qian finally understood. These men came to him for protection. With his strength, if he followed them, it would be a form of protection for them. Wang Yin, tell me the details of the Myriad Demon Mountain. Zhou Qian said. He was really interested in the Myriad Demon Mountain. The war agreement between him and the northern and southern dynasties only lasted for a year, and it was really urgent. He had to focus on improving his cultivation level at all times, and just staying in the black sect wasn't enough. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and he had the ability to directly absorb energy. Therefore, for him, hunting demon beasts was the most direct way to improve his cultivation level. If he was lucky enough to find a demon beast with a unique bloodline, he might even be able to obtain an innate ability. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a primitive mountain range, and it's not far from the Black Sect, only about 1,000 miles away. The Myriad Demon Mountain is divided into 3 sectors. In the first sector, most of the demon beasts are at the Qi-Hai Immortal Core realm, and you can occasionally see some Heavenly Core demon beasts, but they are very few in number. In the second sector, most of the demon beasts are at the Heavenly Core realm, and it's a very dangerous place. Only Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples dare enter. Although Senior Disciple Jiang is only at the Mortal Core realm, after killing Li Wuling, you have the strength of a Heavenly Core warrior, so you can explore the border of Sector 2. As for Sector 3, I heard there are powerful Divine Core demon beasts there. Chapter 116. After listening to what Wang Yun said, Jiang Qin understood that the Myriad Demon Mountain was a training ground for disciples of the Black Sect, and it was a very dangerous place. Of course, compared to the Inferno Hell that Guanyin had gone to, it was nothing. Senior Disciple Jiang, come with us, someone said. A few of them stared at Jiang Qin with a longing expression. Wang Yun, you and your group are going to the Myriad Demon Mountain. Your strength is pretty good. As long as you don't go to Sector 2, there shouldn't be any danger. I've gained some enlightenment during the past 2 days, so I'm going to enter secluded cultivation. This time I won't be going with you, Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. He had decided to go to the Myriad Demon Mountain, but he would never go with Wang Yun and the others. For him, they were just burdens. Sector 1 was basically no challenge to Jiang Qin, and he would definitely enter Sector 2. If these guys were to follow him, it would be very difficult for him to do anything, and he would also have to ensure their safety, which would be quite troublesome. Besides, when it came to training in the Myriad Demon Mountain, the best person for Jiang Qin to follow was De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had a unique treasure hunting ability, and every time he found something, it would be a priceless treasure. This was the main reason why Jiang Qin didn't want to go with Wang Yun and the others. Hearing this, Wang Yun and the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, since Jiang Qin didn't agree, they couldn't say anything. With Jiang Qin's current status and identity, it was already good enough for him to talk to them in such a polite manner. If it was any other genius disciple from the Black Sect, they would definitely become arrogant after becoming famous, and wouldn't put them in their eyes. It's good that Senior Disciple Jiang has gained some enlightenment. We can't delay his secluded cultivation. Wang Yun said, Senior Disciple Jiang, if that's the case, we'll head to the Myriad Demon Mountain now. Alright, be careful on your way. Jiang Qin nodded his head. Everyone cupped their fists toward Jiang Qin and greeted him, then they left the Black Sect. Wanyao Mountain. Jiang Qin mumbled to himself. It looked like he had to pay the Myriad Demon Mountain a visit. He had formed 40 dragon marks, and in order to break through to the late mortal core realm, he would need to form another 20 dragon marks. The amount of energy needed to form 20 dragon marks was unimaginable. Just staying in the Black Sect and cultivating was not a good idea. I have chosen to cultivate the dragon transformation skill. It is destined to be a difficult path of cultivation. The closer I am to the end, the harder it will be to advance. The amount of energy required is simply too great. I will have to use all sorts of methods to advance in the one-year war with the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin had a serious expression on his face. 1 year's time was too short, especially for someone like him who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill. It was much more difficult for him to break through compared to ordinary people. Therefore, he decided to wait for De Huang Dog to wake up before heading to the Myriad Demon Mountain. Jiang Qin returned to his courtyard and scanned the 2 rooms with his divine sense. He found that Yan Qinyu was in secluded cultivation, concentrating on absorbing the 10,000-year freezing crystal. As for De Huang Dog, he was lying on a soft bed with all 4 legs facing the sky. He was drooling as he slept. Just this sleeping posture alone had made Jiang Qin speechless. But what really made Jiang Qin speechless wasn't De Huang Dog's sleeping posture, but De Huang Dog's current state. De Huang Dog's body was covered by a layer of golden light. The golden light was getting thicker and thicker, and it gradually formed into a huge golden cocoon, wrapping De Huang Dog inside. A sacred bloodline aura that belonged only to divine beasts was leaking out from his body. Such a sacred and mighty aura appearing on a dog's body, the heavens really knew how to play tricks on people. The descendants of Dragon Horse really can't be understood with common sense. Breaking through while sleeping, under the heavens, I'm afraid only this dog can do this. Jiang Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Compared to breaking through in cultivation in front of De Huang Dog, everyone would feel ashamed. Xiao Yu is completely immersed in her 9 yin meridians and the 10,000-year freezing crystal. This state is extremely rare for her, and she won't wake up in a short period of time. But once she wakes up, I'm afraid she will break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Qin looked at Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu, who had the 9 yin meridians, was also blessed by the heavens. Ordinary people couldn't compare with her. In fact, the most abnormal person was Jiang Qin. He had turned from a saint, and although he looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, he was actually an old monster. He had the cultivation experience of a saint. No one could compare with him, and the dragon transformation skill was even more terrifying. It allowed him to absorb any bloodline in the world. It wasn't hard to imagine that as the dragon transformation skill continued to grow, and as the bloodline was absorbed, Jiang Qin was destined to become a unique bloodline in the world, surpassing any divine body. De Huang Dog slept for 2 days. During this time, Jiang Qin didn't dare disturb him. He could only wait in the courtyard and study the 6 solar fingers and the thunderclap combat skill when he had nothing to do. This dog can really sleep. Wang Yun and the others should have arrived at the Myriad Demon Mountain in 2 days. Maybe they will be back in 2 days, but this damn dog is still sleeping. Jiang Qin was speechless and depressed. He was the once greatest saint in the world, but he was sitting here waiting for a dog to sleep. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from De Huang Dog's room. Jiang Qin scanned it with his divine sense and found that the golden cocoon on the surface of De Huang Dog's body had grown to its limit. The buzzing sound came from the cocoon. In the next moment, the cocoon flowed into De Huang Dog's body like a tidal wave. An extremely tyrannical aura overflowed from De Huang Dog's body. However, this aura soon disappeared. It was well hidden by De Huang Dog. Immortal, my ass. Jiang Qin was speechless. De Huang Dog had shown him why it was so easy to advance. Swish. The door to De Huang Dog's room opened by itself. De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and rushed out of the room, arriving beside Jiang Qin. Brat, how long did I sleep? De Huang Dog asked. Including the day before, 3 days in total. You sure sleep well. Jiang Qin glared at De Huang Dog. Only 3 days, I'll go back and sleep for a few more days. After saying that, De Huang Dog turned around and went back into the room. Jiang Qin's forehead was covered with black hair as he grabbed onto De Huang Dog's tail. Woof. Brat, let go. Damn it, you've slept for 3 days and you still want to sleep? Sleep your ass. Daddy is going to the Myriad Demon Mountain to hunt some demon beasts. Are you coming or not? If not, you can just stay here and have a good sleep. Jiang Qin said. Myriad Demon Mountain hunting demon beasts? De Huang Dog's ears stood up and his eyes were shining with a strange light. When are we going? Daddy is going crazy. Going out and having fun was De Huang Dog's favorite. On the first day he came to the Black Sect, he couldn't stay still. Now, when he heard that he was going to the Myriad Demon Mountain, De Huang Dog became really interested. Now, if we leave now, we can reach the Myriad Demon Mountain before nightfall. Jiang Qin said. The Myriad Demon Mountain isn't that far away, only 1,000 miles. With our speed we can reach there in a short while. De Huang Dog said. It was dusk right now, and for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog who could fly, 1,000 miles of distance could be covered in just a blink of an eye. You know about the Myriad Demon Mountain? Jiang Qin was startled. There's no place in the Qi province that I don't know. The Myriad Demon Mountain is a training ground for disciples of the Black Sect. Demon beasts roam the place. It's a dangerous and exciting place. De Huang Dog was excited. Let's not waste any more time, let's go now. After saying that, Jiang Qin unleashed his blood wings and flew up into the sky. De Huang Dog unleashed his wings and followed closely behind Jiang Qin, dancing with excitement. The Black Sect was located in the northern part of the Qi province, and the Myriad Demon Mountain was located in the northern part of the Black Sect. It could be said to be the border of the Qi province, and it was next to another big province in the eastern continent. The last ray of light between the heavens and the earth was about to disappear, and night had fallen. Angry roars of demon beasts sounded out from within the myriad demon mountain, and it brought fear to the entire ancient forest in this mountain range. Two figures appeared soundlessly in the sky above the myriad demon mountain. They were Zhang Qin and a Huang Dog. Wang Yun said that most of the demon beasts in Sector 1 are at the Qi High Immortal Core realm. For me, it's not a challenge at all. Let's go straight to Sector 2. After saying that, Zhang Qin flapped his blood wings and flew straight towards Sector 2. The Huang Dog followed behind while wagging his tail. With Zhang Qin's current strength, there was almost no mortal core warrior who could withstand a single strike from him. The first sector of the myriad demon mountain was no longer a challenge for him. The Huang Dog had broken through to the late mortal core realm. With his dragon horse bloodline's strength and terrifying body, ordinary heavenly core warriors were no match for him. When Zhang Qin and the Huang Dog were together, they were a super abnormal combination. If someone thought they were just ordinary mortal core warriors and tried to find trouble with them, the result would be horrible. When the night fell, Zhang Qin and the Huang Dog were already 1,000 miles deep into the myriad demon mountain. This place was only a few dozen miles away from Sector 2. We're about to enter Sector 2. The demon beasts that will appear should be very strong. Zhang Qin said. He retracted his blood wings and descended from the sky. The place where Zhang Qin descended was a black protrusion. The protrusion looked like a bumpkin, and it didn't attract anyone's attention. Even Zhang Qin and a Huang Dog didn't pay attention to it. Slap. When Zhang Qin's feet landed on the black bumpkin, a slapping sound could be heard. But right after that, Zhang Qin felt something was wrong because the bumpkin actually felt soft. At the same time, a huge force suddenly rushed out from under his feet, and it rushed towards Zhang Qin like an avalanche. Fuck. Zhang Qin was shocked. He hurriedly dashed out and retreated a few hundred meters away. The Huang Dog descended from the sky and stood next to Zhang Qin. The man and dog stared at the bumpkin in surprise. Then the bumpkin suddenly jumped up. Roar! A furious roar tore apart the darkness of the forest. The bumpkin jumped up and turned into a huge black monster. Which bastard disturbed my sleep? The bumpkin furiously roared. Since it could speak, it must be a heavenly core demon lord. After all, there were only a few existences like the Huang Dog. Zhang Qin and the Huang Dog had a good look at the demon lord's face. It was a huge black python, and its body was only a few hundred meters long. Just by raising its head, it was already huge. It was angrily looking down at the man and dog. Chapter 117. Buddy, did you step on some shit when you went out? What bad luck. The Huang Dog rolled his eyes speechlessly. He had just landed at a random spot and stepped on a demon lord. This was really bad luck. Luckily, Zhang Qin was the one who got lucky. If he was an ordinary mortal core warrior, he would have been devoured by this demon lord, and not even his bones would be left behind. It would be a horrible death. I never expected to see a heavenly core demon lord in Sector 1. Luckily, this serpent is only at the early heavenly core realm. We should be able to handle it. Zhang Qin sighed. Initially, he wanted to kill some peak mortal core demon beasts at the border of Sector 1 and 2, absorb their demon souls, and at least form a few new dragon marks, increasing his combat strength. With that, he would have a higher chance of entering Sector 2, but he never expected to meet a heavenly core demon lord as soon as he arrived. Puny human, how dare you step on me? You're courting death, courting death. You puny human and dog, stand there and don't move. Let me devour both of you as a punishment for disturbing my sleep and stepping on me. The black serpent spoke with a voice as loud as a bell. The breath coming out of its mouth brought up a foul smell. It was really unpleasant. Damn it, this big guy really thinks too highly of himself. It's fine if he wants to eat us, but he wants us to stand here and let him devour us? Is he crazy? The Huang Dog was so angry that he started laughing. This black serpent was really funny. How dare he talk to the Huang Dog like that? He was just courting death. This is a black swamp serpent. It loves to sleep, that's why it chose to sleep at the border of Sector 1 and 2. Basically, it won't be disturbed. However, this black swamp serpent is really strong, we can't be careless. Zhang Qin said. Although this black swamp serpent was also an early heavenly core warrior, it was definitely not someone Li Wuling could compare with. Jiang Qin could kill Li Wuling with ease, but it was basically impossible for him to kill this black swamp serpent. Demonic beasts had tough skin and flesh, powerful physical strength and exuberant blood qi. These were their biggest advantages over human cultivators. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator of the same level fought against a demonic beast of the same level, he or she would have very little chance of winning. As for this black swamp serpent, even Yin Zhongqing might not be a match for it. You two puny fellows, hurry up and walk into my mouth, save me the trouble of doing it myself. The black swamp serpent spoke again. It was not hard to imagine how lazy this big guy was, to the extent that it was too lazy to even open its mouth to eat. Jiang Qin had finally found a master that could sleep better than De Huang Dog. Fuck, get it. De Huang Dog was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. It turned into a golden light and charged toward the black swamp serpent. You're just a dog and you dare to attack me? You're simply courting death. Watch me eat you up. The black swamp serpent didn't put De Huang Dog in its eyes at all. It opened its mouth wide, waiting for De Huang Dog to be sent into its mouth. You want to eat me? Why don't you check if your teeth are hard enough? De Huang Dog laughed out loud. A powerful wave of qi suddenly burst out from his body. Sensing this unparalleled energy, the black swamp serpent's expression finally changed. It hurriedly closed its mouth and beams of black light appeared on top of its head, charging toward De Huang Dog. Bang! The two ferocious fellows collided with each other, producing a clanging sound that sounded like iron being struck. Sparks flew out from the point of collision. The black swamp serpent let out an anguished wail. It felt dizzy and its whole world was filled with little stars. Its huge body instantly shrunk and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a man wearing a black robe. The man was also very muscular. He was 8 feet tall and he looked like he was in his 40s. Both of his eyes were glowing with a vicious light. The man in black was shaking his body and he kept shaking his dizzy head. Damn it, why is this dog's head so hard? Even I can't beat him. The black swamp serpent couldn't help but curse. It was shocked in its heart. It looked at De Huang Dog in front of it and it no longer looked down on him. Jiang Qin, who was behind them, was shocked as well. After De Huang Dog broke through to the late mortal core realm, he had become incredibly strong. Perhaps his combat strength had surpassed Jiang Qin's. Looking at the current situation, even if Jiang Qin didn't do anything, De Huang Dog would be able to kill the black swamp serpent by himself. What's the use of having a hard head? I can still eat you up. The black swamp serpent was enraged. He waved his hand and unleashed a black airwave towards De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin. This black airwave not only had a powerful force, it also carried a foul smell that made people want to vomit. Damn stinky. Buddy, this black swamp serpent is really strong. Let's attack together and kill him as soon as possible. De Huang Dog cursed. He dragged his muscular body, and a golden light surrounded his body as he dashed towards the black swamp serpent. Jiang Qin was even more direct. With a shake of his hand, he took out the Axe of Thunder and unleashed the Clap of Thunder combat skill. A bright golden axe light slashed towards the black swamp serpent. Bang! De Huang Dog's energy and Jiang Qin's Axe of Thunder collided violently with the black swamp serpent. No matter how strong the black swamp serpent was, it couldn't withstand the full impact of these two ferocious fellows. At the center of the energy collision, there were black qi waves everywhere, and all the trees within a radius of 1 mile were destroyed. Some of the nearby demon beasts felt such a strong battle fluctuation, and directly fled in all directions, panicking and not knowing where to go. Bam! The black swamp serpent was sent flying, smashing through 3 big trees in a row. It fell to the ground and vomited blood. Damn it! Where did these two freaks come from? How could they be so strong? The black swamp serpent cursed. The fierce glint in its eyes had been replaced by deep fear. Kakago! Kill him! De Huang Dog dashed out with a swoosh. His speed was so fast that he was like a golden light. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the black swamp serpent. Bam! The black swamp serpent didn't even have the chance to react. It was knocked another 2 to 3 miles away. Roar! The black swamp serpent kept roaring angrily. It flew towards Jiang Qin and Big Yellow, and with a shake of its body, it transformed back into its true form. Its thick tail was like a black pillar, sweeping towards Zhang Qin and Big Yellow. Wherever the tail passed, a piercing sound could be heard, and even the air was violently trembling. An arrow at the end of its flight. Zhang Qin sneered and raised his axe. On the other side, De Huang Dog dashed toward the black swamp serpent again with its head on its head. Bam bam bam, De Huang Dog was too ferocious and fast. He kept changing his position, and his indestructible head kept smashing into the black swamp serpent's body. The black swamp serpent was in a daze. Blood kept spurting out of its mouth and its aura was gradually weakening. Swoosh. At this moment, Jiang Chen's battle axe fell from the sky. It was also extremely fast and it landed right on the black swamp serpent's head. Puchi. The axe of thunder was a high-ranked combat weapon and it was extremely powerful. It directly split the black swamp serpent's head in half. A demon soul that was glowing brightly flew out from the black swamp serpent's head, and Jiang Qin grabbed it in his hand. De Huang Dog was even more ferocious. He bit the black swamp serpent's neck and tore out a huge python gallbladder, then swallowed it. Kaka, this python gallbladder is a great tonic. Your father will gladly accept it. De Huang Dog was very excited. Jiang Qin patted De Huang Dog's head with an appreciative expression. De Huang Dog had performed well today. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog following him, although he could still deal with the black swamp serpent, he would have to spend a lot of effort, and wouldn't have been able to kill it so easily. Brat, treat your father better in the future. Your father is a first-class warrior. Besides, if you dare to neglect your father, you won't get a share of any treasures that your father finds in the future. De Huang Dog bared his teeth at Jiang Qin and threatened him. Damn it, I told you that you're fat and you're so arrogant, but now you're so arrogant that your tail is in the sky? Jiang Qin kicked Big Yellow's head. He finally understood that he couldn't be too polite to this dog. If he was too polite to him, he wouldn't be able to recognize who he was. An early Heavenly Core Demon Lord's demon soul is very useful for me. If I absorb it, I'll be able to form at least 5 dragon marks. Jiang Qin had a joyful expression on his face. As he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he had an advantage that surpassed ordinary men. Just absorbing a demon soul alone was something that no ordinary man could compare with. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin swallowed the demon soul. With the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, in just 10 minutes, the demon soul was completely absorbed, leaving nothing behind. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard from the Qi-Si in his dantian. Just as Jiang Qin had expected, the black swamp serpent's demon soul had allowed him to form another 5 dragon marks. Within his Qi-Si, the new dragon marks were vibrating and they seemed to be very excited. Soon they merged with his mortal core. The formation of each new dragon mark represents the improvement of my combat strength. Now I've formed 45 dragon marks. As long as I can form another 15 dragon marks, I'll be able to break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. During this trip to the Myriad Demon Mountain, he was confident that he could break through to the late mortal core realm. As long as he could break through to the late mortal core realm, with the terrifying dragon transformation skill, he would be able to kill an early heavenly core warrior with just a wave of his hand. Even if he met a mid-heavenly core warrior, he would still be able to fight. Too bad, if only the dragon transformation skill could go through some changes, my cultivation speed would be even faster. Jiang Qin thought to himself. After that, he looked at De Huang Dog with a smile on his face. Damn it, what are you trying to do? With that look in your eyes, I'm sure you're up to no good. De Huang Dog quivered. Jiang Chen's eyes made him feel uneasy. Hee De Huang, look at our relationship, are we brothers? Jiang Chen laughed. Brothers my ass, I'm not your brother. De Huang Dog denied it without hesitation. He immediately distanced himself from Jiang Chen. De Huang, let me discuss something with you. Get me another bowl of blood. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. What? More blood? 1 bowl? Fuck you. De Huang Dog turned around and walked towards Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain. So stingy, you won't even give me a bowl of blood. Chapter 118. Bam. Ooh. Along with a shrill cry, a huge creature crashed onto the ground, creating a huge crater. A 30-meter-long rhinoceros wriggled for a few seconds before it died. A bloody hole was dug out from the rhinoceros head, and next to the carcass stood a young man in white clothes. He was holding a shining demon soul in his hand. The demon soul in the young man's hand kept shrinking, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. It had been completely absorbed. Late mortal core demon beasts are still too weak, they can't help me much. I've absorbed 3 late mortal core demon souls, but I only managed to form 1 dragon mark. Looks like I'll have to look for more heavenly core demon beasts. Zhou Xian said. The place where he and De Huang Dog were standing right now had already entered Sector 2. Maybe they hadn't gone too deep, so they hadn't met any heavenly core demon beasts yet. The few they had met were all late mortal core demon beasts. What kind of skill are you cultivating? How can you absorb demon souls endlessly? You're not human. De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask. He had always been curious about the skill Zhou Xian was cultivating. From Red City until now, Zhou Xian had absorbed countless demon souls. Without the support of a real skill, a human warrior wouldn't be able to do this. Do you want to know? Yes. Give me a bowl of blood and I'll tell you. I'll give you a bowl of urine. Do you want it? Get lost. Bang. The sky and earth were shaking. The violent shockwaves from the battle shook the entire mountain range, scaring away many demon beasts. In front of Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog, an early heavenly core demon beast was killed, and its demon soul was dug out by Zhou Xian. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, Zhou Xian absorbed the demon soul very quickly. But this time, 1 demon soul could only help Zhou Xian form 4 dragon marks. Including the one he had formed before, he now had a total of 50 dragon marks in his chi. Sure enough, the dragon transformation skill is getting more and more difficult to cultivate. The amount of energy required is also increasing. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to condense the remaining 10 dragon marks. Zhou Xian couldn't help but sigh. The dragon transformation skill was indeed worthy of being an ancient divine skill, a supreme divine skill. Aside from being terrifying, the difficulty of cultivating it was also incomparable to ordinary skills. It was hard to imagine how much energy Zhou Xian needed to condense 100,000 dragon marks. If it were to be described with numbers, it would be an astronomical figure. In the Thousand Monster Mountain, the monsters run amok and their numbers are uncountable. As long as you have the ability, leveling up here is absolutely not a problem. However, if you continue to refine and absorb like this, in a situation where you are in such a rush for success, will it affect your foundation? De Huang Dog asked worriedly. Zhou Xian's extreme cultivation method could be compared to the cultivation methods of demons. Although it could allow him to quickly obtain energy and improve his cultivation level, it would seriously affect his foundation. Once his foundation became unstable, his future path would be very difficult. I know what I'm doing. With my current foundation, it's enough for me to crazily absorb energy until I break through to the heavenly core realm, and it won't affect my foundation. But once I break through to the late mortal core realm, I'll stop temporarily and go back to concocting a pill to stabilize my foundation. Zhou Xian said. Comparing cultivation experience, he was the ancestor of all ancestors. How could he allow his foundation to become unstable? Although this was the first time he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his cultivation plan was very clear. Every step he took was within the scope of his plan. But this second sector of the Myriad Monster Mountain gives me a dangerous feeling. This place is filled with demonic energy, and I'm sure there are some extremely powerful demon beasts here. Even you and I can't handle them. Therefore, we have to be careful when we travel here and we can't go too deep. A serious expression emerged on De Huang Dog's face. Zhou Xian nodded his head as well. After all, the Myriad Monster Mountain couldn't be compared with Mount Origin. Although he and De Huang Dog were abnormal beings, they were still only at the mortal core realm. They could easily handle an early heavenly core demon beast, but if they were to bump into a mid-heavenly core demon beast, they would have to run for their lives. There was a saying that a realm was like a different world, a world was like heaven and earth. The difference of a single realm was huge, especially after breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Zhou Xian had to break through to the late mortal core realm, only then would he have the chance to fight a mid-heavenly core demon beast. Oh right, De Huang Dog, did you sense the existence of any treasures? Zhou Xian asked with anticipation. Not yet. But an ancient mountain like the Myriad Monster Mountain might have some good stuff. But good treasures usually come with risks, so don't get your hopes up. De Huang Dog said. Half an hour later, Xianxia and De Huang Dog had gone 100 miles into Sector 2 of the Myriad Monster Mountain. In front of them was a combat wolf that was glowing in a golden light. Its ferocious eyes were staring at Xianxia and De Huang Dog without blinking. The bloody combat wolf, the king of all wolves. Be careful, this wolf is much stronger than the black swamp serpent. Xianxia said with a serious tone, but at the same time he was very excited. He was very familiar with the bloody combat wolf. It was the king of all wolves and it had the true bloodline of the Wolf King. No matter how strong it is, it's just an early heavenly core warrior. If you and I work together, killing it won't be a problem. De Huang Dog licked his lips. A powerful fighting spirit was unleashed from his body. The bloody combat wolf was indeed much harder to deal with than the black swamp serpent, but De Huang Dog was a descendant of a divine beast, so he wouldn't have any problems fighting someone with a higher level. Besides, the current Xianxia was much stronger than when he was fighting the black swamp serpent. 50 dragon marks couldn't be compared with 40 dragon marks, so he was confident he could defeat this bloody combat wolf. Let's do this. After saying that, Xianxia immediately unleashed his 6 solar fingers. 3 huge golden fingers lit up the dark sky as they dashed towards the bloody combat wolves. At the same time, Big Yellow spat out a huge golden energy ball. Xianxia didn't know what Big Yellow's skill was, but the energy ball he spat out was truly terrifying. Xianxia didn't know what Big Yellow's skill was, but the energy ball he spat out was truly terrifying. Roared the bloody combat wolf let out a furious roar. At the same time, a bright golden light shot out from its body towards the 6 solar fingers and De Huang Dog's energy ball. The powerful energy ripples were like 3 erupting volcanoes colliding with each other. It was as if the entire forest was experiencing a massive earthquake. Large amounts of sparks appeared in the air, forming a sea of flames. Terrifying energy ripples filled the air. Tap tap tap. The bloody combat wolf was no match for the 2 enemies at the same time. Its majestic body was forced back a few steps before it could regain its balance. 2 mortal core warriors, how could you force me back? This is ridiculous. But since you have really angered me, I'll let you die a horrible death. The bloody combat wolf threatened. The arrogant Wolf King was about to get angry and the consequences were going to be severe. Swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the one bloody combat wolf turned into 9. 9 identical bloody combat wolves formed a circle around Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Damn it, what kind of strategy is this? De Huang Dog's expression changed. One bloody combat wolf had turned into 9. Furthermore, with his eyesight he couldn't tell which one was the real bloody combat wolf. This is the bloody combat wolf's innate ability. It's called the 9 Phantom Wolves. This innate ability doesn't have any attack power, but it's extremely frightening. It can create 9 phantoms in an instant, and each of the phantoms is exactly the same as the real one. It can confuse the enemy. Xianxia explained. His eyes were glowing with a golden light. This innate ability was no doubt very frightening and it was impossible to defend against. The 8 phantoms would move together with the real bloody combat wolf, and they would attack the same way. If the enemy couldn't tell which one was the real bloody combat wolf, then the consequences would be very serious. Swoosh. De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and dashed out. With lightning speed he rammed into one of the combat wolves. With a bang the combat wolf turned into bubbles. It was actually a phantom. Damn it! De Huang Dog cursed. The feeling of not being able to attack the enemy was very depressing. De Huang, use your light wings and block its attack first. I'll find out which one is the real bloody combat wolf. Xianxia said. All right. A pair of wings grew out from De Huang Dog's back and he was ready for battle. Xianxia's divine sense rushed out and swept through the phantoms of the combat wolf, but he couldn't tell which one was the phantom and which one was the real one. Haha, you want to see through my 9 phantom wolves? Don't waste your time. The bloody combat wolf laughed out loud and each of the phantoms let out the same sound. The phantoms that were shattered by De Huang Dog earlier actually manifested again. 9 combat wolves charged at the same time, charging towards Xianxia and De Huang Dog. Humph. De Huang Dog let out a cold snort. With a flap of his light wings he turned into a golden beam and circled around Xianxia, not giving the combat wolf any chance to hurt Zhou Xian. A sneer emerged on Zhou Qian's face. The innate ability of the 9 phantom wolves was really frightening. If it was any other ordinary man, he or she would definitely die today. Even if it was a mid-heavenly core warrior, he or she would still be tortured to death by the bloody combat wolf. But too bad, the bloody combat wolf's opponent was Zhou Xian, and it was destined that things wouldn't go as he wished. Perhaps no one from the courtyard would be able to see through his 9 phantom wolves, but Zhou Xian could. He circulated the great soul derivation skill, and threads of soul energy started flowing out from his body. The great soul derivation skill was a supreme skill. It was the pinnacle of all soul training skills. It could see through the source, and under the detection of the great soul derivation skill, the bloody combat wolf had nowhere to hide. Bang! Immortal my ass! De Huang dog cursed angrily. Although he was extremely fast, his vision was blurred by 7 or 8 phantoms. Under the attack of so many phantoms, it gave the bloody combat wolf an opportunity. De Huang dog's sturdy body was knocked away by the force of the attack. Luckily, De Huang dog had thick skin and thick muscles. If it was any other man, he or she would have been killed by the impact. After knocking De Huang dog away, the 9 bloody combat wolves once again dashed towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian suddenly turned around. With a pair of bright eyes, he locked onto one of the bloody combat wolves. The bloody combat wolf's eyes trembled. It had a bad feeling. Indeed, a golden battle axe appeared in Zhou Xian's hand. He ignored the attacks from the other combat wolves and forcefully swung the axe towards the bloody combat wolf he had locked onto. De Huang, this is the main body, attack him. Chapter 119. The Great Soul Derivation Technique was too terrifying. The exquisite soul perception directly penetrated the bloody combat wolf's origin and saw through its true form. Even De Huang dog couldn't help but praise Zhou Xian. Roar! De Huang dog let out a roar. In midair, he abruptly changed his direction and pounced towards the bloody combat wolf like an arrow released from a bow. The dog's head shone with a brilliant light. It was simply indestructible. With this collision, even a mountain would be smashed into pieces. Rumble. On the other side, Zhou Xian swung his axe high and reached the bloody combat wolf's head in the blink of an eye. De Huang dog and Zhou Xian had locked onto the bloody combat wolf's true form, completely ignoring the attacks of the phantoms. The bloody combat wolf's expression changed dramatically. It never imagined that Zhou Xian would be able to see through its true form with a single glance. It was very surprising. The bloody combat wolf's mind trembled and actually lost focus for a short moment. In a battle between experts, a short moment of inattention would undoubtedly be fatal. The bloody combat wolf originally still had the strength to fight, but because it was too shocked that its 9 phantom wolves had been seen through, it lost focus and brought true destruction to itself. Bang! Clang! De Huang dog's head and Zhou Qian's axe of thunder landed on the bloody combat wolf's body at the same time. The bloody combat wolf let out a miserable cry as half of its body was chopped off by the axe, causing blood to spurt out crazily. As for De Huang dog's head, it was smashed into a mess and its internal organs were all crushed. The bloody combat wolf was not dead yet, but it was too heavily injured. It was already an arrow at the end of its flight, so it was chopped off by Zhou Qian's axe. The moment the bloody combat wolf died, the 8 phantoms also disappeared. Ah, you're really amazing. You can actually see through the bloody combat wolf's true form. This daddy has to look at you in a different light. De Huang dog laughed excitedly. A large part of the reason why I was able to kill the bloody combat wolf so easily is because of luck. Zhou Xian smiled. As the king of wolves, the bloody battle wolf was absolutely not that easy to kill. Even if he broke through the 9 phantom wolves without an intense and cruel battle, it would be impossible to take down the bloody battle wolf. Zhou Qian's luck lay in the bloody combat wolf's mentality. If it wasn't for the fact that the bloody combat wolf was distracted at a crucial moment and lost its chance to escape, it wouldn't have died so quickly. Even if it couldn't defeat Zhou Xian and De Huang dog in the end, it probably wouldn't have been a problem for it to escape. In fact, the reason why the bloody combat wolf was absent-minded wasn't because he had a bad mentality, it was because he was too confident in his 9 phantom wolves. No one had ever been able to break his cloning skill, But this young man in front of him who was only at the mortal core realm had seen through his real body and broken his 9 phantom wolves with just a single look. How could the bloody combat wolf not be shocked? And while he was shocked, he lost his life. I don't care about luck or not. I just want to know, after you absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, will you be able to obtain the 9 phantom wolves? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen with an expectant expression. He clearly remembered that when Jiang Chen absorbed the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, not only did he obtain the blood wings, he also obtained the blood-winged hawk's innate ability, the sonic hawk cry. If he could obtain the bloody combat wolf's 9 phantom wolves as well, then it would be really terrifying. The 9 phantom wolves was much more powerful than the sonic hawk cry. I have to get it. If you give me your demon soul, I can also obtain your complete bloodline. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. Fuck off. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and bit towards Jiang Chen's butt. Oh fuck, stupid dog, I was just kidding, let go. Jiang Chen slapped De Huang Dog and sent him flying away. He rubbed his butt with all his strength. This dog was too cruel, he just wanted to bite him without any warning. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the demon soul from the bloody combat wolf's head. Sensing the pure energy coming from the demon soul, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but shine with a strange light. The demon soul of a demon beast with a unique bloodline was much stronger than ordinary demon souls. The bloody combat wolf's demon soul not only contained energy, it also contained a powerful bloodline and innate abilities. For Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, this was the rarest treasure. If he could absorb the demon soul with the help of the energy and bloodline, Jiang Chen was confident that he could break through to the late mortal core realm. Just when Jiang Chen was about to absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, something unexpected happened. A bright sword beam pierced through the night sky with incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived above Jiang Chen's head. Sneak attack. This was a sword beam unleashed by a human combat weapon. With such a powerful attack, the attacker was at least a mid-heavenly core warrior. A mid-heavenly core warrior trying to sneak attack Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He knew this wasn't good. He put away the demon soul and retreated with lightning speed. But even so, he was still too late. The sword beam had cut through Jiang Chen's shoulder and left a deep wound. Blood was flowing out from the wound. Who is it? Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Even if it was an early heavenly core warrior who was struck by the sword just now, he or she would have died for sure. The sword strike came without any warning, and only a man like Jiang Chen who had quick reflexes could have dodged it. Swoosh, along with an ear-piercing sound, a black figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen like a ghost. The man was wearing tight black clothes and his face was covered by a black veil. Even his head was covered by the black veil, and only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. The black-clothed man stared at the injured Jiang Chen with surprise. He said with a hoarse voice, "You were able to dodge this attack, what a miracle." The hoarse voice was obviously a disguise. The black-clothed man did this because he didn't want Jiang Chen to recognize him. "You're from the Black Sect, why do you want to kill me?" Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This was the Myriad Demon Mountain, the training ground of the Black Sect. Normally, people from the other 3 big sects wouldn't appear here. Besides, this black-clothed man obviously came prepared. It had only been a few hours since Jiang Chen left the Black Sect. Perhaps only someone from the Black Sect could accurately predict where he would go. Because of this, Jiang Chen felt puzzled. He had just arrived in the Qi province, and the grudge between him and Yin Zhongqing had been settled. What was left was the grudge between him and the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion. He really couldn't think of any reason why someone from the Black Sect would want to kill him. Besides, he was now a disciple of the Black Sect, and he had helped the Black Sect win first place in the Qi province competition, bringing them great glory. More importantly, Jiang Chen had never had any contact with any heavenly core warriors from the Black Sect, let alone offending them. But now someone from the Black Sect wanted to assassinate him. This was really unreasonable. You won't have the chance to find out. I'm killing you today to teach you a lesson. Don't be too arrogant in your next life. There are some people you can't afford to offend. The black-clothed man said in a slow manner. After saying that, the black-clothed man raised the long sword in his hand and swung it towards Jiang Chen. The bright sword beam locked onto Jiang Chen's aura, making it impossible for him to dodge. As a mid-heavenly core warrior, he still had to use a mid-ranked combat weapon to deal with a mortal core warrior. This showed how determined this black-clothed man was to kill Jiang Chen. Fuck. Jiang Chen cursed. He didn't have the time to think about why the black-clothed man wanted to kill him. Right now, running for his life was the most important thing. The axe of thunder appeared in his hand, and he used it to cut off the sword beam from locking onto him. After that, he swung the axe again. At the same time, the Huang dog spat out a golden energy ball towards the black-clothed man. Bang! The destructive energy started wreaking havoc. The mid-heavenly core warrior in front of them was obviously an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, a genius of the younger generation. His strength was not something an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior could compare with. Even if Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were to fight together, they would still be no match for the black-clothed man. This collision had caused both Jiang Chen and the Huang dog's qi and blood to boil. It was an unbearable pain. Run! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Using the rebounding force, he stretched out his blood wings. Then he and the Huang dog turned into two bright lights and dashed towards Sector 2. This guy is really strong, and that dog can't be underestimated as well. But in front of me, you won't even have the chance to run away. The black-clothed man sneered. He turned into a black smoke and chased after them. The weapon Jiang Chen is holding is a high-ranked combat weapon. A tiny mortal core warrior actually owns a high-ranked combat weapon. What a waste. If I can get my hands on a high-ranked combat weapon, my combat strength will definitely increase to another level. A greedy look emerged in the black-clothed man's eyes. A high-ranked combat weapon was extremely attractive to a heavenly core warrior. Rumble! A loud explosion sounded out. The bright sword beam once again chased after them from behind. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had no choice but to block it. Damn it, we can't go on like this. A mid-heavenly core warrior, we are no match for him. The Huang dog said in a gloomy manner. Run towards the center of Sector 2, he doesn't dare go too deep. A ruthless expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. With the help of the blood wings and the dimensional shift skill, even when he was injured, his speed had increased by a lot. As for De Huang dog, after he broke through to the late mortal core realm, his speed was as fast as lightning. But the black-clothed man's speed wasn't slow either, and he kept chasing after them. What? Entering the center of Sector 2? Buddy, are you crazy? That's no different than courting death. De Huang dog widened his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Do you have a better idea? I have no choice but to give it my all. As long as I have the chance to absorb the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, I won't have to be afraid of him when I break through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen said. The black-clothed man had appeared just in time. If he had arrived half an hour later, Jiang Chen would have absorbed the bloody combat wolf's demon soul, and he wouldn't have to be afraid of this mid-heavenly core black-clothed man. But too bad, the black-clothed man didn't give Jiang Chen enough time to absorb the demon soul. Jiang Chen, just give up. If you go any further, you will reach the center of Sector 2 and you will die there. The black-clothed man threatened Jiang Chen, but when he saw that Jiang Chen didn't show any signs of stopping, the black-clothed man's expression wasn't as firm as before. Just like what Jiang Chen had thought, Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain was extremely dangerous. Even the black-clothed man wouldn't dare go too deep. Chase after me if you can. Chapter 120. Damn it, what a crazy man. But Daddy likes this kind of exciting thing, Kaka. The Huang dog was running with all his might while laughing out loud. Following Jiang Chen, this crazy man had never been short of excitement and excitement. Just like right now, a mortal core warrior dared to run wild in Sector 2. Perhaps only Jiang Chen had the guts to do so. Bang! The man in black followed closely behind and kept attacking. But because Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were too fast, his attacks were basically useless. Damn it, how can this man and dog run so fast? No, I need to keep chasing after them. If they enter the inner area of Sector 2, even I will be in great danger. This time, Senior Disciple Fan has given us a death order. We must kill Jiang Chen no matter what. Looks like I'll have to use the silent poison needle Senior Disciple Fan gave me. The man in black said to himself. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog's speed was too fast. He had never seen a mortal core warrior or demon beast with such speed, he couldn't even catch up with them. Initially he thought that assassinating Zhou Xian would be an easy task, but he didn't expect it to be so tricky. But the man in black didn't panic. While maintaining the distance between him and Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog, he took out a needle in an unhurried manner. The long and narrow needle was glowing in an eerie light, and one could easily tell that it was a poisonous needle. The poisonous needle was the size of a palm, and the poison on it was obviously very strong. The man in black was being extremely careful. He only wrapped the needle with his yuan energy and didn't dare touch it with his palm. This silent poison needle is mixed with the netherworld flower, black orchid and dozens of other poisons. There is no antidote in this world, and anyone below the divine core realm who is hit by this needle will die for sure. The poison can even corrode one's yuan energy. Zhou Xian, it is your honor to be killed by this silent poison needle. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for offending someone you shouldn't have. The black-clothed man's eyes revealed a cold and gloomy glint. The poisonous needle in his hand slowly rose and was suddenly pushed forward. The poisonous needle turned into a dim light and silently rushed towards Zhou Xian. These poisonous needles were made of extremely special materials and were known to be soundless. Once they were used, they were truly soundless, catching the enemy off guard. However, with Zhou Qian's perception, he was still able to sense it. However, Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog were running away. Moreover, the black-clothed man had been attacking with his battle weapon. Zhou Qian didn't expect that he would suddenly use his poison needles. When the poisonous needle was about to reach him, Zhou Qian sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly moved his body, but he was still a step too late. The poisonous needle pierced into Zhou Qian's shoulder, and the poison instantly spread. Under the impact of the poison, Zhou Qian's body couldn't help but sway. "De Huang, I'm poisoned, carry me," Zhou Qian said hurriedly. "Fuck, don't you know how to defend against poison yourself? How could you be poisoned?" De Huang Dog said gloomily. However, in such a difficult situation he immediately pulled Zhou Qian onto his back. The poison on the poisonous needle used by the black-clothed man has already surpassed the poison of the green hellish python. However, it's still far from being able to kill me. Zhou Qian sneered. A force rushed to his shoulder, and the poisonous needle was immediately ejected. As for the poison in his body, he didn't care about it at all. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the poison of the green hellish python gushed out from his chi and covered the poison in his body. Because of the green hellish python's poison, Zhou Qian's body could turn into a poisonous body at any time. Although the poison from the poisonous needle was powerful, it was unrealistic to destroy a poisonous body. With the help of the green hellish python's poison and the dragon transformation art, the poison on the poisonous needle would only become nutrients for the poison. It would be absorbed and refined by Zhou Qian to increase the poison in his body. Plop. However, Zhou Qian still fell onto De Huang Dog's back. Of course, this was just a disguise. By doing this, he could easily get rid of the black-clothed man behind him. Sure enough, when the black-clothed man saw Zhou Qian fall onto De Huang Dog's back, he immediately stopped chasing. Haha, senior disciple fan's silent poison needle is really terrifying. Zhou Qian is just a mortal core warrior and he is going to die on the spot. I've completed the mission perfectly this time. When I return, senior disciple fan will definitely reward me handsomely. The black-clothed man laughed out loudly. He had seen the poison needle pierce Zhou Qian's body with his own eyes, and he had also seen Zhou Qian fall onto De Huang Dog's back without moving. Under such circumstances, Zhou Qian was definitely going to die and he might even be dead right now. As for the De Huang Dog, he wasn't in the black-clothed man's consideration. His target was only Zhou Qian. Once we enter Sector 2, the danger will increase exponentially. De Huang Dog will also die, and when that happens we won't even be able to find his body. We'll be able to kill Zhou Qian without anyone knowing. The black-clothed man had a proud expression on his face. He turned around and flew out of the myriad demon mountain and soon he disappeared. Roar. De Huang Dog carried Zhou Qian and kept running. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. De Huang Dog's expression changed. It's a mid-heavenly core demon lord, damn it, our luck is so bad. De Huang Dog immediately turned around and ran towards another direction. They were about to enter the center of Sector 2. Not to mention a mid-heavenly core demon lord, Even a late Heavenly Core Demon Lord would be normal. But if Xianxia and a Huang Dog really ran into a late Heavenly Core Demon Lord, they would definitely die. Luckily the Huang Dog was fast enough. If not, it would be impossible for them to escape from Sector 2. Not long after the Huang Dog disappeared, a majestic golden lion appeared at the place where the Huang Dog had been. It looked around but didn't find anything, so it turned around and went back. The Huang Dog's escaping ability was amazing. Soon he found a remote valley and came to a deserted and hidden cave. Plop! The Huang Dog forcefully threw Xianxia down from his back. Damn it, damn dog, can't you be gentler? Will it kill you to just say hello? Xianxia cursed. The Huang Dog stared at Xianxia with a shocked expression. This guy's face was covered with oil and he had a dignified appearance. He didn't look like he was poisoned at all. The Huang Dog immediately knew he had been tricked, and he had carried Xianxia for nothing again. This was intolerable. The Huang Dog howled and jumped towards Xianxia. Damn it, damn dog, I was poisoned just now but I just absorbed the poison. Oh bastard, you bit daddy's butt again. Xianxia was furious as well. Every time this dog bit his butt it was now swollen. Therefore the man and dog started fighting in the small cave. It felt like they had returned to the time when they first met in Mount Origin. A few minutes later the man and dog stopped fighting, but they were still staring at each other angrily. Damn it, you tore daddy's clothes, do you want daddy to run around naked? Xianxia looked at the hole on his butt. He had an urge to smash his head into the Huang Dog's body and kill him together. Damn it, what about daddy's panda eye? Damn it, you're too cruel. Daddy's heroic image has been completely ruined. The Huang Dog's left eye now had a black panda eye. It was very eye-catching. Fuck off, protect daddy, I'm going to break through to the late mortal core realm. Xianxia glared at the Huang Dog, then he found a big green rock and sat down with his legs crossed. He started regulating his energy. The Huang Dog was mumbling to himself. But he knew that this was an important moment for Xianxia, so he ran to the entrance of the cave and protected Xianxia. You let daddy protect you every time. The Huang Dog was unhappy. Xianxia ignored the Huang Dog. He was regulating his energy. After the fight with the bloody combat wolf and the men in black, he had been injured twice and his energy was in a mess. Before he broke through to the next stage he had to adjust his energy. Right now within Xianxia's qi, the green hellish python's poison had changed color. The originally green mass of gas was now mixed with black threads. This was the result of fusing with the poison from the Poison King needle. This was the terrifying part of the dragon transformation skill. With the green hellish python's poison as the foundation, no matter how strong the poison was, it would still be absorbed and turned into nutrients for Xianxia. After absorbing the poison from the king poison needle, Xianxia's poison had become even stronger. Any ordinary heavenly core warrior who was poisoned would die for sure. Xianxia took out the bloody combat wolf's demon soul. The demon soul was glowing in a golden light, and powerful energy was leaking out from it. I'm counting on you now. Xianxia opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing the demon soul. Bang! The massive energy contained within the demon soul instantly spread out and rushed into Xianxia's limbs and bones. Xianxia didn't dare hesitate, he immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill and started absorbing the energy like crazy. Time passed by. Within Xianxia's qi, more and more dragon marks were forming. At dawn outside of the Black Sect, a black figure suddenly appeared. It was the man in black who had come to the Myriad Demon Mountain to assassinate Xianxia. The man in black quickly took off his black clothes and veil, revealing an ordinary face. He looked like he was in his late 20s and he had an ordinary face. He looked like he was in his late 20s and he looked ordinary. He looked like he was in his late 20s and no one would notice him if he was thrown into a crowd. However, his cultivation level was not weak, he had reached the mid-heavenly core realm. The young man took out the Black Sect's uniform from his storage bag and put it on. After that he started flying towards the Black Sect. Within the Myriad Demon Mountain, along with the arrival of dawn, the angry roars of demon beasts could be heard continuously. The entire mountain range was filled with demonic energies and it covered the sunlight. In Sector 2 of the Myriad Demon Mountain within a hidden valley, the Huang Dog was lying in front of a cave with a bored expression. Within the cave, Xianxia's body was covered with yuan energy. He was like the center of a storm and it could erupt at any time. Right now, Zhou Xian was absorbing the bloody combat wolf's demon soul bit by bit. A demon soul with a strange bloodline like this was the hardest to absorb. Not only did Zhou Xian need to absorb the energy contained within, he also needed to merge with the bloody combat wolf's bloodline. When it came to forming dragon marks and improving his cultivation level, the impact of energy was not as great as the impact of the bloodline. The merging of the bloodline took a long time. After half a night, Zhou Xian had only formed 5 dragon marks. However, he was close to 60 dragon marks and he would soon break through to the late mortal core realm. Chapter 121. In the inner circle of the Black Sect, within an elegant courtyard, a young man in white clothes was standing there solemnly. This courtyard occupied an entire mountain and it had a great location. In the entire inner circle, there weren't many disciples who could have such accommodations. Aside from Guan Yiyun, this young man in front of him had the best accommodations among all the inner circle disciples. The young man looked to be in his mid-20s. His face was sharp and he had a handsome face. He looked like a dragon amongst men. Zhoush. A man suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He walked up to the young man and cupped his fist. Senior disciple Fan. The man who appeared was the one who had been chasing after Zhou Xian in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Jiang Wei, how is it going? The young man asked. His name was Fan Kuan, one of the top geniuses in the inner circle. He had reached the peak late heavenly core realm, and in the entire inner circle besides Guan Yiyun, Fan Kuan was the next strongest. Don't worry, senior disciple Fan, it's all done. A sneer emerged on Jiang Wei's face. Are you sure? A happy expression emerged on Fan Kuan's face. Very sure. That Zhou Xian is very cunning and he is very strong. He almost escaped, but luckily, I had the silent poisonous needle that senior disciple Fan gave me. I shot the needle into his body and watched him die with my own eyes. Jiang Wei told Fan Kuan what happened. Good Jiang Wei, you've done a good job. I'll give you some rewards later. Fan Kuan patted Jiang Wei's shoulder. Jiang Wei immediately felt flattered. It's my honor to be able to help senior disciple Fan. We're all working for Big Brother Nanbei. This Zhou Xian dared to offend Big Brother Nanbei. He's just courting death and he even made a promise with Big Brother Nanbei in a year. Big Brother Nanbei didn't kill him because of his status, but I can't let him go. Fan Kuan said with a sneer. Senior disciple Fan killed Zhou Xian for Big Brother Nanbei. We should tell Big Brother Nanbei about this. Let him know what senior disciple Fan has done for him. Jiang Wei said. There's no need for that. If we take credit for such a small matter, wouldn't Big Brother Nanbei look down on us? Big Brother Nanbei is currently focusing on cultivation. His goal is to conquer the entire world. The Qi province is just the beginning. If we work hard for Big Brother Nanbei in the future, we will definitely get a lot of benefits. Fan Kuan said with a smile on his face. If the conversation between these two was heard by anyone else, they would definitely be shocked and have their mouths wide open. This was unbelievable. The powers from the northern and southern dynasties had already infiltrated the Black Sect, and it wasn't hard to imagine that there were also people from the northern and southern dynasties in the Tianjin Gate and the Valley of Happiness. The children of the northern and southern dynasties were only 17 or 18 years old, but Fan Kuan still had to address them as Big Brother Nanbei. This showed how much respect they had for the northern and southern dynasties. Senior disciple Fan, now that Guan Yiyun has left the Black Sect and entered Inferno Hell, no one in the entire Black Sect can suppress senior disciple Fan. From now on, the inner circle and outer circle will belong to senior disciple Fan. Jiang Wei flattered. Humph. Guan Yiyun is an idiot. How dare he go to Inferno Hell? He's just courting death. Fan Kuan let out a cold snort. His words were filled with disdain towards Guan Yiyun. Now that Zhou Xian is dead, I heard that the girl who followed Zhou Xian has a beautiful face and she is a rare beauty. I wonder if senior disciple Fan is interested in her? Jiang Wei squinted his eyes. His face was filled with an eerie smile. Is that so? Fan Kuan's eyes also shone with a strange light. Myriad Demon Mountain. Zhou Xian had been absorbing the bloody combat wolf's demon soul for a few hours now. All the energy within the demon soul had been absorbed, and the bloody combat wolf's bloodline had completely merged with Zhou Qian's bloodline. Buzz, At noon, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from Jiang Chen's body. Around his body, powerful energy waves were circling around. The natural yuan energy above the valley had turned into a tornado, and it was crazily gushing into Jiang Chen's body. The Huang dog, who was bored to death, suddenly stood up. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was covered in a golden glow, with a pleasantly surprised expression. This abnormal monster is about to break through. The Huang dog's expression changed. He had never seen Jiang Chen's method of breaking through before. The Huang dog retreated from the cave. He could guess that Jiang Chen was about to break through to the late mortal core realm, and he would most likely cause a huge commotion. It was better for him to stay far away from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's energy was getting stronger and stronger, and all the natural yuan energy within a few miles radius had been sucked dry. Numerous blood-red dragon marks were circling around his body, and they looked like real dragons dancing in the sky. It was a mystical sight. Right now, within Jiang Chen's qi, 60 dragon marks had formed, and he was at the edge of the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen took out a huge amount of human elixir from his storage ring. He didn't care about the amount, he just swallowed it and absorbed it. Along with the increase of his energy, Jiang Chen's cultivation had completely stabilized at the late mortal core realm. The impact of the bloody combat wolf's bloodline was much stronger than the energy impact, and it had given Jiang Chen a lot of benefits. All 60 dragon marks were formed. After Jiang Chen broke through to the late mortal core realm, the process of forming dragon marks didn't stop right away. Under the impact of the bloodline, Jiang Chen formed another 5 dragon marks, and it stopped when it reached 65 dragon marks. Crack crack. Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly and his knuckles produced cracking sounds. His eyes were shining brightly, and he felt like he had an endless amount of energy in his body. 65 dragon marks. This feeling of being so powerful is great. If I were to fight Li Wuling in this state, I would be able to kill him with a single slap. Jiang Chen was filled with confidence. The 65 dragon marks had given him a powerful strength, and it had given him the ability to fight a mid-heavenly core warrior, a genius mid-heavenly core warrior. Any ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior would be no match for Jiang Chen. If all his other skills were taken into consideration, even a genius mid-heavenly core warrior wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Chen. Putting aside everything else, just the deadly poison and the 9 phantom wolves were enough to make it hard for anyone to deal with him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Jiang Chen moved his body and 8 clones appeared in an instant. Each of the clones looked exactly the same as Jiang Chen himself. Jiang Chen's real body moved, and 9 clones of Jiang Chen surrounded the Huang dog in an instant. Hee De Huang, can you tell which one is my real body? Jiang Chen said. 9 clones of Jiang Chen spoke at the same time. No matter if it was their expressions, movements, or tone, they were all exactly the same. The Huang dog was dazzled by all of them. Damn it, young man, you're going against the natural order. You really got the 9 phantom wolves. Changing the natural order, this is insane. You're a super monster. The Huang dog fell onto the ground. He was both excited and speechless at the same time. He had once again witnessed the birth of a miracle today. At the same time, he was speechless about Jiang Chen's insane ability. This skill was insane. Jiang Chen was able to absorb any innate abilities of demon beasts and turn them into his own. If such a heaven-defying skill was made known to the public, many people would be scared to death. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, the 8 phantoms returned to his body at the same time. A bright smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. With this 9 phantom wolves, my overall combat strength has once again increased to another level. This kind of cloning technique will give me an unexpected effect in a battle. Damn monster. The Huang dog was even more interested in the skill Jiang Chen was cultivating. He forced himself not to exchange a bowl of blood for it. Oh right, who tried to kill you last night? The Huang dog asked. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression instantly turned cold. It must be someone from the Black Sect. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an Inner Circle disciple. I don't think you've offended any Inner Circle disciple in the Black Sect. Since you came to the Black Sect, you haven't had any contact with any Inner Circle disciple. The Huang dog was puzzled. Yesterday that man in black said I've offended someone I shouldn't have. I haven't offended anyone in the Black Sect, so it looks like the person who wants to kill me has another reason. Do you think it's related to the northern and southern dynasties or Xianxia? Jiang Chen guessed. I don't think that's possible. The Black Sect, Tianjin Gate and Burning Sky Pavilion are mortal enemies. No matter how strong the northern and southern dynasties in Liangshao are, they wouldn't send someone from the Black Sect to kill you. Besides, those northern and southern dynasties are very proud and they even made a deal with you in a year. With their character, they wouldn't use such a method to kill you. If not, you would have been dead that day at the Whirling Sun Square. De Huang Dog said. No matter who it is, I'll remember this. Those who want to kill me never have a good ending. Let's go, let's return to the Black Sect. I want to see who it is that wants to kill me. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. Now that he had broken through to the late mortal core realm, he had achieved his goal of coming to the Myriad Demon Mountain. Next, he needed to go back and concoct a pill that could strengthen his foundation and prepare for breaking through to the Heavenly Core realm. Every time he broke through to a new realm, Jiang Chen would be able to accurately sense how many dragon marks he would need to form. In order to break through to the Heavenly Core realm, he would need to form 100 dragon marks. Right now, Jiang Chen had 65 dragon marks in his Qi, and he needed another 35 dragon marks to reach the Heavenly Core realm. 35 dragon marks was not a small number. Besides, the dragon transformation skill consumed a lot of energy, and the higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to break through. It wasn't an easy task for Jiang Chen to break through to the Heavenly Core realm. The good thing was that he only needed to have a huge amount of energy. As for bottlenecks for the once greatest saint in the world, they didn't exist at all. Jiang Chen had basically cultivated his cultivation level once again. As long as his cultivation level reached a certain level, he would be able to control the natural yuan energy. Crack. Just when Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were about to leave the valley, a cracking sound suddenly sounded out from the cave. Although the sound was soft, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could still hear it clearly. There's something in the cave. The man and dog's eyes lit up and they walked into the cave at the same time. They had checked the cave before they came here and it was just an old cave entrance. It was only about 10 meters wide and there was a stone wall behind it. Other than that, the cave was filled with messy rocks. Crack, it was a cracking sound. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at the stone wall at the same time. They noticed that the stone wall was cracking and the cracking sound came from the stone wall. Chapter 122. More and more cracks appeared on the stone wall. In the end, the cracks became densely packed like a huge spider web and continued to extend. I didn't expect this cave to have another world. Behind the stone wall is empty. This cave looks very ordinary. If you don't study it carefully, you won't be able to see anything special about it. Even I didn't notice the stone wall behind it. It must be the energy released by you when you broke through, which caused a huge impact on the stone wall and destroyed the original structure of the stone wall. De Huang Dog said. Good fortune. Maybe there are treasures inside. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. Treasures were his favorite thing now. The stone wall in front of him was obviously different from the others. Maybe there were really treasures inside. De Huang Dog was even more direct. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden light. The golden light fell on the stone wall and made a loud sound. How could the cracked stone wall withstand the attack of De Huang Dog? The stone wall directly shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, a pitch-black tunnel appeared behind the stone wall. No one knew where it led to. Sure enough, there is another world here. Let's go in and have a look. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate at all. He took a step forward and walked into the pitch-black tunnel. As the saying goes, those who are skilled are bold. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of any danger in the tunnel. Wait for me. De Huang Dog flashed into the tunnel and followed behind Jiang Chen. The tunnel was very narrow, but it didn't seem wet at all. The tunnel wasn't very long. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked all the way. After walking for about 2 or 3 miles, they finally saw light. In front of them was another cave. Above the cave there was an open circular hole. The light came from above. On the smooth stone wall, water kept flowing down. Below them was a pool of water with a radius of a few dozen feet. In the middle of the pool there were dark green stones that paved a path. This is a water curtain cave. A natural water curtain cave. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place in the myriad demon mountain. Xianxia said that this water curtain cave was very beautiful. It would be a good choice to practice in seclusion here. The spiritual energy here is so dense. There must be treasures here. The Dahuang dog's nose was sniffing randomly, and its eyes were shining brightly as it looked around the water curtain cave. After looking around once, its eyes fell on the center of the cave. There was a pond made of cyan crystal, and a faint smoke was rising from the pond. There really is a treasure. The Huang dog dashed out with a swoosh and arrived at the center of the water curtain cave in an instant. It raised its paws high and lay on the edge of the pond. At the same time, Xianxia also ran over and looked at the pond. The man and the dog's expressions changed at the same time, and they even had difficulty breathing. Spirit spring. Xianxia and the Huang dog exclaimed at the same time. This 1-meter square pool was actually filled with milky white spirit spring water. Damn you! There's actually so much spirit spring water here. It's such a waste to leave it here. Let me have a sip first. Without saying a word, the big yellow dog stuck its big mouth into the pool and gulped down the water. Damn it! Don't finish it. Xianxia didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. When he was at the Silver Moon restaurant, he had already seen how overbearing the Huang dog was when eating. Although this pond of spirit spring water was not small, if he was even a moment slower, it would all be wasted by the Huang dog. This was spirit spring water, the true essence of the world. Any drop of spirit spring water would be a priceless existence in the outside world. However, there was actually a pond full of it here. If ordinary people drank this spirit spring water, it could strengthen their body and prolong their lifespan. The effect of spirit spring water was even greater for cultivators. The spirit spring water contained the purest energy. After drinking it, one would feel refreshed, improve one's physical body and cleanse one's marrow. It was a rare treasure. Xianxia didn't care about his image at all. Half of his face was in the pond as he gulped down the spirit spring water. If the way this man and dog were to drink was known to others, countless people would cry to the heavens and beat these two wastrels to death. This was spirit spring water, not plain water. Xianxia and the Huang dog drank for a while, then immediately stopped. The Huang dog lay at the side and fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping was the best way for him to digest the energy. Xianxia immediately circulated the dragon transformation art. The reason why they stopped was because they had already drunk too much energy. If they didn't quickly refine it, even with their strong bodies, they wouldn't be able to bear it. Buzz. The spirit spring water was like a clear stream, flowing in Xianxia's body. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the spirit spring water was refined and absorbed, and dragon marks were formed once again. After an hour, Xianxia and the Huang dog opened their eyes at the same time. One man and one dog moved in unison. They jumped into the pond at the same time and gulped down the spirit spring water. This pond of spirit spring water could definitely be considered as a treasure. These two abnormal prodigal sons had created the most prodigal way of drinking the spirit spring water in history. It was as if they were drinking water. One man and one dog gulped down the spirit spring water, then stopped to refine it. Then they drank again. 2 days later, Xianxia and the Huang dog finally stopped. Both men's bodies were filled with energy. The Huang dog's body was glowing with a golden light, making him look extremely mystical. Xianxia was even more amazing. In just 2 days he had formed 15 dragon marks with the help of the spirit spring water. Up until now he had formed 80 dragon marks in his body. This trip to the Myriad Demon Mountain had given him a huge harvest. With Xianxia's current combat strength he could easily kill a mid-heavenly core warrior. Even an ordinary late heavenly core warrior would have a hard time killing him. Damn it, I'm not going to drink anymore, my body is going to explode. The Huang dog wagged his strong tail with a satisfied expression on his face. Drinking the spirit spring water this time had given the Huang dog great benefits, and it had brought him one step closer to breaking through to the heavenly core realm. The spirit spring water won't be of much use to us if we keep drinking it. There's still half of it left, let's keep it and drink it like wine in the future. Xianxia said. Drinking the spirit spring water like wine, if anyone else heard this, they would probably throw up a mouthful of blood on the spot. and 2 deep shoehorn marks would be left on Jiang Chen's face. With a flip of his hand, Jiang Chen took out a palm-sized bottle from his storage ring. This bottle was a storage item, and although it didn't have a big capacity, it was more than enough to store all the spirit spring water. After storing the rest of the spirit spring water into the bottle, the man and dog left the water curtain cave with a satisfied look on their faces. They started flying towards the exit of the Myriad Demon Mountain. Calculating the time, it had been 3 days since they left the Myriad Demon Mountain. In these 3 days, Jiang Chen had gained a huge harvest. Not only had he broken through to the late mortal core realm, he had also completely stabilized his cultivation. With 80 dragon marks, he was not far from the heavenly core realm. Black Sect. Outside of Jiang Chen's courtyard, 3 outer circle disciples were pacing back and forth anxiously. Their faces were filled with panic. What should we do? Don't tell me senior disciple Jiang is really dead? Something really happened to senior disciple Jiang who will help us. One of them said. Don't talk nonsense, senior disciple Jiang is a lucky man, I'm sure he won't die. But senior disciple Jiang has disappeared for 3 days, and now everyone in the outer circle is saying that senior disciple Jiang has died in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Now Guo Lei and the others are acting arrogantly, and they are purposely looking for trouble with us. Senior disciple Yan is also in secluded cultivation, there's no way we can deal with them. The 3 of them were talking one after another. Obviously they were in an extremely bad mood. They were all outer circle disciples who were close to Wang Yun and Huang Jing, and they had vowed to follow Jiang Chen to the end of their lives. But in the past 2 days, there was suddenly a rumor saying that Jiang Chen had died in the Myriad Demon Mountain, and someone had purposely made things difficult for them, the disciples who had followed Jiang Chen wholeheartedly. Right when the 3 of them were feeling extremely anxious, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the courtyard's entrance. They were Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. When the 3 of them saw Jiang Chen reappear after disappearing for 3 days, they were startled. But in the next moment they immediately jumped up in excitement. One of them even had tears in his eyes as if he had just seen his savior. Senior disciple Jiang, you're not dead. You're really not dead. This is great. This is great. I told you senior disciple Jiang wouldn't die so easily. Didn't you come back alive? The 3 of them were extremely excited and they couldn't help but feel excited. For them Jiang Chen was their savior. Dead? Who said I'm dead? A cold light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had only left for 3 days, but someone had spread the news of his death in the sect. He couldn't help but associate it with the black-clothed man who had chased after him in the Thousand Monster Mountain that night. It was spread by that bastard Guo Lei. He said that senior disciple Jiang had died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. Moreover, Guo Lei was arrogant and despotic. He purposely caused trouble for those of us who had followed you before. He forced us to hand over 100 human elixir pills every month. Wang Yun and Huang Jing resisted and were severely injured. They are still lying on the bed now. The others had no choice but to hand over 100 human elixir pills every month. But if we hand over 100 human elixir pills every month, we wouldn't be able to cultivate at all. A disciple had a long face as he told Jiang Chen everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Wang Yun and Huang Jing had gone to the Thousand Monster Mountain 5 days ago to train. They had come back 2 days ago and they had encountered such a thing. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face lit up with anger. Who is Guo Lei? Senior disciple Jiang, Guo Lei is a genius among the outer circle disciples. He has reached the peak of the late mortal core realm and he has a group of subordinates. Besides, this Guo Lei has a good relationship with the inner circle disciples. Normally, no one dares to offend him, but now that he heard that senior disciple Jiang had died in the Thousand Monster Mountain, he has come to make things difficult for us. The disciple said. He only asked for human elixir pills from you? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. There were more than 80 disciples who followed senior disciple Wang Yun and wanted to follow senior disciple Jiang wholeheartedly. All of them were bullied by Guo Lei and the other disciples were not bullied at all. The disciple said again. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face became gloomy. Obviously this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Guo Lei was just a small fish and the ones who wanted to mess with him were the inner circle disciples. Chapter 123. Jiang Qin couldn't just let this go. He had to find out who was behind this. Where are Wang Yun and Huang Jing now? Jiang Qin asked. Senior brother Wang and Huang Jing are resting in the outer sect dormitory. Their injuries are very serious and they can't get out of bed. A disciple said. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious and he walked towards the outer sect dormitory. This time, whether it was Wang Yun, Huang Jing or the other disciples who had their human elixir taken away, they were all in trouble because of him. Jiang Chen had to take care of this and seek justice for Wang Yun and the others. Otherwise, who would follow him in the future? More importantly, he had to find out who was behind this and find the man in black who tried to assassinate him in the Thousand Monster Mountain. Guolei was a breakthrough. In the outer sect's dormitory area, there were rows of courtyards and in each courtyard there were 6 disciples. At this moment, Wang Yun and Huang Jing were resting in the same room in one of the courtyards. The entire courtyard was filled with people and all of them had angry expressions on their faces. Damn it, this is too much. We have been in the outer sect for so long and nothing like this has ever happened before. What right does Guolei have to take away our human elixir? Rumor has it that senior brother Jiang died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. This time Guolei is obviously targeting us. Those who don't have a good relationship with senior brother Jiang are all fine. I don't believe that senior brother Jiang died in the Thousand Monster Mountain. When senior brother Jiang comes back, he will definitely seek justice for us. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. When they saw Wang Yun and Huang Jing lying on the bed, they became even more furious. However, they were too weak and could only be bullied. Look, it's senior brother Jiang is back. Someone suddenly became excited. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the courtyard and saw a few silhouettes walking towards them. The leading young man was wearing white clothes and his face was full of arrogance. It was Jiang Qin. When the disciples saw Jiang Qin, their bitter faces immediately turned into surprise. Senior brother Jiang is back. Really is senior brother Jiang. Ah, I told you that senior brother Jiang would not die. Senior brother Jiang, it's great that you are back. You must help us. All the outer circle disciples immediately surrounded Jiang Qin and started talking. Their voices were filled with grievances and anger. Guolei was protected by an inner circle disciple, so they couldn't afford to offend him. Since something like this had happened, they could only place all their hopes on Jiang Qin. In the entire black sect, perhaps only Jiang Qin could help them. As for the elders above, they had always turned a blind eye to the fights between the inner disciples. This kind of competition was the same in any sect. This was the case in the cultivation world. Only by competing could there be progress. Alright, don't say anymore. Senior brother Jiang has come back to uphold justice for us. A disciple beside Jiang Qin said loudly. How are Wang Yun and Huang Jing? Jiang Qin asked. When Wang Yun and Huang Jing were mentioned, everyone stopped talking. They took the initiative and opened up a path for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin strode into the room. There were 2 beds in the room and 2 men were lying on the beds. They were motionless and their breaths were extremely weak. Jiang Qin walked in front of the beds and saw that Wang Yun and Huang Jing's faces were covered in blood. He couldn't even see their faces, but he could still make out their outlines. Their breaths were messy and they were severely injured. Seeing this, an uncontrollable anger erupted from Jiang Qin's body. With his eyesight, just by looking at their injuries, he could tell what the opponent had done to them. Being able to make a late mortal core warrior unable to move at all, it was enough to show how cruel the attacker was. Sensing someone, Huang Jing slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Jiang Qin standing in front of him, an indescribable joy emerged in his eyes. Huang Jing tried his best to move his body. He wanted to say something but he couldn't open his mouth. Don't say anything, I know everything. Jiang Qin reached out his hand and pressed Huang Jing down. Since Huang Jing had woken up, he should be able to recover quickly. Wang Yun's injuries were obviously more serious than Huang Zhang's, and he was still in a coma. Senior disciple Wang Yun fought with Guolei head-on and he wasn't his match. Guolei broke both of his arms and legs and he is still in a coma. A disciple behind Jiang Qin said. Jiang Qin grabbed Wang Yun's wrist and checked his meridians. He found out that although Wang Yun's injuries were serious, both of his arms and legs weren't completely crippled. Only his bones were broken and there was a high chance that he could fully recover. Jiang Qin put down Wang Yun's arm, Then he turned around and looked at the disciple who went to invite him and asked, "What's your name?" "Senior disciple Jiang, my name is Wang Dinyo." The disciple had an honest expression on his face. It was obvious that he was worthy of his name. "Dinyo, go find the alchemist sect elder Guishan, and ask him for 2 rejuvenation pills. Tell him that I, Jiang Chen, want them." Jiang Chen said, "What? Sect elder Guishan? Rejuvenation pill?" Wang Dinyo was startled and all the other disciples were shocked as well. Sect elder Guishan was a highly respected man in the Black Sect. There was no one who didn't know his name. For these outer circle disciples, Guishan was someone they couldn't meet whenever they wanted to. The revival pill was a rare healing pill and it was hard to find. Although Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries were severe, if they could get a revival pill, they would be able to fully recover in less than 7 days, and they would be as energetic as ever. But now Jiang Chen wanted him to ask Guishan for a rejuvenation pill with just a few words. Wasn't this a little too childish? Was Jiang Chen really that important? "What are you waiting for?" Jiang Chen furrowed his eyebrows. "Yes." Wang Dinyo didn't dare hesitate. He immediately left the courtyard and headed towards Guishan's mountain peak. "Where is Guolei now?" Jiang Chen asked. "I don't know, but I'm sure he's in the Black Sect." Someone said, "Let's go, bring me to where he's staying." Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face, and his tone was extremely cold. No one here was an idiot. They could tell that Jiang Chen was really angry this time, and the consequences would be very serious. As for how serious the consequences would be, maybe no one knew, but De Huang Dog did. Today the outer circle was going to be in chaos. De Huang Dog was so excited that he started dancing. He walked in front of all the disciples and headed towards Guolei's dormitory. With Jiang Chen in the lead, a group of dozens of people walked through the dormitory area. It was hard not to attract people's attention. Wherever they passed, they immediately attracted the attention of many outer circle disciples. "Look, isn't that Jiang Chen? Heavens, didn't they say he was dead? Why is he still alive? Looks like he's going to get revenge on Guolei. Jiang Chen is a ruthless man. Guolei is doomed this time." Doomed? Guolei has connections in the inner circle. Even Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to touch him. Who do you think Jiang Chen is? He even dared to offend the northern and southern dynasties. How could he put Guolei in his eyes? Everyone were discussing amongst themselves as if they were watching a show. Everyone knew about Jiang Chen's ferocious strength, and the conflict between Guolei and Wang Yun had also been spread far and wide. Now that Jiang Chen had returned alive, it looked like the outer circle was going to be thrown into chaos. Guolei's courtyard was located in the center of the dormitory area. It was very beautiful, and just by looking at it, it was much better than the other courtyards. Plus, it was an independent courtyard and Guolei was the only person living in it. It was obvious that Guolei had a certain status in the outer circle. At this moment, the door of Guolei's courtyard was closed, and it seemed like Guolei was not in the dormitory. It was noon, so it was normal that he was not in the dormitory. "Open the door." Right after Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, De Huang Dog was the first one to jump forward. With a loud bang, he smashed the door of the courtyard into pieces. There was no one in the courtyard and the door was closed. "Senior disciple Jiang, Guolei is not here." A disciple said. "Burn down the courtyard." Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What? Burning down a courtyard was not a joke. Since the establishment of the Black Sect, there had been endless fights between disciples, but there had never been a case of burning down a courtyard. After all, a courtyard was the wealth of the sect and it had nothing to do with personal matters. But De Huang Dog didn't care about that. He loved killing and arson the most. When he was at the Tianjin Gate, he had burned down the entire outer circle female dormitory. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a fireball onto one of the buildings. The fireball instantly spread out, and in just a few breaths of time, the entire courtyard was engulfed in flames. The fire De Huang Dog spat out was really powerful. Even Jiang Chen was surprised by it. De Huang Dog had been following him for a long time, but this was the first time he knew that De Huang Dog could spit fire. This dog was really omnipotent. Oh heavens, it's on fire. Jiang Chen actually burned down Guolei's courtyard. This is too brutal. Someone cried out in shock. It looked like the outer circle was going to be in chaos. "The one who bullied you besides Guolei, who else is there?" Jiang Chen asked with an indifferent tone. Those disciples who were bullied by Guolei mentioned a few more names. Their faces were filled with excitement. Xianxia was really domineering, he even burned down a courtyard. De Huang Dog, burned down those people's dormitories as well. Xianxia's expression didn't change, it was as if burning down a dormitory was no different than losing a pile of useless firewood. Foosh! De Huang Dog kept spitting out flames from his mouth, burning down another courtyard. However, De Huang Dog had controlled it very well. Although the fire was burning fiercely, it didn't affect the other courtyards and no one was caught in the crossfire. At this moment the dormitory area was engulfed in flames. Such a huge commotion immediately caused a huge commotion in the outer circle of the Black Sect. In the outer circle training field, many disciples saw the raging flames and all of them were shocked. Among them there were 4 disciples whose expressions changed dramatically. Senior disciple Gua, it looks like our dormitory is on fire. A disciple said with a shocked tone. Damn it, who has the guts to burn down Daddy's dormitory? Let's go and have a look. The young man cursed loudly. He brought the other 3 disciples and walked towards the dormitory area. This young man looked to be in his mid-20s and he had a muscular body. There was a red scar on his forehead making him look ferocious. This man was none other than Guolei, a peak mortal core warrior. In the outer circle Han Yen was in secluded cultivation, and Xianxia wasn't around so no one dared offend Guolei. Chapter 124. In Guolei's mind, Xianxia was already dead, because the inner disciples wouldn't lie to him. Without Xianxia there was no one in the outer sect that he didn't dare to mess with. Now that Xianxia was in seclusion, Guolei was the overlord of the outer sect. And now someone dared to burn down his house in broad daylight? How audacious! Guolei and the other 3 moved at an extremely fast speed. Very quickly they arrived at the dormitory area. The fire caused by the burning of the courtyard also attracted the attention of the outer sect disciples, so they all rushed over. When Guolei brought his subordinates to the dormitory area, the entire area was already crowded with people. Many people saw Guolei and wanted to warn him, but when they saw Guolei's arrogant and domineering attitude, they thought it was better to keep their mouths shut. Guolei was usually too domineering, so many disciples didn't have a good impression of him. Many of them were angry but they didn't dare to say anything. Plus, now that Xianxia was back they couldn't afford to mess with Guolei, and they couldn't afford to mess with Xianxia. Today's situation was very clear. Xianxia directly burned down the dormitory and it was because of Guolei. The other disciples should just watch the show, no one wanted to get involved in this mess. Damn it, which bastard doesn't want to live, daring to burn down my courtyard? Guolei cursed, his face was filled with anger. Looking at him, if he caught the person who started the fire he would definitely tear him into pieces. There was a small square in the center of the dormitory area. When Guolei and the other 3 arrived at the square aggressively, they bumped into Xianxia and the others coming from the opposite side. Guolei and the other 3 were originally arrogant, but when they saw Xianxia in front of them, they staggered and almost fell to the ground. The 4 of them looked like they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with shock. Guolei's expression was a bit better but the other 3 couldn't. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. They were very clear about Xianxia's methods and when he killed Li Wuling, they all saw it with their own eyes. Offending such a person was not a joke. Damn it, isn't he dead? How did it appear alive again? Guolei couldn't help but curse. Although he was brave enough to not care about Xianxia's name, when he was facing Xianxia face to face, the feeling was completely different. He would be lying if he said he wasn't afraid of Xianxia. What should we do, senior brother Gua? It seems that it was Xianxia who burned down our dormitory. He didn't die and came back to make trouble for us. One of them had a sullen expression on his face. Thinking about what they had done in the past 2 days as well as Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries, with Xianxia's personality he would definitely not let them off. It's over. We can't escape. He won't kill us, right? Xianxia is not dead. From now on there will be no place for us in the outer sect. The other 2 disciples were scared out of their wits. Facing Xianxia, who was known as the god of slaughter, it was impossible for them to not be afraid. Look at yourselves, what's there to be afraid of? No matter how strong Zhou Xian is, he is still an outer circle disciple. I was ordered by an inner circle disciple to attack Wang Yun and the others. This is the Black Sect, not a place where Zhou Xian has the final say. He is just an outer circle disciple, he can't be so lawless here. Guo Lei said while gnashing his teeth. With an inner circle disciple backing him up, he still had some confidence. Who is Guo Lei? Zhou Xian stared at the four men in front of him with his sharp eyes. I'm Guo Lei. Zhou Xian, how dare you burn down our courtyard? Are you lawless now? Guo Lei took a step forward. There was no way he could escape now, he could only face Zhou Xian head-on. However, facing Zhou Xian made him feel a little guilty. You're Guo Lei? Good, you seem like a smart man, you should know why I'm here. Today I'll settle the score with you. A sneer emerged on Zhou Qian's face. Senior disciple Zhang, there are 3 of them as well, they were the ones who injured Huang Zheng. Someone jumped out and pointed at the 3 men behind Guo Lei. The 3 men's expressions changed and their expressions became unnatural. You 4 kneel down and talk. Zhang Qian said with an indifferent tone. What? Guo Lei cried out in shock. He stared at Zhang Qian with his eyes wide open and said, Zhang Qian, who do you think you are? Why are you asking us to kneel down? Let me tell you, others might be afraid of you, but Daddy isn't. You're just a new disciple of the Black Sect. What gives you the right to order us around? De Huang. Zhang Qian said with a sneer on his face. Right after he finished speaking, De Huang dog dashed out and pushed Guo Lei onto the ground. With Guo Lei's peak mortal core cultivation level, he didn't even have a chance to react when facing De Huang dog's attack. De Huang dog was pressing down on him like a mountain. No matter how hard Guo Lei struggled, it was useless. Guo Lei's face was filled with fear, but De Huang dog didn't care. He opened up his mouth and bit down on Guo Lei's shoulder. De Huang dog was extremely cruel. He bit down with his sharp teeth and tore off a huge chunk of flesh from Guo Lei's shoulder. Blood started gushing out from his shoulder. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the entire dormitory area, sending chills down everyone's spines. Hiss, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This dog was too cruel, it had started with a bloody scene. Many of them knew that Guo Lei was finished today, and Zhang Qian was going to get even with him. With Zhang Qian's methods, Guo Lei could only wait to be slaughtered. This dog is so scary. Guo Lei is a peak mortal core warrior, but he couldn't even fight back against Big Yellow. What a terrifying dog. This is too cruel. Zhang Qian is really not someone who can be easily offended. Sighs could be heard everywhere. Looking at Guo Lei's miserable condition, all the men behind Zhang Qian had happy expressions on their faces. De Huang dog only tore off a piece of flesh from Guo Lei's body, he didn't kill him. For a peak mortal core warrior, this kind of injury was nothing. Compared to Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries, it was still nothing. But it was enough to scare everyone. De Huang dog moved away from Guo Lei's body and stared at the other 3 disciples whose legs were trembling in fear. The 3 of them were scared out of their wits and they immediately knelt down on the ground. Senior disciple Jiang, please spare our lives. The 3 of them were scared out of their wits. They hadn't fought with Zhang Qian face to face, so they couldn't understand how terrifying Zhang Qian was. Spare our lives. Zhang Qian let out a cold snort. Now I'll tell you how many human elixir you've collected in the past 2 days. Guo Lei, you better tell me the truth. If you don't tell me the exact number, I'll cripple one of your arms. Zhang Qian's eyes were extremely cold. He looked like a devil from hell and his gaze could make anyone's soul tremble. Guo Lei lost all of his previous arrogance. He covered his shoulder with his hand, turned around and kneeled down like the other 3 disciples. He knew that Zhang Qian wasn't joking or trying to scare him. If he didn't tell the truth, he would end up in a miserable state. We've collected a total of 8,000 human elixir. Guo Lei said. 8,000? Very good. Now I want 10 times the amount. Immediately take out 80,000 human elixir and apologize to them. Not one less. Zhang Qian said. As soon as he said the number 80,000, Guo Lei and the other 3 disciples felt like they were struck by lightning. They had the urge to faint on the spot. 80,000 human elixir. For an outer sect disciple, that was a huge fortune. Who could take out so much? Senior disciple Jiang, 80,000. 80,000 human elixir, we really can't take it out. We know we're in the wrong, please forgive us. Guo Lei said with a begging tone. That's right, senior disciple Jiang. 80,000 human elixir, where are we going to find it? Moreover, we didn't get 8,000. More than half of it was given to the inner sect disciples. Another disciple said. He said that they were inner sect disciples, hoping that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to go too far. Stop acting pitiful. Jiang Chen said with a sneer on his face. He had seen Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries with his own eyes. If this wasn't the black sect, these 4 disciples would have been dead by now. 80,000 human elixir, not one less. If you can't take out that much, then you'll have to pay with your lives. De Huang bite all 4 of them to death. Jiang Chen's words made these 4 disciples feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. When they saw De Huang walking towards them with his fangs bared, and when they recalled how brutal De Huang dog was just now, their faces turned pale and they were scared out of their wits. Don't bite us to death, I have a way. Guo Lei was terrified. His shoulder was still bleeding, and the fear he felt towards De Huang dog was unimaginable. Jiang, senior disciple Jiang, more than half of our elixir has been given to inner circle disciples. If senior disciple Jiang really wants to get it back, I can go find inner circle disciple Chai Dong. Guo Lei said. He was calculating in his mind. Under the current situation, there was no way he could deal with Jiang Chen, so he could only use inner circle disciples to deal with Jiang Chen. Who is senior disciple Chai? Jiang Chen asked. He's senior disciple Chai Dong from the inner circle. He was the one who asked us to do this, and he was also the one who told us about your death in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Guo Lei didn't dare hide anything. Kai Dong was the inner circle disciple's backer, and at this moment, only Kai Dong could save him. A cold look emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had no idea what was the relationship between Kai Dong and the man in black who chased him that night, and if they were the same person. Jiang Chen turned around and said to a disciple, Go to the inner circle and find Kai Dong. Ask him to come to the outer circle immediately. I want to pay him back for the 80,000 human elixir. Yes, senior disciple Jiang. That disciple's face was filled with excitement. Senior disciple Jiang was too domineering. This time it seemed like he was serious. Even inner circle disciples were going to pay him back. Guo Lei didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a reaction. He was stunned. Originally, he thought that Jiang Chen would restrain himself after hearing that this matter was related to inner circle disciples. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would dare to go against an inner circle disciple. However, Guo Lei was also happy. He thought that Jiang Chen was too arrogant and this was his chance. As long as Kai Dong came, he would be able to save him and keep him safe. However, he didn't know how naive he was. Jiang Chen was going to pay him back, and this was just the beginning. He was going to have a hard time in the future. Even the inner circle disciple Chai Dong was involved. Jiang Chen is going to pay the inner circle disciple back? Isn't this too crazy? Don't say anything, this matter isn't over yet. I heard that Wang Yun and Huang Zheng were also injured. Chapter 125. This incident had attracted the attention of the inner circle disciples, and many of them were shocked. But what was even more shocking was Jiang Chen's reaction. After hearing about Kai Dong, not only did he not show any signs of stopping, he even wanted to settle the score with Kai Dong. An outer circle mortal core disciple dared to go against a heavenly core inner circle disciple. This was the first time something like this had happened. In the entire outer circle, perhaps only Jiang Chen had the ability to do something like this. Senior disciple Jiang, we were ordered to do this. We know we are in the wrong. Please forgive us, senior disciple Jiang. Guo Lei said. He hated Jiang Chen to the core, but now that he was the meat on the chopping block, he had no choice but to beg for forgiveness. Wrong? You want to be forgiven just because you are in the wrong? What about Wang Yun and Huang Zheng who are lying on the bed? I'll settle the score with Kai Dong for the human elixir, but now I want to settle the score with you. Jiang Chen said with a stern voice. But before that, I want you to hand over all the human elixir you have as compensation. Hearing what Jiang Chen said, Guo Lei and the other 3 disciples who just had a glimmer of hope had their expressions turn ugly again. It looked like Jiang Chen wouldn't let this matter go easily. When they thought about Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's miserable condition, They felt a chill down their spines. Hurry up, senior disciple Jiang asked you to hand over all the human elixir, didn't you hear him? One of the disciples shouted out loudly. That's right, hand over all of them, all the human elixir belongs to us, spit it out the way we ate it. Those disciples who had been bullied by Guolei had found their backbone, and now was the chance for revenge. Of course they wouldn't miss it. All right, we'll hand it over, we'll hand it over. The three disciples were completely terrified. They were about to lose their lives, so why would they care about the human elixir? All three of them took out their own storage bags and handed over the human elixir. Guolei, and you hand them all over. If I see you hand over one less, I'll have De Huang serve you well. Jiang Qin had a cold smile on his face. Guolei shivered and didn't dare to be careless. He quickly took out all of his wealth. Senior brother Jiang, there are 9,000 human elixir pills in total. A disciple said after counting the human elixir. Damn, 9,000 people elixir, this Guolei is really rich. One of the outer sect disciples couldn't help but curse. As an outer sect disciple, elixir was their lifeblood. Normally they would consume a lot of elixir during their daily training. Most people didn't have a lot of elixir, but these four people had 9,000 elixir, and Guolei himself had more than 5,000. It was obvious that he had been extorting a lot of other disciples. Give it to the brothers to distribute. Jiang Qin said casually. This amount of human elixir was nothing in his eyes. Senior brother Jiang, we've taken out our human elixir. Please let us go. A disciple begged. Let you go. Next we'll settle the score with Wang Yun and Huang Zheng. The four of you make your move. Jiang Chen's face carried a sinister smile. The four of them didn't say anything. Obviously they agreed. With so many people here they had no choice but to agree. That day when Wang Yun and Huang Zheng resisted, Guolei personally rewarded Wang Yun, and the other three beat up Huang Zheng. It's good that you've admitted it. Today yours truly will let you know the truth. You can't touch my people. Whoever dares to touch them will have to pay double the price. After saying that, Jiang Qin suddenly kicked out his leg. But this kick landed right on Guolei's face. Given how strong Jiang Chen's kick was, Guolei was sent flying and landed 30 feet away. His face was covered in blood and his nose was crooked from Jiang Chen's kick. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin arrived next to Guolei. He bent down and grabbed Guolei's shoulder, lifting him up as if he was picking up a little chick. Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's injuries had infuriated him, and he wanted to seek justice for them with his own hands. No, don't. Guolei's face was filled with fear. He was waiting for Kai Dong to come and save him, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin wouldn't even give him a chance. Crack. Accompanied by a cracking sound, Guolei let out another blood-curdling scream. Under Jiang Chen's strength, one of Guolei's arms was broken from the front to the back. Ignoring the fearful gazes around him, Jiang Qin grabbed Guolei's other arm and broke it. In the blink of an eye, both of Guolei's arms were crippled. His methods were extremely ruthless. My God, this is too cruel. This method makes people shudder. Ruthless. Compared to senior brother Han, he should be called the Little Devil King. Guolei really provoked someone he shouldn't have. This is the end. Everyone were shocked and their faces were filled with fear. Guolei's arms were broken and his face was covered in blood. It was a horrifying scene. Guards! Jiang Qin shouted at the crowd. Here. 3 outer circle disciples took a step forward. They were extremely respectful towards Jiang Qin. Go get me a wooden stake, hang him up and beat him. Jiang Qin kicked Guolei to the ground, then he stomped on his face. His actions were extremely domineering and there was no mercy in his eyes. There were some mistakes that once committed, the consequences would be heavy. This Guolei was in cahoots with those inner circle disciples who wanted to kill him, and he was trying to kick him when he was down. In Jiang Chen's eyes, a man like this was already a dead man. If this wasn't the Black Sect, Guolei would have been dead by now. Yes. The 3 outer circle disciples turned around and left. They listened to Jiang Chen's orders. Swoosh. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the other 3 men. The 3 of them gasped in fear and kowtowed repeatedly. These 3 men were truly frightened. They had never seen such a ferocious man before, and it made them feel as if their guts were about to explode. Senior disciple Jiang, please spare our lives. The 3 of them were begging for mercy. They no longer had the arrogance they had shown in the past 2 days. Senior disciple Jiang, we can't let them go. These 3 men bullied us and they even seriously injured senior disciple Huang. Someone shouted out angrily. When they recalled how these 3 men had behaved in the past 2 days, they wished they could tear them apart. Everyone beat them to death. I'll take responsibility for their deaths. Jiang Chen was a ruthless man, there was nothing he didn't dare to do, and there was no one he didn't dare to kill. These few outer circle disciples were just like ants in his eyes, and since they had offended him he couldn't forgive them. Beat them. Get revenge for Huang Zheng, beat them to death. After receiving Jiang Chen's order, the crowd immediately rushed forward. Dozens of men surrounded the 3 outer circle disciples and started beating them up. Bang bang bang. Oh, fuck, let's kill them. Damn it, who asked them to be so arrogant and bully us? Let's beat them to death. Senior disciple Jiang said he'll take responsibility for their deaths. On the other side there was a huge fire, and on the other side there was a fierce fight. For Guolei and the other 3, today was definitely the end of the world. Miserable, this was just too miserable. The outer circle disciples who were watching were all terrified. They had finally witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. Although they were terrified, none of them felt sorry for the 4 of them. Some of them even felt happy about it. Not long after, the 3 outer circle disciples were beaten to a pulp. Their faces were swollen and there were many wounds on their bodies. Blood was flowing out from their orifices, and they were lying on the ground, crying out in pain. But for a mortal core warrior, these injuries were just superficial wounds. Right at this moment, the 3 disciples who had just left came back. One of them was carrying a 20 feet long wooden stake, another one was carrying a long stick, and the last one was carrying a bundle of rope. The disciple lifted the wooden stake up with a loud bang. Senior disciple Jiang, the wooden stake is here. The disciple's face was filled with happiness. Hang them up and beat them until they die. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. The words "beat them until they die" had completely terrified Guolei and the other 3. The 4 of them wanted to cry but they couldn't. They knew that Jiang Chen wasn't someone they could mess with, but they didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so cruel. Looked like he was going to beat them to death. The disciples didn't care about that. Right now they admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. They would do whatever Jiang Chen asked them to do. A group of disciples walked up and tied the 4 of them together. They tied them up high on the wooden stake and hung them up like 4 dead pigs. Their faces were covered with blood and they looked extremely miserable. Give it to me. Jiang Chen grabbed the long stick and started beating the 4 of them. The stick pierced through their flesh and the scene was extremely tragic. Beat them to death. A few disciples took out long sticks from nowhere and started beating Guolei and the other 3 fiercely. With Jiang Chen here, they weren't afraid of getting into trouble. Stop. Just at this moment, an angry shout rang out from afar. Everyone saw an old man in his 50s flying through the air, and in the blink of an eye he landed on the square. When he saw the 4 people who were hung up in the courtyard that had been burnt to ruins, the old man was so angry that his beard almost flew up. It's Elderly. It's over. This time even Elderly is here. Elderly is an outer sect elder, but the elders rarely care about the fights between disciples. Why is he here today? Many people recognized him. As the elder in charge of the outer sect, there was no one who didn't know him. Bestard, what are you guys doing? Killing your own sect members? Who burned the courtyard? Stand out for this elder. Elderly shouted angrily. When Guolei and the other 3 saw the arrival of the outer sect elder, they started crying. They finally found their backbone and they were saved. Jiang Chen was too arrogant, but he wouldn't dare to go against an elder. Senior brother Jiang, his name is Li Hui, an outer sect elder. He has a high status and we shouldn't offend him. A disciple came to Jiang Chen's side and whispered. He's an outer sect elder. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment and then he said, "Don't stop, continue beating them." Jiang Chen's words almost made many people faint. Just how powerful was this guy? That was an elder. Even an elder had appeared and he still wanted to continue beating them? He really didn't give them any face, wasn't he? You're that Jiang Chen, right? I want you to stop immediately and explain to me what's going on. Chapter 126. Li Hui was angry and the scene immediately quieted down. All the outer circle disciples who followed Xianxia had stopped hitting Xianxia and Li Hui. They didn't know what to do. Li Hui was after all a sect elder and a heavenly core warrior. He wasn't someone ordinary people could deal with. Besides, as a sect elder he had a certain status, and the disciples below him couldn't afford to offend him. Many spectators held their breaths and didn't dare say a word. Now that the situation had gotten out of hand, and even a sect elder was here, even Xianxia wouldn't dare do anything reckless. But too bad no one could imagine how bold Xianxia was. Keep fighting. Xianxia gazed at the angry Li Hui and said with an indifferent tone. He didn't give Li Hui any face. Presumptuous. Let's see who dares to fight again. Li Hui was furious. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Xianxia. His beard was fluttering in the wind as he said, Xianxia, how dare you? Don't forget who you are. You're just an outer circle disciple, how dare you offend me? Just this alone is enough for me to cripple you. Cripple me? Why don't you try? Xianxia sneered. He wouldn't stop today. Even if he had to turn the black sect upside down, he would still find out who was the one who wanted to kill him. You think I don't dare? Li Hui became even angrier. Yuan energy started circulating around his body. Let me tell you, Xianxia, you bullied and beat your fellow disciples, burned down the houses in the courtyard and offended an outer circle sect elder. Any one of these crimes is enough to cripple you, and you can even be sentenced to death. Senior disciple Jiang, I think we should just let this go. We have already gotten our revenge anyway. A disciple standing next to Xianxia said in a low voice. Xianxia glared at him. With just a glare, the disciple felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He immediately shrunk his neck and didn't dare say another word. Xianxia raised his head and met Li Hui's gaze without fear. He would not be angry if he did not bully and beat up his fellow disciples. Elderly, since we are talking about bullying and beating up our fellow disciples, let me explain it to you. These 4 people took the liberty to collect 100 pieces of elixir from their fellow disciples every month. Isn't this considered bullying? Because Wang Yun and Huang Jing refused to hand over the elixir, the 4 of them severely injured the 2 of them and are still lying on the bed right now. What do you say about this? Jiang Chen's domineering aura surged towards Li Hui. Li Hui, where were you when Guo Lei and the other 3 bullied their fellow disciples? As an outer sect elder, why didn't you step out to stop them? I, Jiang Chen, am a reasonable person. If there is a grievance, an eye for an eye. Guo Lei and the other 3 only had themselves to blame. I was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. You elderly jumped out to stop them at this time. What qualifications do you have? Or could it be that you have received some benefits from Guo Lei, so you also have a share of the elixir? Jiang Chen's every word was like a knife, leaving Li Hui speechless and unable to respond. You are presumptuous. This elder has always been fair, why would I accept benefits? Li Hui was even more furious, but his tone was obviously lacking in confidence. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Li Hui had received some benefits. Otherwise he would not be acting like this. In fact, from the moment Li Hui showed up, Xianxia had already guessed that Li Hui had something to do with this incident. Guo Lei might not be able to take Li Hui down, but an inner circle disciple could easily take care of an outer circle disciple. Looks like you really did receive some benefits. A person like you doesn't deserve to be an elder, and you don't deserve to meddle in other people's business. I, Xianxia, will settle my own debt. Li Hui, while I'm still in a good mood, get the hell out of here. Xianxia shouted coldly. He turned around and shouted at the men behind him, keep beating him. Zoosh. At this moment, everyone's expressions changed. No one had expected Xianxia to be so lawless. Li Hui was after all an outer circle elder, but not only did Xianxia not give him any face, he even asked him to get the hell out of here. This was incredible. In the few hundred years of history of the Black Sect, there had never been an outer circle disciple who was this arrogant. Yes. The few men with the long sticks in their hands gave it their all. Today they listened to Xianxia's orders. They raised their long sticks and started beating the 4 men who were tied up on the wooden poles. After all, if the sky collapsed, there would always be someone to hold it up. Even if the sky of the Black Sect was broken, there would still be Xianxia to hold it up. Ah! The 4 men let out miserable screams once again. Guo Lei and the other 3 men had been beaten senseless. The pain from their injuries had caused them to feel dispirited. All they knew was that sect elderly had appeared and that they were going to be saved. But they never thought it would be this tragic. Good. You've rebelled, you've really rebelled. Xianxia, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you got first place in the Qi province competition. You've been so arrogant, you've shown no respect for your elders, and you've completely disregarded the rules of the Black Sect. Today I, the sect elder, will personally cripple you. Li Hui was completely enraged. He circulated his yuan energy and clenched his fingers tightly. With lightning speed he grabbed towards Xianxia. An attack from a heavenly core warrior. Everyone knew how strong it was. The surrounding crowd became nervous. No one had expected things to turn out like this. You want to cripple me? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Xianxia let out a cold snort. With lightning speed he stretched out his hand and grabbed onto Li Hui's wrist. With this grab, all of Li Hui's yuan energy was shattered. What happened next shocked everyone. Everyone had their eyes wide open and their eyes were filled with disbelief. On the stage, Li Hui's wrist was tightly grabbed by Xianxia. No matter how hard Li Hui struggled, he couldn't break free. Li Hui's yuan energy was rumbling, but it didn't affect Xianxia at all. What? Li Hui was shocked. He was an early heavenly core warrior, but he was restrained by Xianxia with just a single strike and he couldn't even move. This was too shocking. Although Xianxia had killed Li Wuling had just broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his foundation wasn't stable yet. There was no way he could compare with Li Hui. Besides, when Xianxia killed Li Wuling, it wasn't as easy as it was now. The only explanation was that Xianxia had become stronger. Old fool, you shouldn't have offended me. Those who offend me will never have a good ending. Xianxia exerted some force in his hand, and with a cracking sound he forcefully broke Li Hui's wrist. Feeling the pain from his broken wrist, even with Li Hui's strong willpower, he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Xianxia, how dare you hit me? I'm the Outer Circle sect leader. Li Hui's voice was filled with anger. But before he could finish his words he was kicked to the ground by Xianxia. A heavenly core warrior in front of Xianxia had no way to fight back. Slap! Xianxia's foot stepped onto Li Hui's face and he said with a condescending tone, Outer Circle sect leader is nothing. If you want to interfere then do it fairly, if you don't then don't interfere forever. Offending me, your father, is your bad luck. Right at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Xianxia, filled with fear and fear. Heavens, is he really going to rebel? He even hit a sect leader. He has become stronger again. Sect leader Li, who is at the heavenly core realm, couldn't even fight back against him. How long has it been since the Qi province competition? With this kind of cultivation speed, is he still human? He hit an Outer Circle sect leader. This matter has become serious. I'm afraid it won't end peacefully. Everyone were shocked. Xianxia's cruel and ruthless methods had once again left a shadow in everyone's hearts. Everyone reminded themselves in their minds that even if they couldn't become friends with him in the future, they couldn't afford to offend this man. He was too frightening. Xianxia, how dare you step on me? I'm going to report you to the sect. Offending your superiors and scolding a sect leader is a heinous crime. Just wait for the punishment from the sect. Li Hui kept struggling under Xianxia's foot, and he didn't forget to threaten him loudly. But too bad, no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get away from Xianxia's foot. Someone! Xianxia shouted out loudly. Senior disciple Jiang. A disciple came up to Xianxia. Go get another wooden pillar, hang Li Hui up and beat him. Xianxia's lips curved up into a cold smile. What? Hang up and beat a sect leader? Did they hear it wrong? Many people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, even the disciple next to Xianxia. He was stunned for a moment. Hang up and beat a sect leader, this was too cruel. Xianxia, don't you dare. Li Hui roared out. His face had turned into the color of pig liver. He was an Outer Circle sect elder, a heavenly core warrior. If he was hung up and beaten in front of so many people, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Black Sect anymore. What are you waiting for? Xianxia shouted out coldly. Yes. The disciple didn't dare hesitate, he immediately turned around and left. Not long after that he came back with a thick wooden pillar and stabbed it into the ground. The disciple was also holding a bundle of ropes in his hand. This guy was really well prepared. Zhang, how dare you tie me up? I'm an outer circle sect elder. Li Hui shouted out loudly, but it didn't help. Zhang grabbed his collar and lifted him up from the ground. Zhang pointed his finger like a sword and unleashed a few defense mechanisms, temporarily sealing Li Hui's qi. As the once greatest saint in the world, alchemy, defense mechanisms, formations, there was nothing he didn't know. With his current cultivation level and abilities, sealing the qi of an early heavenly core warrior was a piece of cake. Li Hui was after all a heavenly core warrior, and the injuries he suffered weren't serious. If his qi wasn't sealed, the rope wouldn't be able to tie him up. Zhang had to hang Li Hui up. His goal today was to create a scene, the bigger the better. He wanted to attract the attention of those inner circle disciples who wanted to kill him. As for the consequences, Zhang didn't even think about it. The stronger he acted, the more attention the sect would place on him. When it came to tying up an outer circle elder, no ordinary disciple would dare do it. Not everyone was like Zhang, and not everyone had the courage to do what Zhang did. Zhang didn't want to make things difficult for the disciples. He personally tied up Li Hui and tied him up like a dumpling, then he placed him on the wooden pillar. Arg! Zhang, you bastard! How dare you tie me up? You've offended your superiors. The sect will never forgive you. Li Hui shouted out loudly. He struggled violently, but Zhang had sealed his cultivation level. Struggling was useless. Chapter 127. Outer Circle Sect Elder Li Hui was hung up as well. In the history of the Black Sect, this had never happened before. Everyone stared at Li Hui with their eyes wide open. It was like they were going to be blinded. Who in this world had the guts? Zhang was the first to bear the brunt of it. Zhang, let me go, you're courting death. Li Hui kept roaring furiously. Bam! Before he could finish his roar, Zhang's iron rod had arrived in front of him. The iron rod hit Li Hui's mouth, and the force was so strong that 3 of his front teeth were knocked out. His mouth was filled with blood and he couldn't speak anymore. What bullshit, sect elder! How dare you show off in front of Daddy? Daddy will make you scream. Zhang wasn't someone who could be easily offended, and he was a man who wouldn't show any mercy. He kept hitting Li Hui with the iron rod in his hand, and Li Hui could only let out miserable screams. In just a short period of time, Li Hui had become much fatter. What are you waiting for? Keep beating them, beat them to death. Zhang shouted at the few disciples who were holding iron rods in their hands. All of them immediately became spirited, and they immediately raised their iron rods high up in the air and started hitting Guolei and the other 3 disciples. This was the first time they had experienced something so exciting. Bam bam bam. Ah! At this moment the entire square was filled with the sounds of iron rods being hit and miserable screams. Everyone were frightened, but at the same time their blood was boiling. Guolei and the other 3 disciples were in a terrible state, and Li Hui was in an even worse state. What happened today would definitely be recorded in the Black Sect's history. Heaven-defying, this was absolutely heaven-defying. From now on, the name Zhang would be synonymous with an ominous star. Ruthless, extremely ruthless. No one had ever seen such a cruel and ruthless man. Senior disciple Zhang, if we keep beating them like this, someone will die. A disciple said. His tone was filled with fear. Things had gotten out of hand, it was beyond their imagination. What's there to be afraid of? Continue to beat him to death. Zhang didn't even turn his head as he raised his iron rod and greeted Li Hui. Li Hui, Guolei, and the others were all powerful cultivators with tough bodies and essence force protection. This kind of fighting style wouldn't be able to kill them. At most, they would suffer from external injuries and internal injuries, but it wouldn't be fatal. However, Zhang had to establish his dominance today as the inner sect disciples still hadn't arrived yet. Stop. Just at this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw 2 young men dressed in white coming from the inner sanctum. They quickly landed on the square of the outer sanctum's dormitory area. When the 2 of them saw the miserable sight of the people hanging on the wooden stakes, their expressions changed. Not only did they recognize Guolei, they also recognized Li Hui. Zhang, what are you doing? How dare you beat up an outer sect elder? A burly young man shouted with anger on his face. It's Kai Dong and Wang Heng, even the inner sect disciples are here. I wonder how this is going to end. I'm sure they won't let this go easily. I wonder if Xianxia has the guts to fight those inner sect disciples. I think Xianxia has the guts. He has even beaten up an outer sect elder. I can't think of anything he wouldn't dare to do. The arrival of these two men caused a huge commotion. Xianxia stopped what he was doing and turned around to look at them. When he realized both of them were early Heavenly Core warriors, he couldn't help but let out a cold snort in his mind. The main culprit hasn't shown up yet. Looks like I'm going to continue causing trouble today. The person Xianxia was looking for was definitely not these two men in front of him. He was looking for the man who was hunting him down in the Myriad Demon Mountain that night. Guo Lei knew that it was Kai Dong who told him that he was killed in the Myriad Demon Mountain. Therefore Kai Dong must be related to the man who was hunting him down. This matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. There must be someone else behind it. Xianxia had to continue causing trouble. This is the outer circle's business. Since when do you inner circle disciples have the right to interfere? Get the fuck out of my sight. Xianxia impatiently waved his hand. Both men's expressions changed and anger erupted from their bodies. They had seen arrogant men before, but they had never seen someone so arrogant. Bastard Xianxia, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us like this? Wang Heng shouted out loudly. Didn't you die in the Myriad Demon Mountain? How come you're still alive? Kai Dong looked at Xianxia with a puzzled expression. The news of Xianxia dying in the Myriad Demon Mountain was told to him by a senior disciple from the inner circle, so there was no doubt about it. But now Xianxia was standing right in front of them, and the only explanation was that the senior disciple from the inner circle had failed to kill him. How did you know I died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Xianxia squinted his eyes and stared at Kai Dong with a sharp gaze. How I know is none of your business. Let me ask you, why did you beat up the outer circle disciples and sect elders and burn down the courtyard? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Kai Dong let out a cold snort. Which one of you is Kai Dong? Xianxia asked. I am. Kai Dong said. Both he and Wang Heng had arrogant expressions on their faces. They weren't afraid of Xianxia. First of all, they were both Heavenly Core warriors and they were Heavenly Core geniuses. Geniuses couldn't be compared with ordinary people, at least not Li Hui. Besides, as inner circle disciples, their status were much higher than outer circle disciples. Therefore, even if Xianxia was the champion of the Qi province competition, they wouldn't take him seriously. After all, this was the Black Sect. You're Kai Dong? Good, even if you didn't come here, I would have gone to look for you. We need to settle this debt. 80,000 elixir pills. Guo Lei and the other three took out 9,000, and there's still 70,000 left. Take them out now, not one less pill. Xianxia said in an extremely aggressive manner. What? Kai Dong and Wang Heng were startled. Just now, some outer circle disciples had gone to look for them and told them that Guo Lei had been beaten up by Xianxia, and they wanted to settle the debt with him. But they didn't say anything about the elixir pills, and they wanted so many elixir pills. 70,000 elixir pills, even for inner circle disciples, it was a huge amount of wealth. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to take out so much. What really made both Kai Dong and Wang Heng speechless was that Xianxia actually dared to ask for elixir pills from them, and he even asked for an exorbitant amount of money. He must have gone crazy from thinking about money. Xianxia, you're courting death by saying these words. Before I get angry, hurry up and release sect elder Li and Guo Lei. Kai Dong said in an overbearing manner. Slap. Right after he finished speaking, a slap landed on his face. The slap caused Kai Dong to stagger and he almost lost his balance. Why don't you show me how angry you are? Xianxia slapped Kai Dong's face again. His attack looked simple, but it was extremely fast. Kai Dong didn't even have the time to react. Xianxia, how dare you slap me? Kai Dong was furious. He was an inner circle disciple and he had a noble status. He was someone that all outer circle disciples had to look up to. Normally, every outer circle disciple would show him respect, but Xianxia had slapped him in front of so many people. This was unbelievable. Hurry up and give me the elixir pills. Xianxia didn't want to let him go. Go kill him. Kai Dong was furious and Wang Heng finally reacted. Both of them shouted out loudly and their yuan energy started boiling. They unleashed their heavenly core aura and formed layers upon layers of shockwaves. Bang! Bang! But before both of them could do anything, Jiang Chen moved. No one saw how Jiang Chen moved, but both Kai Dong and Wang Heng were already lying on the ground. What? Everyone were shocked once again. This was too shocking, they couldn't believe this was real. Heavens, Kai Dong and Wang Heng couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. I didn't even see how Jiang Chen attacked. How could he move so fast? This is too frightening. I'm sure Jiang Chen has broken through to the late mortal core realm, but even if he did break through to the late mortal core realm, I don't think he can be this frightening. A heavenly core warrior is no match for him. He's not a human, he's a monster. Jiang Chen's talent is no weaker than the northern and southern dynasties of the Burning Sky Pavilion. No wonder he has the guts to challenge the northern and southern dynasties. Everyone was shocked. An outer circle disciple beating up a sect elder and an inner circle disciple. Not only in the Black Sect, even in the entire history of the Qi province, this was the first time something like this had happened. Not only had Jiang Chen broken through to the late mortal core realm, he had also formed 80 dragon marks in his Qi Si. His combat strength was really terrifying, and those early heavenly core warriors were nothing in front of him. He could kill them with just a wave of his hand. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He reached his hand into Kai Dong and Wang Heng's clothes and took out 2 light yellow storage bags. He casually threw them to the disciples behind him. Open them and count how many human elixir you have. If you don't have enough human elixir, use the combat weapons. Jiang Chen said. These 2 were inner circle disciples, so they must have a lot of wealth on them. They might even have some precious herbs and combat weapons. Now he was going to use them as compensation. Jiang Chen, give me back my storage bags. Kai Dong was furious. That storage bag contained all his wealth, and if it was gone just like that, his heart would bleed. Jiang Chen ignored Kai Dong's anger. He pulled Kai Dong closer to him and asked Lung Lung, "Tell me, who told you that I died in the Myriad Demon Mountain?" Jiang Chen's eyes were like those of a devil from hell. Just the gaze alone was enough to make Kai Dong tremble with fear. Right at this moment, Kai Dong had a feeling that he wasn't facing a human, but a devil from hell. Together with the aura of a superior being that was being unleashed by Jiang Chen, and the effect of the great soul derivation skill, Kai Dong couldn't even think about fighting back. Yes, it was senior disciple Jiang Wei who told me. He asked me to find a way to deal with those outer circle disciples who followed you. Kai Dong didn't hide anything. He had the same idea as Guolei. He wanted to direct the hatred towards Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei was a mid-heavenly core warrior and he was extremely strong. If he showed up, Jiang Chen would definitely not be his match. Jiang Wei. This is getting more and more interesting. A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He didn't know if this Jiang Wei was the one who wanted to kill him, but he had a feeling that there was someone else behind Jiang Wei. It looked like in order to lure the main culprit out, he had to make a bigger scene. Men, get some wooden stakes, hang Kai Dong and Wang Heng up and beat them. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.